8 o'clock. I'm going to wait for Mr. Almberg to join us, Commissioner Almberg. Get started. You're right, Dave. It's a beautiful day here today. Hopefully tomorrow will remain that way.
Yeah, I guess we're going to get some more wind and smoke. So,
Ooh.
yeah. Well, it was nice while it lasted, right?
Yes. Yes. All right. Well, it's 8:01. I know he's on. He'll join us here shortly. We'll go ahead and get going. So I will call this meeting of the Nevada Board of Wildlife Commissioners Friday, September 24th to order. Commissioner McNinch, will you please lead us in the pledge?
Sorry, I was muted. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you so much. And Missy, would you please call the roll of the commission members?
Chairman East.
Here.
Vice Chair Gaviria.
Here.
Commissioner Almberg. Commissioner Barnes.
Here.
Commissioner Keel.
Here.
Commissioner McNinch.
Here.
Commissioner Green. Commissioner Rogers.
Here.
Commissioner Rice.
This is Ron Pernia. Was I the one that answered that?
I think your audio was a little muted there, Missy. I think it might have gotten missed by Commissioners Perini and Wise.
No apologies. Commissioner Green.
Thank you, Missy. Will the county advisory boards raise your hands? We can see who's in attendance. So I'll start down the list. We have Steve Robinson from the Washoe Cab, Mike Reese from the Clark Cab, Glenn Bunch from the Mineral Cab, Joe Krim from Pershing, Kobe Rowe from Washoe County. He's new. Welcome, Kobe. Mitch McVickers from White Pine, Paul Dixon from Clark. And I think that might be it at the moment. Thank you, everyone, and welcome. Okay, agenda item number 2, approval of the agenda. Chairwoman East for possible action. The commission will review the agenda and may take action to approve the agenda. The commission will review the agenda and may take The commission may remove items from the agenda, continue items for consideration, or take items out of order. Do we have any changes to the agenda? I don't see any. I am going to mention that under the reports 6F, the landowner compensation tag committee report, actually Commissioner Barnes is going to do that report instead of myself. He sat on that committee during the last meeting and I'm not on that committee. So that would be the only change to the agenda that I wish to make. Okay, seeing none. This is an action item, so we'll take it out for public comment. Any public comment on the approval of the agenda? Just raise your hand. Okay, I don't see any. I'll bring it back for a motion to approve. Vice Chair Cavilla,
Right, I'll make a motion to approve the agenda as presented with the changes noted on item 6F as far as Commissioner Barnes doing that report.
do you have a second?
Second.
I will second that.
Okay, I have a second. I think I have a second from McNinch and Alberg, so we'll go with McNinch. I heard him first. Okay, we have a motion to approve the agenda of September 24th with the noted changes from Vice Chair Cavilla and a second by Commissioner McNinch. All in favor, please raise your hand. Yeah, motion carries 9-0. Thank you. Approval of the minutes, Chairwoman East for possible action. Commission minutes may be approved from the August 6th, 2021 meeting. Do we have any comments on the agenda, on the minutes? Commissioner McNinch.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a quick comment regarding the minutes in general. They're really well done. I really appreciate, they're succinct and they really capture the conversations that are occurring. You can't do them verbatim, but they're certainly reflective of conversations as I remember them. So I appreciate that. On the very last page, page 26, at the top of the page, there's a paragraph that reads, Chairwoman East read into the record from Chief Game Warden Maynard. And I think that may have been a cut and paste issue, that maybe that belongs in the shed antler. I'm not sure its relevancy where it's at, but it might be something that was from the shed antler portion of our meeting that day.
I believe actually that came in the chat box from Chief Maynard. So it may be in the right place, but
Gotcha.
but maybe we needed some context around it. Yeah, sometimes things come in and I want to make sure they're in the record. So
Okay.
so
Then
that may be-
so we'll just leave it. It'll be fine if that, I just didn't recall that. So very good.
Okay, you bet. Thank you. I just had one comment on page 3, down under agenda item number 5. Yeah, agenda item number 5 on that. I want to make sure that that the letter from the Healthy Coalition Lands regarding a letter of support for it references the letter to support the coalition, not the wild horses and burros. So if there can be some text added there, maybe to be sent regarding wild horses and burros. That would be my only change. I agree with you, Commissioner McNinch. These are a really good reflection of our meeting from August. So any other changes to the minutes? Okay, seeing none, we'll take it out for public comment. Any public comment on our meeting minutes from our August meeting? Please raise your hand and I'll call on you. Okay, I don't see any. I'll bring it back to the commission for approval of a motion. Commissioner Rogers.
Good morning. Yes, I'd just like to make a motion for approval of the minutes as noted, with the one clarification on page 3, section 5.
Thank you. We have a motion to approve. Do I have a second? I have a second by Vice Chair Cavilla to approve the minutes of August 6th with the noted change on page 3. All in favor, raise your hand. And motion carries 9-0. Thank you. Member items, announcements, and correspondence. Chairwoman East, informational. Commissioners may present emergent items. No action may be taken by the commission. Any item requiring commission action may be scheduled on a future commission agenda. The commission will review and may discuss correspondence sent or received by the commission since the last regular meeting and may provide copies for the exhibit file. Commissioners may provide hard copies of their correspondence for the written record. Correspondence sent or received by Secretary Wasley may also be discussed. we've had a lot of correspondence lately, and I know that many of us have been sending it on to Missy for the record. And she's forwarded some of it to the rest of us, but I think we're probably all getting all of the correspondence, especially on the agenda item, the wildlife contest. So I want to welcome Commissioner Wise to the commission formally. She wasn't able to join us last month, and look forward to working with you. So welcome.
Thank you.
Also, I want to congratulate Director Wasley on his election as president of the Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies that just happened, I think, a week or two ago.
Sorry, trying to get myself off mute there. Last week, yeah, last Tuesday. Thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate that very much.
You bet. I know we'll hear more about it as we go through our agenda. But this is a really big opportunity for us as a state to shine. So I'm really proud and very excited to hear more about what this means for all of us. Anyone else have announcements or correspondence they wish to speak about? Okay, Secretary Wasley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a few items. You referenced the correspondence, and just so the record's clear, any correspondence that I receive or that is sent to the department that is clearly not sent to the commission, we forward to the commission. There was additional correspondence sent to me directly relative to the bear hunt. I know Chairwoman East also received that. There was a website that directed people to send correspondence to me, the governor's office, and I believe Chairwoman East relative to exercising emergency authority to end or close or temporarily close the bear hunt this year due to the stress of bears in California that might be retreating from the fires. I'll speak to that a little bit more here in a second, but I just wanted to acknowledge that I received a significant amount of correspondence. What we chose to do in response to that correspondence was to simply share as much information, data, knowledge that we had regarding bear populations, distribution, the status of those populations, et cetera. As I said, I want to expound on that here in just a second. Before I do, I want to draw some attention to tomorrow as National Hunting and Fishing Day, and a proclamation signed by the governor recognizing that, proclaiming September 25th as Hunting and Fishing Day in Nevada. I'd also like to take advantage of this opportunity to just briefly highlight some of why this is important, and a lot of it pertains to the history of conservation and the way that conservation happens in this country, and the support of conservation by commerce. And since 1937, with the passage of the Federal Aid and Wildlife Restoration, also known as the Pittman-Robertson Act, which is particularly important in Nevada, named after Nevada Senator Key Pittman, 1937. And then 13 years later, the Sportfish Restoration Dingell-Johnson Act was passed, and both acts imposed manufacturers taxes on manufacturers of firearms, ammunition, archery, and fishing gear. They pay those excise taxes on their product, and it was the first of these rippling rings in the field of conservation. The outcome for hunters, anglers, fish, and wildlife and their habitats and businesses big and small, and nothing short of remarkable. Manufacturers have paid $14 billion in excise taxes over the last 84 years. And interestingly enough, with over a third, 5.4 billion coming in just the last 5 years. And when we look at background checks, gun sales, ammo sales, just in the first half of 21, that trend is continuing to increase. It's not even flattening out, it's continuing an exponential increase. So this is a great time to remember this ahead of the National Hunting and Fishing Day, which again is tomorrow. It was 49 years ago that President Nixon proclaimed the first National Hunting and Fishing Day, writing, I quote, "I urge all citizens to join with outdoor sportsmen and women in the wise use of our natural resources and ensuring their proper management for the benefit of future generations." So I did want to share that. I did want to publicly acknowledge the proclamation by the governor, thank the governor, and Mr. Reese and some others who did some of the legwork to make that happen and bring that to fruition. So thank you all. This is also public land week. So there's a lot of things that kind of come together that pertain to us. I too wanted to join Chairwoman East in welcoming Commissioner Wise. Grateful that you could be with us here today, and I too look forward to working with you. So welcome. I had one key personnel announcement to make. You all are aware that our Fisheries Division Administrator John Schoberg retired after just over 41 years, and we have made an appointment to replace Mr. Schoberg, and that is Chris Cruikshanks. Chris was glad to, those are my words, probably not his, but glad to step up. We're truly appreciative of his desire to fill in behind John, and really excited. There was some media and a press release speaking to Chris's appointment. So we'll be glad to welcome Chris as a regular participant and attendee in these meetings. Madam Chair, the last thing I wanted to address is some of the challenges around these really controversial issues that the Commission's contending with right now. And they really kind of manifest themselves most recently in the wildlife contest item, as well as the bear hunt as it pertained to these fires. And, you know, we often say that it's the extremes that dictate the terms of the debate. And these debates, this is, you know, never more evident. And there are falsehoods, you know, swirling around both these issues from both extremes, if you will. I read that you know, Nevada's bear population is you know, going extinct. I read that the commission is proposing a ban on hunting, and both sides, both extremes in these debates are using social media platforms to attack the personal character of staff, of commission, to drive, you know, their personal agenda and their narrative. There's letters to the editor, taking things that I say, taking things that you all have said, twisting them, taking them out of context to advance, again, those personal agendas. And I want to do three things here. I want to publicly thank and commend each one of you for doing what you do. A lot of the public doesn't understand. You all have full-time jobs. You essentially volunteer to spend weekends, work days, and it isn't just the 7 commission meetings a year. It's during legislative sessions. It's at the grocery store. It's on your hunts. You can't get away from it. You can't escape it. This is a public service, and you don't get compensated in any meaningful way. You maybe get reimbursed for some of your travel, but you're no way, shape, or form compensated. And I want to thank you, commend you, and apologize that you're subject to the kind of criticism, and certainly we're all subject to criticism and scrutiny in the public eye, but when it's falsehoods and personal attacks, it isn't warranted. So I want to thank you and commend you. I also want to publicly condemn those who are making the kinds of threats that they are, those who are using misstatements, characterizing either the commission or the staff at the Department of Wildlife as, you know, lacking a moral compass. And I take great offense to claims that everybody in this department should be ashamed or lacks a moral compass. And I want to publicly defend and support staff and our appointed officials in this capacity. And I would defend the actions of this commission and staff in suggesting that you all and the staff at the Department of Wildlife do more for conservation in a week's time than many of your critics do in a lifetime. So I thank you, commend you, and I can't help but defend staff and condemn some of the false rhetoric to drive these personal agendas and narratives. So with that, Madam Chair, I'll close my comments and remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Wazley. I appreciate your comments because it's been, as we all know, a little rough these last couple of months, especially and even in the last couple of days. So I appreciate that a lot. Does anyone else have anything? No? Okay, thank you. We'll move on to agenda item number 5, County Advisory Boards to Manage Wildlife Member Items, Informational. CAB members may present emergent items. No action may be taken by the commission. Any item requiring commission action will be scheduled on a future commission agenda. So if you're from a CAB and you'd like to make a comment, please raise your hand in the chat box and we'll call on you. Mr. Dixon.
Can you hear me?
Yes, good morning.
Good morning, everybody. And by the way, it is lovely weather here in Las Vegas also. We're finally out of the triple digits and I'm enjoying the heck out of it. Several announcements here. One is that this past Tuesday, we were not successful at our first try in August or July. We successfully held a dual meeting where we had it in person and we had people via WebEx. We learned a few things that we will improve upon for our next meeting. What I'm trying to do is increase participation in the Clark County CAB for people that do not want to travel to the government center or have reasons during COVID for not wanting to travel. So I'm trying to do that so I can increase participation in the CAB. And we had not a lot of people because this agenda wasn't all that controversial, but we had attendance in both in person and on the phone, which I thought was very good. An update, we had the County Advisory Board members took a tour of Wetlands Park and officials from basically Clark County Parks and Rec, the city of Las Vegas, as well as the city of Henderson and the city of Henderson Police Force were all there to answer questions to my CAB members. The reasons why we were looking at fishing in Wetlands Park was not so much to say that we wanted to have fishing in Wetlands Park, but we had been asked a question. And I felt this due diligence I needed to explain to the public in Clark County of why there's not fishing there. So we were able to pull together a very good dialogue with all the officials, and we pretty well understand why fishing is not allowed in the park right now. I did meet yesterday with County Commissioner Jim Gibson. That's his district, and he talks about every 3 months they do a cleanup activity out there to remove garbage, including a lot of fishing line where people are illegal fishing and stuff. And he actually thanked me for bringing attention to Wetlands Park and some of the issues that are there currently, because he's hoping it will bring more resources to help keep the park the way that they would like to keep it going into the future. So that's kind of where we stand on that piece there for people. But I think it was a good, healthy dialogue. I did get a tremendous amount of correspondence of people saying they don't want fishing there and claiming that fishermen were the pollution problem, but we don't have any official fishing there right now. We have a huge pollution problem, according to the County Commissioner, Jim Gibson. I will say that Director Wazley's words on being attacked as a volunteer. I do know that my county advisory board was personally attacked in an op-ed, and was a lot of misinformation in there, or 80% of the facts and not the remaining 20. So it was twisted to look very disingenuous. And all I'll say is I agree with Dr. Wazley that we need to have a healthier discourse on issues we disagree with. I thought I handled the Wetlands Park issue very professionally, and I did it in a way where I wanted to get everybody's input, but I also wanted the public to understand why we don't have something occurring. I didn't just say it's this way and have it that way. And I think as a body, Tiffany and Tommy, as you guys lead a commission that does the same thing to educate the public on the facts, and then we make decisions based on facts, or we educate the public of why we're making our decisions. We don't just do it because we're bloodthirsty killers, as I was accused of. And then finally, there was a issue raised at my cab under general public comment, and it had to do with antelope horn shorter than ears hunt 2181 at the Baker Ranch. This is directed towards the department more than the commission. But although the ranch manager was very helpful at telling people where to look for antelope, it turned out that he was unwilling to give access onto the ranch for the hunters. Department of Wildlife game wardens were at both Ely and Las Vegas were talked to, and that is not part of the regulation. So we're looking to find out if we're going to hold a depredation hunt, we need to make sure that the ranch manager follows all the rules that are outlined in the guidance from the Department of Wildlife. And that's all I have for right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dixon. Mr. McVickers.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, good morning.
Good morning, Mitch McVickers, White Pine County Cab. First, I'd like to apologize. Our secretary had some issues with getting the action report to you guys. She was here on Monday for our meeting and then went out of town for family issues and was trying to finish up there and had some issues with getting everything sent to you guys. So I'll be on here to try to let you know how our comments went with each item. We didn't have much, but I will be here. And I'd like to thank the commission and the department for the Cummins Lake project. It's moving forward. They got the coffer dam in. I was out there yesterday. It's all pumped out. They've been removing the wet material and putting in the dry, and that project is moving forward. So that's really nice to see, and just wanted to thank everybody. That was all I had.
Thank you, Mr. McVickers. Do we have any other cab comment? Okay, I think we've lost Mr. Olmberg. I don't see him. I want to make sure that we get him in here. So we'll move on, but maybe Missy could reach out to him to see if he's coming back. Thank you. Okay, we'll move on to reports informational. I don't see any other cab commenters. So yeah. Okay, moving on. Agenda item number 6, reports. 6A, Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies 2021 Annual Meeting Update, Secretary Wasley. A report from the 2021 conference will be provided.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This meeting was, it began Wednesday before last. It started midweek, and it was a true hybrid meeting. There was approximately 925 registrants from the United States, from the U.S. territories, and from Canadian provinces. It began midweek. It went through the weekend. There were 73 people who met in person in Rhode Island. Over the weekend, the in-person component convened all day Saturday and Sunday, and then the meeting adjourned on Tuesday. There was a plenary theme that was creating learning organizations as state wildlife agencies. There were a couple authors and speakers that presented some pretty compelling data and perspectives on what it takes to be a learning organization. And I guess a couple key takeaways, and I won't drone on and on here and bore you, but I just want to read through the list of the various committees that comprise AFWA, so you have some idea the type of work that's being done through the Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies. And so people say, well, who is AFWA? What do they do? They are the voice of state and provincial fish and wildlife agencies. And as I've said about the regional association, WAFWA, the Western Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies, as well as AFWA, some of the values include professional development, the opportunity to develop unified positions on key issues, and then access to high-level officials. AFWA also has a government affairs staff. AFWA's headquarters are in Washington, D.C. They enjoy a great partnership relationship with many entities and individuals on Capitol Hill, have great access to congressionals, and do an incredible job at elevating state issues. So I'm just going to read through a list of the committees so you have some idea of the breadth and depth of what AFWA contains as far as capacity and interest. So the committees include Committee on Agricultural Conservation, clearly a lot of farm bill type issues and Midwestern focus, but there's also a nexus to each and every state in some way, shape, or form. Amphibian and reptile conservation, angler and boater retention, recruitment, reactivation, bird conservation, climate adaptation, education, outreach, and diversity, energy and wildlife policy, federal and tribal relations, fish and wildlife health, fish and wildlife trust funds, fisheries and water resources policy, hunting and shooting sports participation, international relations, invasive species, law enforcement, leadership and professional development, the legal committee, legislative and federal budget committee, the national grants committee that provides funding for sport fish restoration, wildlife restoration, and retention, recruitment, reactivation under the modernization of PR. And those are multi-state conservation grants, of which Nevada has been the recipient and participant in numerous. National Survey Technical Work Group. This is the national survey on participation that's done every 5 years. An ocean resources policy, not particularly relevant to us here in the Great Basin. Science and research, sustainable use of wildlife, technology and data, threatened and endangered species policy, wildlife diversity, conservation and funding, wildlife resource policy. In addition, the federal partners and agencies that attend, whether in person or virtual, and participate in either these committees or through reports or side meetings, include the Canadian Wildlife Service, the Bureau of Land Management, NOAA Fisheries Service, the National Park Service, USDA APHIS Veterinary Services, USDA APHIS Wildlife Services, US EPA, US Fish and Wildlife Service, US Forest Service, and the US Geological Survey. So it's essentially 6 days packed from early morning to late evening, all day, every day. It's incredibly challenging, oftentimes double booked, triple booked, have to split time and staff to get the most out of those meetings. But it is a great opportunity to hear the challenges and opportunities from other states, and also present our challenges and opportunities, and look for solutions, remedies, and opportunities to be unified as we present these challenges to our partners, or federal entities, or have unified positions that we take to Capitol Hill. One particular takeaway or product from this meeting, the Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies formally adopted a national Bearwise program. So this is a national brand. There is already a webpage, bearwise.org. It has educational material, outreach material that will allow states to benefit from a national brand, as well as synergies on cost reduction in production of materials. So there's an opportunity to work together to have consistent messaging across all states that have bears and bear challenges and issues, and then benefit from a national brand. Whether it's a sticker on a dumpster or a sign in a campground, or working with local communities. The Bearwise program has been developed mainly out of Tennessee and adopted by the Southeastern Association. And at this meeting, the directorate took the action to accept Bearwise as an AFWA-based program, and that will live within AFWA. So I'll stop there, Madam Chair, but certainly willing to try to answer any specific questions on any of those committees that I mentioned. Just know that many of the issues that we deal with in Nevada, whether it be challenges with our wild horse and burro populations, climate change, invasive species, I talk to my peers as it pertains to everything from wildlife contests to climate change and everything in between. So happy to not only answer any questions, but take any issues forward and report back to the commission should there be a desire to do so. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Does anyone have questions for Director Wasley? Comments? Not at this time. That's a diverse set of committees. That's amazing. I'm excited to hear more about some of these. Okay, I don't see any questions, so we'll move on to agenda item number 6B, the department activity report. And we still don't have Commissioner Olmberg back. He's having Zoom issues, so hopefully he's able to work that out quickly. So agenda item 6B, department activity report, Secretary Wasley and division administrators. A report will be provided on the Nevada Department of Wildlife Activities.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We will go through this report division by division. You've already heard a little bit about what the director's office has been up to, but I'll just add one of the main tasks has been closing our budgets. Our fiscal year ends June 30. Been getting budgets closed, responding to numerous public records requests. We're on record pace for public records requests, which is saying something because that was already pretty voluminous. So engaging in conversations regarding wildlife affected by local fires, which I reported on. We had some staff recently participate in the Association of Fish and Wildlife Agency conference. I was the only one who participated in person, but because of the hybrid nature, we're able to expose more staff to that great committee structure and the committee work. We also had some staff participate in the Conservation Business Managers Association, the CBMA conference. We affectionately call that the Bean Counters Ball. It has more to do with the accounting and technical licensing aspects rather than the pure science and natural resource aspects. That's an annual conference. It is, again, a great opportunity for staff to connect and collaborate with other states, kind of compare notes, if you will, look at one another's homework on the licensing technology. I would also add that there's been a number of coordinating meetings with many of our partners. We have a regularly occurring meeting to meet with BLM leadership to talk about some of the challenges surrounding sage grouse, sagebrush, drought, wild horses and burros, some of the ongoing projects on Nevada's landscape, whether it's gold mines, lithium, geothermal, and how best to accommodate some of those needs and also meet the needs of wildlife. So a whole host of meetings as well. But with that, Madam Chair, I'd like to turn it over to Game Division Administrator Mike Scott to share with you some of the activities that have been occurring in the game division.
Of course, Mr. Scott.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the commission. Mike Scott, I'm the Game Division Administrator. I'll read a few brief items that the Game Division has been working on. Elk Summit meeting. A 2-day elk summit meeting was held between NDOW staff, supervisors, and elk biologists in August. Discussion topics included needed improvements to the elk program, harvest management guidelines and main beam length objectives, prioritization of monitoring projects and data access, implementation and standardization of the elk damage incentive and associated programs, private lands elk hunts, emergency depredation hunt needs, updates to forms and procedures, and the update to the statewide elk species management plan. The second day of the meeting focused on modeling elk populations. Bighorn sheep surveys began in August for many California bighorn herds. California sheep survey results are showing mixed results, with some herds showing good production, while others, like the Santa Rosas, showing continued low lamb survival. Desert sheep surveys are currently being conducted throughout Nevada, but survey results are not available at the time of this writing. Pacific Flyway Council, the staff migratory bird biologist and the Game Division Administrator attended the Pacific Flyway Council meeting in Bozeman, Montana in late August. There were relatively few changes to most of the migratory regulations, with the main exception being the limit of Canada geese being increased from 4 to 5. And the Mule Deer Enhancement Program, some of the Mule Deer Enhancement Program subcommittees have met and conducted field trips, with a few exceptions. Some of the challenges being observed are simply scheduling meetings or field trips at times when numerous members can attend. Several groups have had members that have simply said they do not have time to participate, while others have conflicts with hunting seasons, which we've been dealing with all the time. We felt it was important to hold these field trips to show members mule deer seasonal habitats, various projects being conducted, simply because in-person meetings allow for additional conversations and are generally more productive. With COVID-19 resulting in setbacks, we may simply need to move forward with meetings being held on Zoom if we want to see these groups move forward. And I will be in touch with Commissioner Keel to discuss how we're going to proceed. We will likely look at late October to have a oversight committee meeting, and then we will proceed with the project proposals and go through that process. So that's all I have from the Game Division, but I would be happy to answer any questions.
Great. Anyone have questions for Mr. Scott? No? Okay. I'm excited to hear about the Elk Summit. That's good news. Thank you. Okay.
Madam Chair, to provide the Habitat Division report today, we have Mark Freese, formerly the Western Region Habitat Supervisor, but recently promoted to a Habitat Staff Specialist here at headquarters. We got him in the panel.
I don't see him yet.
Yes, you have to accept it.
There he is.
Well, I can go ahead and
I see him, Director
Okay.
Wesley. I see him.
excellent.
I think he needs to unmute. There he is.
Hey, Tony.
Yes, sir.
Could you skip me for now and I will come back? It was my understanding Alan was supposed to give that report.
Oh,
But if not, I will be prepared after 5 minutes.
okay, no problem. Hey, Mark, just don't worry about it. Oh, there's Alan. Alan's there now. I didn't see him in there. My apologies. We got Mark's blood pressure up. We got his heart rate up a little bit this morning. That's good. Now he's paying attention.
Meanwhile, I'm sitting out here in the hinterlands in virtual world screaming at the screen, I'm here. So, good morning, Chairwoman East, members of the commission, Alan Janae, Habitat Division Chief. Got an overview here of activities since last met. So, Overton Wildlife Management Area, NDOW just closed on the purchase of a property that will be added to the Overton Wildlife Management Area in Clark County. This 13-acre property comes with 2 ponds and a residence. The ponds will provide wildlife sanctuary and be used for wildlife education purposes. The residence obtained through the purchase will be used to provide on-site housing for Overton WMA employees, to provide added security to the area, and have personnel available in the event that an emergency arises. Carson Lake and Pasture. Water deliveries have ended for the year. We received approximately 4,400 acre feet of our 5,000 acre foot starting balance prior to mid-August TCID shutdown. Big Water and York units were the 2 areas that received water. Additionally, Habitat staff and our DATS division have worked with Calcamy to establish the hunt permits required on Carson Lake and Pasture for hunters 16 years and older. By the start of the youth waterfowl season, which is October 1, the $60 annual permits will be available on the Calcamy site, along with the $15 daily permits that will be available October 25th in accordance with NRS 502-400. The Sagebrush Ecosystem Technical Team, the set is currently reviewing and finalizing credit and debit projects for enrollment in the conservation credit system for the 2021 season. There are 3 new credit projects and 19 new debit projects collecting data this year or running GIS desktop analysts to calculate project credits or debits. 7 credit transactions have occurred in 2021 thus so far. The set is currently working to revise and update its strategic action plan, and the next Sagebrush Ecosystem Council meeting is scheduled for October 1st. Habitat Division staffing changes. Katie Anderley, who was previously the NDOW representative to the Sagebrush Ecosystem Technical Team, recently accepted the Western Region Habitat Supervising Biologist position stationed in Reno at the Valley Road office. Katie has been representing NDOW on the set in Carson City for over 5 years and brings a great deal of knowledge of sagebrush systems and sage grouse. Prior to coming to NDOW, Katie spent over 3.5 years with USGS Sage Grouse Research Team in Nevada. Restoration and rehabilitation. While Nevada's wildfire season so far has been less severe than years past, NDOW is still conducting restoration efforts on old burns. We have already implemented over 19,000 acres of aerial herbicide applications and will soon add another 9,000 acres of chemically fouled lands for next year's reseeding applications. Additionally, we are working with the federal land management agencies to put together a restoration plan for priority wildlife habitats that were lost in the Nevada portion of the Tamarack fire. Water development program. The Southern Region crew recently rebuilt the blacktop guzzler on the Nellis Test and Training Range the week of September 18th. This is the last major construction project for the year in the South. Water levels at most guzzlers are acceptable, although fall moisture will be essential in preventing additional water hauling efforts. Finally, the Mountain Home Air Force Base airspace expansion. NDOW is preparing comments on the Mountain Home Air Force Base proposal to expand their airspace and use of airspace in northern Nevada. Mountain Home Air Force Base special use airspace in Nevada extends approximately from McDermott to the eastern side of the Jarbidge Wilderness. The draft EIS predicts relatively high increases in sound levels for military overflights, including subsonic and supersonic activities. Increased sound levels would create impacts to bighorn sheep, sage grouse, mule deer, and other wildlife populations. The increased use of flares in Nevada presents some risk for potential wildfire ignitions. With that, that's Habitat's update and conservational education. Chris Vasey will follow me up if there aren't any questions.
Does anyone have questions for Mr. Janae? Commissioner McNinch?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We were doing pretty good until the mountain home stuff. So Alan, and it's probably a little premature for the commission, but like we did with the other stuff in Nevada, the Fallon and down south, is there going to be a need for the commission to take a position or reach out to our congressional delegates and that kind of stuff again, or are we really early in this process?
It is early in the process. Thank you for the question, Commissioner McNinch. We are early in the process, and in fact, they have extended their comment period once again. But this is just an airspace expansion in comparison to like Fallon and the desert or Nellis test and training range that we're, actually taking a larger footprint, ground footprint. This is actually an air expansion and change in what they can do in that airspace. And so they're talking about, floors and ceilings of their operations within the air. And so that's the major comment. But at this point, it is just getting started, but it may be something the commission felt strongly about wanting to speak to that impact. We could definitely assist in drafting a letter for that.
Yeah, I think it would be prudent if you could just keep us updated, and if the need arises, we should definitely engage if that need is there for sure, right? Are there others that we anticipate coming sooner than later? I mean, other proposed modifications or expansions that just aren't on the radar, that aren't active? Or is there anything we can anticipate anywhere else?
Not right now, not that I know of. I know that the military did resubmit or was working to again get the congressional authority under DOD for Fallon Naval Air Station. But that's a continuing process back in DC, and I haven't heard an update as to where that stands, but I know that they continue their wishes to try to see that expansion.
Okay, that's interesting. So, okay, I appreciate that. A lot of thoughts running through my mind on that one now.
And we will keep you up to date as we know more on that.
Thanks. Any other questions for Mr. Janae? Okay. Thank you, Alan.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Education Administrator for the record. Here's a brief on our education event outreach. Classroom program in preparation for fall school year. Conservation education staff reached out to school district administrators across the state to spread the word about opportunities for teachers to get involved in our growing education programs. Feedback from the administrators has been very positive, and many meetings have been facilitated to answer questions or concerns they have. A periodic newsletter is being sent to the administrators and interested teachers to inform them of the upcoming opportunities and how to get involved. Conservation educators will be hosting a Project Wild teacher workshop virtually at the end of September. This workshop is part of an OFWA sponsored Project Wild program. Interest in this program among teachers has been so large that there is a waiting list. Attending this program, teachers receive continuing education credits and free education resources, including the Project Wild curriculum and activity guides. This summer, a little update on our Nature Blitz. It ended September 15th. Over 8,000 observations were logged. Urban wildlife educators and law enforcement have facilitated a monthly bird coordination meeting to bridge the communication between Audubon, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, NDOW, and Lisa Ross, a rehabber, and come up with solutions on managing the surge of baby injured bird calls we receive in the spring. Goals in mind include being consistent with our education outreach and hopefully increasing the resources we have available for rehabilitation. On our outreach level, conservation education staff sent multiple emails to lapsed hunters and anglers, encouraging them to renew their licenses. One of the emails was sent to more than 13,500 former hunting license holders, encouraging them to purchase their license within September 1st for the opening of upland game season. Another email was sent to almost 2,000 or 20,500 big game holders, encouraging them to go fishing while scouting out on their hunts. Education staff and volunteer instructors taught outdoor education seminars and webinars on topics such as firearms handling, hunting, waterfowl, small game, pronghorn, bighorn sheep, getting to know your optics, wild game cooking, multiple introductions to shotgun, muzzleloader, and rifle shooting classes. Conservation staff has started to curate resources and develop a plan to prioritize making birding more accessible to people throughout the Nevada, especially for beginning birders. We'll be reaching out to partners to help us identify barriers in each region, and we'll tailor efforts accordingly. Some of the media highlights: NDOW PIOs have been busy conducting numerous interviews on topics including bear activity in Tahoe Basin, hyperphagia in bears, drought conditions, and impacts on fires and wildlife. Conservation Education Meeting Monitoring Service Critical Mention reported a TV audience of almost 220,000 and an audience of more than 16 million for print online news stories for the month of August. It reports an audience of almost 100,000 on TV and more than 1 million for print on online so far for the month of September. The PIOs have also spent time on press releases on topics including governor signing the Habitat Conservation Framework, an executive order, an incident in Tahoe, near bear incident in Tahoe, announcement of new Fisheries Division Administrator, and the ceremony to present Nevada Game Warden Sean Flynn with life-saving medal. And that concludes my report, and I'm here for any questions.
Okay, I have a quick question, then I'll open it up. Can you let us know the kind of a time frame for the launch of the new website?
Yeah, and we're looking to have a soft opening on mid-October. It's getting a little bit delayed, and we're finding ourselves trying to get some of those final details in place. I would like to share that website as a soft open to all of you and have you test through it. And because we're going to do a small survey during that time period to see if there's any kind of that might be in the sitemap itself. But I think that'll be a good opening for all of you to test, and I'll be making sure to send that to you as well.
Okay.
And then we'll definitely have by the end of October a full out to the public. But that soft opening will be mid-October, and it'll be it will be on the public side too.
Okay, thanks. Any questions for Mr. Vacy? Commissioner McNinch.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a comment, Chris, the efforts to enhance or to encourage people to get involved with the bird watching stuff. That's cool. It's time that we've really talked about a coordinated effort to do stuff. I just spent a couple days down south zipping around bird watching, and 30 years ago you could do that and not come across one person. But in just a couple of days, I mean, everywhere I went, there's people out there. And so I know that there's a big interest in that. I think getting people involved in any kind of wildlife related activity is healthy in many ways. It's good for the agency. It's good for wildlife. It's good for public health. It's just a good thing. So I'm really encouraged by that, and I'm looking forward to hearing more about that.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it myself. I think it's going to be a great program.
I passed a bird watcher on the trail the other day. I was walking my dog, and he had a big camera and scope, and he was out looking for birds in our neighborhood. So any other questions or comments? Okay, thank you, Mr. Vacy.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, next we have an update from the Wildlife Diversity Division, and here today to provide that report is the Southern Region Diversity Division Supervisor, Matt Flores. Matt.
Thank you very much, Tony. Good morning, Madam Chair and the rest of the chair. So Wildlife Diversity, the Game Division and Wildlife Diversity are jointly coordinating multi-year project with the University of Nevada, Reno on pygmy rabbits. The 2021 field season started off initially collaring 8 individuals at a study site near Jigs in northeastern Nevada to confirm safe application of the collars and the stability of the data collection prior to the additional collaring. The initial period has been a great success, with just 1 individual needing a slight adjustment of their collar. As of August 15th, we have started to deploy additional 12 collars for a total of 20 at the Jigs site. Another 20 collars will be deployed at another long-term study site near Austin, Nevada, as soon as the 20 Jig collars are out. Monitoring of animals at both sites will continue throughout the coming year. 2021 marked the inaugural year of NDOW's participation in the nationwide North American Bats Monitoring Program, often referred to as NABAT. This collaborative program uses standardized acoustic survey methods to gather data to help assess population status and trends for bats. This summer, wildlife diversity biologists conducted 48 passive acoustic surveys in 23 areas across the state between March and July, collecting more than 50,000 echolocation calls. Each of these files will be analyzed and identified to the species by our partners at Bat Conservation International. Once call analysis has been completed, the results will be uploaded to the USGS NABAT Monitoring Program database, where it will be compiled with other data from around the country. Biologists completed a 3-day survey of the Hot Creek Range at the large lava field at Black Rock Summit in Nye County in search of pikas. A total of 21 sites thought to have high quality habitat were checked, but fortunately no pikas were observed, nor any fresh or old sign was found at any location. This survey was the first concentrated pika effort in the Hot Creek Range. Small mammal surveys targeting pale kangaroo mouse were conducted in September along the western side of Railroad Valley in Nye County. 3 sites were targeted within the adjacent to the original Chimney Spring unit of the wildlife management area. One of these sites, a historic site originally trapped in 2001, where pale kangaroo mouse were once again successfully trapped. This past June, NDOW assisted with 2 bio-blitzes at geographically unique areas, the Basin Range National Monument and the Great Basin National Park. At the Basin Range National Monument bio-blitz, 47 participants helped identify 405 species across 1,836 observations. 14 of the observed wildlife species were reptiles, of which 4 of the species were a conservation priority in the state wildlife action plan. At the Great Basin National Park BioBlitz, over 60 participants helped identify 14 species with 92 observations. 4 of the species observed were species of conservation priority. NDOW is also planting over 1,000 native plants across 5 locations in the Mormon Mountains across 4 weekends in October. The restoration centers around 5 small game guzzlers within the boundary of the wildfire that burned in 2005. Despite this area having 15 years of post-fire recovery time, it still remains in early cereal stages, mainly of invasive cheatgrass. Native perennial species will help increase the biodiversity of the shrub community, which is lower in desert areas that have burned, suppress cheatgrass, and create cover for forage for desert tortoise and other species. The restored areas will function as seed islands that will increase the seed bank of the surrounding area and take advantage of the guzzlers being an attractant for wildlife that are seed dispersers. Annual surveys and nest monitoring activities for endangered southwestern willow flycatcher wrapped up in August 2021. For flycatchers, NDOW surveyed 3 areas and contracted survey work for 4 additional areas with previous occupancy in southern Nevada. All sites were surveyed a minimum of 3 times, and all were found to be occupied by breeding flycatchers. Each territory had varying degrees of net success, with some that fledged young and others that failed for various reasons, incurring brown-headed cowbird nest parasitism. And some had unknown outcomes. Of interest were the multiple occupied and breeding territories, second straight year at the River Ranch in Pahranagat Valley. Historically, at this private cattle ranch, flycatcher occupancy has been low and sporadic, and breeding attempts have usually failed. A collaborative effort of habitat improvement was initiated in 2018 by the Fish and Wildlife Service Partners Program, the Red Rock Audubon Society, the ranch owners, and NDOW, involving the removal of decadent willow biomass, the installation of a semi-permanent fence around willow patches, and a cattle rotation schedule. Since that time, the habitat has started to improve and native willow regeneration is occurring. Additionally, habitat restoration is being planned for this fall and winter, and at least 1 nest fledged young at the River Ranch in 2021. Any questions? Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Matt. Any questions for Mr. Flores? Nope. Good job.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Madam Chair, next up is the Fisheries Division, and we have our new division administrator here today to provide that update.
Good morning and welcome.
Thank you. Good morning to you, Madam Chair, Commissioners. I'm Chris Crookshanks for the record, Fisheries Division Administrator. I'd like to give you a brief update on Fisheries Division activities. Fisheries Division has been extremely busy with field biologists finishing up critical field activities before the weather turns colder. Many of our summertime seasonal employees have returned to fall classes at colleges and universities. Challenges have been exacerbated with a number of fisheries vacancies statewide. We currently have 2 vacant fisheries staff positions at Reno headquarters, the sport fish job and native aquatic species positions, along with 2 vacant field biologists in Elko and Winnemucca. We're proud to announce that Cody Byrne recently accepted the position of Eastern Region Fisheries Supervising Biologist. Cody brings a wealth of knowledge, a very strong work ethic, and a great attitude. We're certain that he will do well in Elko. For our aquatic and invasive species program, after a busy boating season, many AIAS program watercraft inspection stations in Northern Nevada are ramping down activities for the season. Some of these stations had to shut down prematurely due to low water conditions and closed boat ramps caused by ongoing drought conditions. Southern Nevada stations are still fully operational as the boating season continues down there. Stations at Lake Mead and Alamo operate year-round. Talking briefly about water conditions, unfortunately, water conditions continue to remain unfavorable due to drought conditions. It is hoped that cooler fall temperatures will bring much needed precipitation to many of our waters. Most reservoirs and rivers statewide are currently at all-time low water conditions, making them susceptible to fish kills. Although some sporadic algae blooms and fish die-offs were experienced this year, the state has fared extremely well considering the conditions we've had. Some localized water conditions are as follows. Lahontan Reservoir is currently near 5,000 acre feet or 1.7% of capacity, and it continues to drop. Aerators at Lahontan Reservoir have recently been installed to provide much needed oxygen to fisheries resources. Rye Patch currently sits at less than 7,000 acre feet, which is roughly 3.5% of capacity. The Truckee River has experienced flows of less than 100 CFS for more than a month. NDOW has worked cooperatively with Tumwa on 2 occasions to salvage fish in diversion ditches that were taken offline in the Truckee Meadows. Lake Tahoe elevation has been at or near its natural rim since late August. Unfortunately, most upstream storage has already been depleted. Lake Mead elevations remain at 1,067 feet, an all-time low. This has created problematic situations impacting both boaters and anglers alike. Most launches on the lake are still usable, but newly emerged obstacles have proven a challenge for boater safety. Lake elevations are forecasted to continue to drop through December 2021 before it's forecasted to rise again. In the Eastern region, our Eastern region personnel have been busy conducting stream surveys associated with LCT recovery. Survey work has documented localized population estimates, LCT distribution, barrier efficiency, as well as possible new streams for recovery. Native aquatic surveys also continue, primarily associated with Columbia spotted frogs and native mussel species. With listing petitions looming for native species, these surveys are critical in establishing a baseline condition for current occupied ranges. Columbia spotted frog survey work found frogs in California Creek in Elko County, which had not been documented since 2004. Also, NDOW staff assisted Great Basin National Park personnel with the chemical eradication of Baker Lake in the South Snake Range. The project targeted brook trout and LCT that had been stocked there previous to the park's inception in 1986. The eradication of the lake will allow for future reintroduction of Bonneville cutthroat trout, which are native to the area. In our southern region, catfish stocking has resumed in the southern region urban ponds now that air and water temperatures have proven more conducive. We conducted a final salvage of trump poolfish at Shoshone Ponds in White Pine County. Approximately 8,000 fish were transplanted from the old stock pond into the newly renovated refuge pond. With the completion of this project funded through SNPLMA, the future looks bright for this endangered species. Central Nevada flash flooding has caused significant damage to Blue Link Spring, which is in the South Gabbs Valley Range, and at Silver Peak Pond, which is recreational sport fishery. NDOW personnel have been working with federal partners to remove sedimentation at Blue Link Spring while a damage assessment is still pending from Silver Peak. Annual threatened and endangered species monitoring efforts have been completed for prump poolfish, big spring spine dace, mwappa dace, and other endemic non-game species. And in our western region, Fish and Wildlife Service announced the FY21 Recovery and Lands Acquisition Grant Awards, which included the Disaster Peak Ranch acquisition, which is a bi-state proposal with Oregon. The acquisition of these ranch lands will facilitate LCT recovery efforts in the McDermott Creek watershed in Oregon and Nevada. The Truckee River LCT MOU with Fish and Wildlife Service and the Pyramid Lake Paiute Tribe was recently updated and received final signatures from all parties and is valid through 2026. LCT survey work in Humboldt County is wrapping up for the season. As expected, stream conditions and resulting LCT numbers are disappointing. NDEP recently confirmed a harmful algae bloom at Virginia Lake in late August. They advised people and pets to avoid contact with the water. And lastly, a survey using the Western region's electrofishing raft resulted in the capture of 225 largemouth bass from the USA Parkway Pond. And these fish were subsequently transplanted to Kylie Ranch Pond in Spanish Springs. And that's all I have. I'll be more than willing to take questions.
Thank you. You answered a couple of mine. Do we expect additional algae bloom breakout, or is that a weather thing?
It's mostly associated with the warmest temperatures of the summertime, which we're beyond that now that the temperatures are starting to cool. So we're out of the woods, I think.
Okay, great. Any other questions for Mr. Crookshanks? No, okay. Thank
Great,
you.
thank you.
We'll see you shortly then, right?
All right, next up, Madam Chair, is our Data and Technology Services Division. That'll be followed by our last update from law enforcement. But here for the Data and Technology Services Division update is Division Administrator Kim Munoz.
Thank you, Director Wesley. For the record, Kim Munoz, Division in Data and Technology Services Division Chief. New staff, the Data and Technology Services team is proud to have the following people join our division. In the Information Technology Unit, we welcomed Jake Musso. In the Licensing Unit, we welcome Ramona Matias in Ely, Ashley Easterday in Winnemucca, Cameron Maloney, and Shannon Graham at headquarters. In our GIS unit, we welcomed Alice Reddy. Hunts and Licensing. The Hunts and Licensing staff have been busy with tag returns. So far this season, we have processed over 1,100 tag returns, with 537 of them going into the first come, first serve functionality. These tags include both sexes of antelope, mule deer, and elk, as well as a couple of desert bighorn sheep ram tags. Non-residents have purchased 62% of the first come, first serve tags. We continue to closely monitor the activity within first come, first serve to ensure the fairness. Recently, we did have to suspend a few of the user accounts for suspicious activity for adding an excessive amount of tags to their cart without ever completing the checkout process and purchasing a tag. These type of behaviors jeopardize the tags getting into the hands of the hunters who actually want the opportunity to hunt. We did have 2 archery cow elk tags not get purchased before the cutoff date, so they did go unused. We've identified several enhancements that we'd like to make to the first come, first serve program that will prevent this type of activity from happening in the future. The Hunts and Licensing staff recently completed the annual sage grouse reservation draw, as well as the annual swan permits. This year, the swan permit sold out in record time. 650 permits were sold in a mere 48 hours. In collaboration with the Habitat Division in Kalkamai, we were able to make available the purchase of annual permits for waterfowl hunting at our newest WMA, Carson Lake and Pasture, through our NDOW licensing website. Geographic Information Systems. The Geographic Information Systems staff released the new Hunt NV application, which can be found at hunt.wildlifenv.com. This first release of the application shows a plethora of information about all hunts by unit, including quotas, draw rates, success rates, etc. And it can also be filtered by species, weapon class, residency, along with draw odds and harvest success rates. They also completed updates to the harvest check-in and road cruising applications and created some new property maps for antelope tags and the Carson Lake and Pasture WMA. Information technologies. Finally, the information technology staff has been working to get equipment upgraded in various locations around the state. They completed an upgrade of the server storage capacities for the Habitat Diversity and Fiscal Services Division. They've also completed the setup of new equipment to get the Lake Mead hatchery onto the state's network. Internet upgrades are being completed at Valley Road, Ely, and the Elko offices. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions the commission might have.
Okay, I have one. Ms. Munoz, can you tell us, with the return tags and the first come, first serve, you're seeing maybe close to half? Is there any indicators as to why we can't use the others?
Can you clarify the question?
Yeah, sorry, that didn't, that may not have come out as
the other. So far we've processed 1,100, over 1,100 return tags.
Right.
The other half are going to the alternates. So the half that are
Okay.
going into first come, first serve have no eligible alternates, or they're coming back under the 2 weeks before the season starts. That's the criteria for them going into first come, first serve. The other
Right.
half aren't being used, they're just being assigned to an alternate.
Thank you for clarifying that. And then non-residents were 62%.
Yep, at the last statistics that I did, it was 62% of the tags are being picked up by non-residents.
Great. Okay. Other questions for Ms. Munoz? Commissioner Rogers.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Munoz, I apologize. When you began, you mentioned 2 RAM tags. And I'm sorry, did you say that 2 RAM tags were purchased on the first come, first serve?
Yes, we had 2 Desert Bighorn cheap RAM tags that were returned less than 14 days before the season started, which they don't go to an alternate at that point. They do actually go into the first come, first serve. And they were picked up fairly quickly.
Mm-hmm.
Perfect. Thank you.
My pleasure.
Commissioner McNinch.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Kim, you'd mentioned tags being put in people's carts, and that you're working on cleaning that. Could you go into a little more detail on what's going there? Is it specific to a species, or what's happening there?
Yeah, so we are monitoring very closely if tags are being put into carts without being checked out. And we had noticed we had one individual within a 4-day period be able to put over 40 tags in their cart, and they never checked out. And so we did, Deputy Director Rob did end up calling this particular individual to talk to them about the excessive use of putting in tags into their cart and not checking out. Since that initial one, we have suspended an additional 3 other individuals that had put, we did have a father-son unit that had together put over 70 tags in their carts without checking out. So this is to us excessive, and it is keeping those tags while they're holding on to them and letting their carts expire. No, they go back into the randomizer, and that randomizer assigns that tag to go back into the queue in a 24-hour period. So it could be any time within that next day that that tag will show up. Well, every time that occurs, it's delaying that tag to be picked up by somebody that actually wants that tag and wants to get out in the field to hunt it. So what we're doing in these scenarios is we've created a new suspension type of our system called suspicious activity, and we are tagging the people, and it tells them to call us. So if they do log in, they get the notice pop up on their side that says your account has been suspended for suspicious activity. Please call this particular number so that we can talk to them about their intent and what they're doing with putting these tags in their cart and letting it expire and never checking out.
So what are you hearing? What is the main reason? They're just not paying attention? I mean, what's the reasoning? Why are they doing it? Jack, I knew we'd roust Jack out of there somewhere.
Jack Robb, for the record, I have spoke to the individuals we have suspended. And what multiple individuals have done is they have staff in their office that have figured out how to just keep clicking the button. And by clicking the button, they grab any tag that comes available. And then father-son individuals were out hunting. And so their staff would try to call them and see if they wanted to purchase a tag. And if they couldn't get a hold of them in the 5-minute period, it would time out. So when we start seeing activities like that, it is abuse of the system. And I know that was a major concern of the commission. And when we bring forward seasons and quotas and everything next year for adoption, we will have some additional language in there to ensure that that type of activity doesn't occur. We are continuing monitoring for people building bots that would give anybody an unfair advantage. We take pride in building fair systems that is fair to all, not just the ones that have means of having staff sit there and click a button. So that's what they're doing. Is they are so afraid that they're going to get by, they just sit there and click the button. They don't even see what is coming up. They have the button clicked and into their cart before they realize what they have. So we are monitoring, continue to monitor, and the suspension code, when that gets put to them, there's only one number to call to relieve that suspension, and it's my cell phone. We don't want them talking to staff that could release that. They have to talk to me. And we try to keep it fair. And I explain that to them when I speak with them.
I appreciate the explanation. It's frustrating that those things happen, and that there's a lack of recognition for how their actions are going to impact others. And but I appreciate that you guys are. It's a shame that you got to spend that kind of time and energy monitoring for that kind of activity, because it's very, very, very small numbers. Obviously, it's not even a percentage with 4 people, but the impact is noticeable and substantial, along the way. So I appreciate that you're trying to keep it fair and that you're monitoring for it.
Jack Robb again, for the record. Commissioner Rogers asked about the 2 sheep tags because sheep season doesn't seem like it's open yet, but we do have a couple early seasons. 045 and 161 early is where those 2 tags went to. And the very first person that was lucky enough to get a Desert Bighorn sheep tag, I called him and said, everybody would love to be you. How did you pull this off? And that individual indicated that he had looked at the site the first few days and it was driving him crazy. And he's an illegal weapon hunter. And so he stopped looking until it was about time for deer season. And he had a slow period at work. He pulled up his computer, logged into his account. And within 20 seconds of logging into his account, the sheep tag popped up. And so in my conversation with him, it was just like drawing a tag. It was 100% luck. And that's what we are striving for.
Thank you, Jack. Any more questions? Vice Chair Cavilla.
I guess I do anticipate hearing the numbers of non-residents versus residents that are buying the tags. My gut tells me we're going to hear about it from the residents without question next year. And then the other deal that, I was looking on there, and if you have a VPN or multiple VPNs, you can open up multiple accounts at the same time. And that was kind of a concern that got brought up. And I've done it myself, with myself and my wife's account, right? And I don't know if there's any way around that either, but you could have people have multiple different hunters' accounts open at the same time, just sitting there waiting for that. And the way that system works, and it's always updating, they could just be sitting on there all day long, like you said. And it sounds like that's what's going on with these people that have employees. I don't know how there's any way around it. I'm curious to see what you guys propose, but those are just a couple concerns I had, because that was a big concern when we went to that system in our discussions. So.
Other questions or comments?
Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes.
Jack Raw for the record. As Commissioner Cavili brought up, you can have multiple screens open at one time. We have seen that occur, but just as if you have Amazon open with multiple browsers, you can have a collision and have two products shipped to your house because you have multiple things going at one time and the computer can't decipher that. We did have two brothers. One brother had both accounts open, and it caused an error within our system that charged one brother for the tag and awarded the tag to the other brother because the two browsers open. We really, really, really recommend against that because how your computer interacts with the system when you have multiple browsers open has a high likelihood of causing collisions. And in those cases that kind of stuff occurs, neither individual were awarded that tag at that point because it didn't work right. And it would have been disingenuous to award it to either individual at that point. So we put that back into the randomizer.
Okay. On a positive note, there's been some really great posts on Facebook about the first come, first serve. People are so excited to get their tags, and that's been really nice to see. So we knew there would be bugs. Hopefully we'll get them worked out, and the next go round will be even better. So any other questions, Commissioner McNinch?
Madam Chair, one more real quick comment. I'll share more about my conversation, but I was had a conversation with one of the commissioners from Utah, and they've had input on the level of customer service, if you will, regarding tags from their residents here in Nevada. And Jack, they were very complimentary of you and the fact that, on issues that even they considered that were important to them, but they recognize were just one of many, many, many other things you could deal with, and you still circle back with them. And, I appreciate that. And that's coming from, that's unsolicited input and stuff coming back through me just on a phone call. So, I appreciate that, you're crossing the T's and dotting the I's, and that you're giving people respect for, their situations, regardless of how big they might be or small, and people do appreciate it. So I just wanted to put that on the record.
Thank you. Okay, looks like we're good on that one. Thank you, Ms. Munoz.
Madam Chair, the last update we have is from Law Enforcement Division, and Chief Maynard is here to provide that.
Good day, Madam Chairwoman, members of the commission. A quick update on the Law Enforcement Division. Several urban area calls and incidents related to deer have occurred throughout the state. Archery hunters pursuing urban deer continue to be a recurring problem for the Elko Spring Creek area. There was also an injured deer call in Spring Creek, a deer stuck in a fence in Ely, and another deer stuck in a fence in Spring Creek. There was an incident of a deer struck by a vehicle in the Western region. An individual in possession of raising a mule deer fawn in Ely. An individual was found to be feeding deer in the Western region. An unlawful possession for consumption of deer that was killed by a fence. And finally, a Southern Region game warden investigated a mule deer that had been shot with an arrow and perished in a yard in Pioche. The game warden identified the hunter in that case in question regarding failure to pursue. The game warden received a disposition on a camera case from 2020. This was a trail camera case, guilty on one count of trail camera set past closure and one count of petty larceny. In the Western region, a game warden investigated a vehicle that had a window shot out on Open Road Dove at the Mason Valley Management Area. He felt it was an intentional shot and not related to shooting of birds in the area. Boating Safety Patrol, boating incidents continued as the main boating season winds down. Samir Hernandez has been fully sentenced in the OUI death case investigated by Game Warden Friel and Cavazos on the Colorado River in the summer of 2020, with a reconstruction done by Game Warden Jordan, Lieutenant Walther, and Captain Phillips, with Friel and Cavazos assisting. Final plea agreement is a Category B felony, operation of a power vessel under the influence causing death, 48 to 120 months of prison time with the Department of Corrections, with 334 days credit time served, $9,500 restitution to be paid to the family, $178 in administrative fees. Press release was put out on this August 13th regarding this conviction. Game wardens assisted NPS in the search and recovery effort for one of 3 drownings that occurred in a 3-day span. One victim was recovered by the Metro Dive Team. NDOW provided support via vessel for the team. In a separate incident, the game wardens assisted in the recovery of a victim near 33 Hole on Lake Mead. Game wardens investigated a vessel accident with injury on the Colorado River, an accident on Lake Mojave, and an injury accident on Lake Mead. An OUI arrest was also made in Laughlin on the Colorado River. In the southern region, game wardens assisted a party on Lake Mead, which was lost and separated from one another. And in a separate incident, a game warden rescued 12 individuals stranded after the vessel they were associated with had mechanical issues. A southern region game warden responding to a sinking vessel on Lake Mead. The vessel was taking on water. Game warden Blackwood was able to secure the vessel and transport the occupants to the marina prior to it being completely swamped. In the public safety arena, Western Region Game Wardens assisted with the Tahoe Fire Evacuation Patrol, helping prevent looting of evacuated structures as well. In headquarters, Boating Education Coordinator Aaron Meyer, Southern Region Boating Educator Nick Dewey, and several staff members from other divisions and the Director's Office coordinated and organized on many fronts for the Coast Guard, U.S. Coast Guard Medal Presentation Ceremony Friday, August 27th in Las Vegas. Game Warden Sean Flynn was awarded the United States Coast Guard Silver Life-Saving Medal, and Game Warden Humphreys and Hamblin received life-saving awards from the United States Coast Guard at the ceremony. This was in relation to the rescue of a 3-year-old girl and 12 other individuals whose boat had capsized on Lake Mead at nighttime. The department is very proud of their efforts and their professionalism. Aaron Meyer also wrote and disseminated a press release in the sentencing of a California man involved in a boating under the influence PWC fatality last summer, and received a donation of over 300 life jackets from Coldwell Banker Select Real Estate in Reno, conducted interviews on both KTVN and KKOH radio, and spoke with ACA certified kayaking instructors regarding training NDOW staff. Lake Tahoe launch ramps had a shutdown due to the Caldor fire, which was creating hazardous air conditions in the Lake Tahoe area. That completes my update for Division of Law Enforcement. I'll be happy to stand for any questions.
Okay, any questions for Chief Maynard? No? I was very happy and very honored to attend the ceremony with the Coast Guard. It was a really, really nice day, a proud moment for our state. And again, our congratulations to Warden Flynn and the others. It was a really nice day. I saw Commissioner Rogers' hand.
Yeah, I was just going to echo, Madam Chair, your sentiments on the medal ceremony here in Las Vegas. I did have an opportunity to attend that as well for Officers Flynn, Humphreys, and Hamlin, and certainly a very, very proud day for the division, for those gentlemen and the state, and I was really happy to be a part of that and witness that. The medal that was bestowed on Officer Flynn was a extremely prestigious award that is given out to very, very few people over the course of the last 100+ years or whatever that they've been giving these awards out. So anyway, great moment for those individuals and for the department and the family of the young girl that they were able to save. So great day.
Dr. Wasley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to thank you and Commissioners Rogers and Weiss for participating in that. And thank you for your comments. And also thank you for the opportunity to provide this department activity report. We so often, our time in these meetings gets hijacked, if you will, by a very, very small percentage of what it is that we deal with as a department and as a commission. And I just really appreciate the opportunity to highlight so much great work. And there's so much that's going on through the department that it's over and above, whether it's the Hunt NV app, and that's the initiative of individuals who see that as an opportunity to provide a service and a product to our customers. The first come, first serve that you all acted upon, there's nothing that requires us to do those things. It's simply, we recognize the benefit to the citizens, and we have staff that take the initiative. And so to have this little chunk of time at a commission meeting, 6 times a year to share with you all and the public and participants at the commission meeting is really a great opportunity to highlight all that's going on. And I so often, we get compared to other agencies in other states, other state wildlife agencies, and what other state agencies are doing with species X or species Y. And I just want to point out that there are no state wildlife agencies in the West that are as small as the Nevada Department of Wildlife. We have approximately 250 full-time staff, and you just heard a list of a tremendous number of accomplishments and activities across 7 divisions that really represent the purpose and the passion that our folks bring every day. And I'm not complaining about having less than 10% of the staff that Cal Fish and Wildlife has, or less than 10% of the budget that they have, but I do want to brag on the men and women that are in the Department of Wildlife and the purpose and passion that they work with every day. So thank you for the opportunity to highlight some of that. Very much appreciate that opportunity and the follow-up questions. So that'll conclude our department activity report. Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners.
Thank you. And I have to say, I've really enjoyed hearing from the heads of those departments rather than having it read. Nothing against you, Director Wasley, but it's just more fun to see their faces and hear it from them. So, okay, we're moving on to agenda item 6D, litigation report. Deputy Attorney General Craig Burkett. A report will be provided on the Nevada Department of Wildlife litigation. Mr. Burkett.
Thank you, Chairwoman East. This will be a short and sweet litigation report, as it usually is. I don't really have any content to add to what the report identifies or tells you about what we're doing. Tori Sondheim, however, who is the attorney handling the water law cases for the Department of Wildlife for the last 2 years, has accepted a position with the Public Utilities Commission. And so in the meantime, we have 3 highly skilled water law attorneys in our section, our division. So the NDOW water law cases will be monitored by myself and by one of those 3 attorneys until her replacement will be retained. And I think the position's already been advertised. Other than that, really anything significant to tell you about where we are in litigation. The one thing we've decided to do in the bi-state sage grouse case, which is a petition, which is a lawsuit filed by Center for Biological Diversity. We contemplated intervening in the case, and we ended up deciding we will file an amicus brief with respect to supporting the decision by U.S. Fish and Wildlife not to list the bi-state sage grouse. With that, I stand ready to answer any questions that you may have.
Okay, so I just had marked the first case on your report, the Truckee Irrigation District, the hearing from last year with Judge Dew. There's nothing there?
Nothing that I have seen from Tori. And Tori updates this report with me every time we submit it. So I don't have anything new to add there, but I will certainly check. And if there is anything, I'll get you something. Chair.
Okay, thank you. These take a long time, don't they?
Yeah, that's an
Some of these have been on here since I started.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
Okay.
Litigation is the ultimate tortoise.
Okay. Any questions for Dag Burkett? Oh, okay. Thank you. All right, we're going to hear agenda item number 3, and then I intend to take a quick break. So agenda item E, Wildlife Trust Fund Annual Report, Deputy Director Bonnie Long. A report will be provided on the investment and expenditure of money in the Wildlife Trust Fund for the period of July 1, 2020 to June 30, 2021 pursuant to NRS 501.3585. Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the Commission. For the record, Bonnie Long, Deputy Director for the United Department of Wildlife. Before I get into providing the figures on this report, I'd like to just give a little bit of background on the account as well as a recent change with approvals. This account has been established for 10 years now. It was approved or established with the approval of Assembly Bill 525 from the 76th legislative session back in 2011. NRS 501.3585 provides the statutory authority for the agency to receive gifts, donations, bequests, or derives from any private source, and the funds are to be used as designated by the donor. We recently learned that any donation above $20,000 requires interim finance committee approval. The agency, we had believed that we were exempt from this statute and were notified that that was not the case. Upon learning this, staff worked with LCB, Legislative Council Bureau staff, to amend Senate Bill 406 of this last 2021 session. And they amended that NRS 501.3585 to allow for the receipt and use of donations up to $250,000 for unanticipated emergency events, which are defined as follows. I'm just going to read these 4 bullet points. I think it's important to have these out there. For the unanticipated spread of a communicable disease among wildlife in the state, drought conditions in the state that the department determines to be extreme, a wildfire or the rehabilitation efforts related to a wildfire, or any other similar unanticipated event that puts wildlife habitat, or human life at risk. A report with the details on the emergency event will be submitted for placement on the next IFC meeting agenda once the emergency provision is utilized. And that I just want to make sure that that was out there so people know about the change with that approval. As far as the reporting period and the figures, this account, $459,000 was balanced forward from fiscal year 20. We had received $2.1 million in the account during the fiscal year 21, with the majority of those being for the Habitat Division. We expended $920,000 from the account, leaving a balance forward to the current fiscal year 22, of $1.6 million. Attached to the summary are the details on the donations, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you, and I appreciate you including the Senate bill information in that. I know we've got some new folks listening in and on the commission, so I appreciate that information. Does anyone have questions for Ms. Long? Deputy Director Wasley.
I just had a comment on this account. And so this is where the department accepts donations, and sometimes it's from individuals, sometimes it's from our industry partners, and they are typically accompanied by a letter of instruction of how they desire those donations to be spent, and we're required by NRS to spend them consistent with that. However, this is also a key source of match that we use because it is non-federal, and because the federal excise taxes that are collected on the sale of guns and ammo and fishing equipment that comprise the Pittman-Robertson and Dingell-Johnson Act require 25% non-federal match. This account generates a lot of value to us in that those donated funds can typically be quadrupled when we bring that federal those grant dollars in. But it also reminded me that I was remiss in providing an update on Recovering America's Wildlife Act, which was a key part of the discussion at the Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies. And I wanted to take advantage of this opportunity under the Wildlife Trust Fund report when I talk about match to also talk about where Recovering America's Wildlife Act is right now. And it is moving incredibly fast. The House, there are approximately 115 to 116 co-sponsors. The bill has been introduced in the Senate and building a strong bipartisan momentum. At this point, I believe there are 7 Republican senators, including Lindsey, probably most notably Lindsey Graham. One of the original co-sponsors is a widely known fiscal conservative from Missouri, Senator Blunt, which brings with it a pretty strong endorsement. And there are a number of other Republican senators as well as Democratic senators in the wings. This is by far further than this bill has ever gone, with significant momentum building rapidly. It's changing literally by the hour. There is a dinner plan next week through the Congressional Sportsmen's Foundation on the 28th of September, which is kind of just a target date with the hope of reaching some key goals of 10 Republican and 10 Democratic senators signed up as co-sponsors on this bill, which would kind of be a trigger for some key floor time in the Senate. And just a reminder, this would bring $24 million dedicated sustainable funding to conservation in Nevada. This is not a 5-year window, but it would be permanent annual funding that would require an additional match of $8 million, and some of which could clearly come from this Wildlife Trust Fund account. So thank you for allowing me that latitude, Madam Chair.
Of course. Any questions for either Ms. Long or Deputy Director Wasley? Sorry, Deputy Director Wasley. I had deputy in my head with Ms. Long. Okay, I don't see any. Thank you, Ms. Long. We're going to take a break. Apparently I need it. Let's come back at 10 o'clock. It's 9:46. Thank you. And I'm going to see if Commissioner Almberg is going to be able to join us. Okay. Get everybody to come back. Move along. I am told that Commissioner Olmberg is on his way to the office to see if he can get connected there. So we hope to see him soon. We'll move along then to agenda item 6F, Landowner Compensation Tag Committee Report. Says me, Chairwoman East, but we're actually going to have Commissioner Barnes do this report. A report will be provided on the recent Landowner Comp Tag Committee. Mr. Barnes.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. We referred to it as the recent Landowner Compensation Tag Committee, but that was in January of 20, I believe. It's been quite a while ago, and I was actually, when you asked me to do this, trying to recall what we talked about. And so, in going back and look at it, I kind of remember now. I think it was a 14-minute meeting. And in that meeting, we discussed basically protocol for doing landowner counts on multiple properties, whether they were adjacent to one another or there was some distance. And I've asked Mike Scott to also kind of to add to my comments a little bit, to be able to answer any questions about this if we need to. So I guess now I'm going to defer to Mr. Scott to talk a little bit about what he calls from that committee meeting, with maybe a few more specifics.
Thank you, Commissioner Barnes. Mike Scott for the record. Yeah, the last meeting was simply to approve a protocol that the department would use when landowners have multiple properties. And when they choose, or when when they choose to count those, there are properties that people have that have heavy deer use or antelope in the spring, and some that would be in the fall. And if what our protocol would be is on separate multiple properties, if they choose to count them all at one time, we would combine those counts. And if they choose to separate those counts into a different season or a different time of year, then we would treat those as separate counts. And where that becomes an issue is, for example, if we counted 75 deer on one property and the next day we counted 75 deer on a separate property that was in the same general area, but we would combine those counts so that they would qualify for 3 tags, because they have to have 50 deer or 50 antelope to qualify for 1 tag. If they are treated separately and we counted 75 deer in the spring and 75 deer in the fall, those would be treated as separate counts, and that would only qualify for 2 tags, since they reach the 50 with one and they reach the 50 with the other, but they don't, since they aren't combined, they would not get the extra tag. So that's the protocol that was approved by the committee, and that's the protocol that we have in place for the department at this point. And I'm happy to answer any questions further.
And I know we're going to hear this in a little bit, this regulation. So there may be further comments after we hear the presentation. So, but any questions for either Commissioner Barnes or Mr. Scott? Oh, okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, moving along. Agenda item 6F, tag allocation and application hunt committee report. Committee Chairman Tommy Cavilla. A report will be provided on the recent TAC committee meeting.
All right, we met on Monday, September 20th. And that, again, I think we had a pretty productive meeting. We went over a lot. The main items we went over, the specialty tag closed unit procedures. The department's going to draft some language that we're going to take a look at in the committee again, and it'll ultimately come to the commission, but it's going to be regarding how which units are open for the specialty tags to hunt, the heritage tags, Silver State, Dream Tag, PIW tag, to hopefully make that a little bit easier for the department and the public to understand yearly what is open and what's not. So we'll be seeing, all of us will be seeing that again. We did look at the bonus point only application period. I know we looked at the proposed language. We're going to look at it again later today. So we just took a look at that. The tag transfer tag transfer program, CGR 501. We looked at the department's proposed language on that. And we had a fair bit of discussion, and I think we'll look at that again at the committee level, and then the department or the commission will look at that in the future. The mule deer waiting period item, potentially putting a mule deer waiting period on the within the draw and the eligibility on that. We're going to look at that again. We did not look at that at the committee this go around, so that'll be on our next agenda for the committee. And then the mule deer junior hunt eligibility requirement review. The committee did recommend some changes to the junior program. We directed the department to draft some language regarding that, and then we will take a look at that again, and I would anticipate ultimately that would come to the commission. So, and that was pretty much it. We didn't have any new items to add to that committee. We definitely still have some stuff to look at with those items I just brought up. So I think that's it. Chairwoman East can correct me if I'm missing something there, but.
Oh, I think you covered it. Thank you. Do we have any questions for Vice Chair Caviglia on the TAC committee? Okay, seeing none, thank you. Move along to agenda item 6H. Administrative Procedures, Regulations, and Policy, APRP Committee Report. Commissioner and Committee Chairman McNinch, a report will be provided on the recent APRP Committee meeting.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The APRP committee met last night, the 23rd. We have a series of over a series of meetings. We're gonna take a look at each and every policy that we have in an effort to modify as necessary, repeal, revise, amend. But we want to go through all of them over time to at least affirm, reaffirm, whatever the case might be, and make sure that we recognize that we've looked at them. And so the intent's going to be to run through each and every one of these policies over time. Yesterday, we did discuss policies 67, 26A, policy 1, policy 4, policy 10, policy 11, and we did have some conversation on 24. So I'll give a quick high-level look at each one. Policy 67, having to do with wild horse and burros. We considered some proposed language that was provided to us by the Coalition for Healthy Nevada Lands, and it's based on some work that they've done. We're going to hear more about that those efforts today in another agenda item. And our policy, the hope is to tie our policy into the efforts that we're going to hear a little bit more about today. So I won't get into it too much. The department is going to get together with folks from the coalition and make some modifications to the policy. See if we can strike, while still being serious about what we desire and what we hope to have accomplished through the wild horse efforts. But pull together a more collaborative tone, I guess is the term I'm looking for. So policy 26A, dealing with transparency. And really the transparency has to do with ungulates and how seasons, how their numbers are calculated, determine the flights that are conducted. It's just what kind of information is provided. There's been some changes in state law that will definitely affect the policy. We need to clean that up, and we left it in the department's going to put together some language and bring it back to us based on some conversations. Administrator Scott, Bureau Chief Scott, Mike Scott has some thoughts and ideas that he'd like to have considered and possibly pursue to add value to the work that's done by the department. Staff, we discussed the timeframes for putting together status books and the quota recommendations and the incredible amount of work that has to be done in an incredibly super small period of time. He's got some suggestions and ideas on how to maybe add value, understanding that things have been done the same way for a very long time, and sportsmen and people with interest in the data have had this one system for a very long time. But he's hoping to make some proposals that keeps that data flowing, but adds value and improves the processes. So we'll wait to hear back from Mike and see what they've come up with, and so we'll be considering that in a future meeting. Policy number 1, general guidelines for the commission. This policy addresses how and when we choose our chairman and vice chair, how we conduct our meetings, a timeline for agenda and materials, CAB meetings, and things like that. We did have discussions on the timing of the posting of agendas with respect to the CAB meetings and the flow of information. Very, very, very tight timeframes again. We did take action to recommend, there was a slight revision to policy 1 proposed. We did approve that as a recommendation to the full commission. That should be coming to us. We'll bring that back in November is the intent. Take a look at that as a full commission. Policy number 4, our petition process. Commission, the committee did discuss, it's complicated. I won't get into too much of it. We're gonna see more about this. Bottom line is the department's going to bring back some proposed language to change administrative code in conjunction with our efforts to update the policy. So the department's going to bring back some language that should add some clarifying clarifications to the existing NAC, and we'll line our petition up policy based on those suggestions. And so we'll be reviewing that as a committee again, hopefully be able to bring that to the commission with recommendations in the near term. Policy 10, heritage tags and vendors. There were some proposed language to address online and phone bidding. There were changes made to reflect when first scheduled meeting of the calendar year. I'm drawing a blank there. What was that note all about here? I'm sorry.
I think it was referencing when we approve.
Yeah, when we consider those, to clarify, because right now we have it's specific to February. We want to make it clear that our intent is to do that by the first scheduled meeting of the year. I'm getting a little kickback. Did I hit something? So anyway, those the suggested changes were approved as a recommendation to the commission. We'll be seeing those in November at the commission level. Finally, on policy 11, specific to wildlife heritage grants, the department is proposing a ranking system, and there are some further discussions that the department would like to have internally to possibly bring back additional suggestions for modifying or revising that policy. And it has to do with spending of the heritage funds, including the principal. There's some additional conversation that they would like to have internally to possibly come back and propose another change or two. So that one will be coming back to the committee possibly in November again. Again, some of these there's no major time rush on. The intent is to just continue to chip away at them, and the ones that are priority, 67 being the primary one, we're trying to move that a little quicker. And finally, policy 24, we did not discuss it as a part of our agenda, but we did ask that the TAC take policy 24 up. They are working on hunting opportunities specific to the junior hunt. So they have asked that that they take a look at the policy. So we're going to defer policy 24 to them for now, and they're going to come up with some suggestions and kind of address it along with other things that they're working on. And that policy will then come back to APRP, where we can take a quick look at it and see if there's any changes, any other conversations or whatever that might occur, and then we'll forward those suggestions as from the APRP committee to the commission. That's kind of the way we decided to handle it. So with that, Madam Chair, I don't know that I have any additional update. If there's any questions.
Sure. Questions for Commissioner McNinch?
Or if you and Commissioner Cavilla have any comments, please help out.
I don't have any comments. It was a good meeting. I think it's an important meeting, and looking at all the policies and reviewing, what some of them are older, and I think the events of last year, especially, I think we added some things, especially to that wildlife heritage tag policy. So any other thoughts from you, Vice Chair Cavilla?
No, I think Dave summed it up pretty good.
Good. Yes. Okay. All right. No other questions. We'll move along to agenda item 6I, Living with Wildlife presentation. Conservation educators Jessica Wolf and Lauren McLeod. A presentation will be provided on living with wildlife. Good morning.
Hey, good morning. We're just going to get our screen shared for y'all and we'll get started. All right. And I know I need to get control of the screen as well, Jess. I don't know if you want to help me with that.
Yeah, you should be able to scroll up to the top. And I think if you just request remote control.
There we go. Thank you. All right. Hi, everyone. My name is Lauren McLeod. I just want to start by saying thank you for having us here today. We're really excited to have the opportunity to share some of the work that we've been a part of with NDOW. Jessica Wolf, who's also joining us here, and I are the Urban Wildlife Education Coordinators for NDOW. Jess stationed in the Western region out of Reno, and myself in the Southern region here in Las Vegas. So I'll start by just providing a little bit of background on our division as a whole and how we fit into it. We are a part of the wildlife education team, which is within conservation education. And it encompasses urban wildlife, which is what Jess and I do, and wildlife education that 2 other staff currently coordinate. We also receive a tremendous amount of support from AmeriCorps interns throughout the year. One is actually pictured here on the bottom left. You can see Claire, who's helping free a goose's leg from Sunset Park that was caught in some fishing line. So the Urban Wildlife Program is relatively new. It began seasonally in 2015, which demand eventually pushed forward to full-time positions, which are the ones that Jess and I now hold. And it was created in alignment with the former governor's strategic planning framework to promote safe and livable communities by addressing the inevitable overlap of wildlife that expand into our urban environments. So our overall goal for this program is to essentially educate Nevada's urban communities on living with wildlife through one-on-one interactions during urban wildlife calls and through proactive outreach. So we serve as the point of contact for the public to offer advice and education and address any of their wildlife questions or complaints that they might have about wildlife in their area. So a large chunk of our calls do come from individuals that might be unfamiliar with wildlife and are often concerned either for their own safety or for the safety of the animal itself that they do encounter. So we spend our time educating these individuals on some of the general behaviors of wildlife, what they can expect, and how to prevent conflicts from arising with wildlife in our urban neighborhoods. And this is just a general illustration of the scope of our work and where our time is dedicated to. So addressing those one-on-one wildlife-related concerns is definitely a predominant part of our positions, but we also spend a significant amount of time conducting formal and informal education programs, whether that be with the communities, the school district, special interest groups, and on site in some of our properties as well. So we've expanded this platform onto social media a little bit more recently as well, and through various media outlets to spread that information to an even wider audience. And I'll give it to Jess now. She's going to get into the details of where some of that education has taken us recently.
Awesome. Thanks, Lauren. So like Lauren mentioned, I'm Jess Wolf and I'm in the Western region. So I am based out of Reno. But we do a lot of education events for our programming. Typically, it used to be all in person, but we have shifted a lot of our opportunities onto Zoom as well as YouTube with everything going on in the world. But we are also doing some in-person programming again as well. So we do a variety of different presentations, anything from living with wildlife, just generally, to living with coyotes and rattlesnakes and bears specifically, to things for kids and families, like what's in your backyard, ways to enjoy your backyard wildlife while keeping them safe as well as you safe. So we do all of these events, and then also our AmeriCorps members that Lauren mentioned are a huge help in the "How do these images make you feel" slide. That's one of our awesome AmeriCorps members, Michelle, who's coming back for a second year with us. So we love them, and they really have helped us to expand our programming. So in 2020, our whole wildlife education team, we had about 110 public webinars, and about 41 of those were specifically urban wildlife events that either Lauren or I were involved in. Some of our webinars, like our coyote webinars, they receive over 200 attendees. I think the first coyote webinar that I ever did, I had like 120 or 150 people attend. So really well received by the public. And our monthly reach averages about 560 people. Last year, between our live viewers and our YouTube viewers, we had over 8,000 participants. So just a little highlight for our specific coyote presentations. Each event, we had about 100 to 200 live attendees. And then we posted all of those onto our YouTube channel. So as of last Monday, we had over 1,700 follow-up views from that. So it's really exciting for us because that's one of our top topics that we talk about regularly. We also do events at HOA meetings. We do community programs, tabling events, which are a great way to reach people that we might not normally talk to. Down in Southern Nevada, Lauren does urban pond walks where we go out and talk to people who are maybe feeding waterfowl, specifically feeding waterfowl bread, and talk to them about why that's not helpful for them and ways to maybe change what they're feeding them or to stop the behavior in general. We do a lot of articles for newsletters. I know I am approached pretty regularly by HOAs who have awesome newsletters that they send out to their communities, just wanting information on living with the wildlife that they have had calls for. This living in Mountain Lion territory was from the Collin Rancher. If you're in Reno, Collin Ranch is a pretty big community, so that was put into their newsletter for their residents. And we also have some high wildlife activity signs. So if we are contacted by an HOA or a neighborhood, we can put these out there and just let residents know, hey, you do live in coyote territory or bear territory or mountain lion territory. Here are some ways that you can stay safe and keep your pets safe as well. We also help our other educators with in-school programming. So we've been working on our Know Your Nevada programming. Those are 3 live lessons and they go over Nevada's living state symbols and as well as our main habitats. Last fall, we reached over 2,700 students. So that's really exciting. The kids love the whole program and always get excited when we get to come in via Zoom as it is this year, but it's super, super fun and the kids always learn something new. We also have our Nevada Knockout program, which is currently going on. It's a bracket style competition. We have 33 animals that are pitted against one another, and we create these stories of of who would win the battle. And the kids get to fill out their bracket, much like March Madness, and see who they would think would win. And they get to do a lot of research with that. So it's a great way to kind of introduce students to some Nevada animals instead of animals that are all around the world. In July 2021, we did a Camp in a Box program. So for the 4 weeks in July, we had 1 week virtual camps for students, and they got to learn about birds, arthropods, mammals, or habitats. And we sent them big boxes with all these different materials for activities, and they got to follow along with us at their homes. And then finally, we do a lot of work with Project Wild and Aquatic Wild. These are teacher trainings that we have. AFWA puts out both Project Wild and Aquatic Wild, and we facilitate the teacher trainings for that, where we give them the books, we show them some of the activities, and then they take those and implement them in their classrooms. So just another way to get students involved in our wildlife and getting them to kind of understand the natural world a little bit better. For urban wildlife, we do a lot of other public outreach as well. Typically, we do news media interviews, whether it be with the Las Vegas Sun or the RGJ. The topics vary just depending on the time of year. Typically in springtime, it's young wildlife, but we do get coyotes and snakes and bobcats and so much more. Anything that's in your backyard, we will get media requests for. We also do the Nevada Wild podcast sometimes with Ashley and Aaron. That's our in-house podcast, but that's a great avenue for us to, again, talk about some of those urban wildlife issues, especially when there are some seasonal changes. That's always fun to do, get the message out there. Last year in March of 2020, we started the What's in Your Backyard campaign. And it's still going on. In 2020, we did about 41 posts, and every single week this year, we've been doing posts. But it just highlights an animal that's in Nevada. So this post right here is all about the peregrine falcon. We go over some interesting facts about them, where you'll find them, and then some of their biology. And that goes on Instagram and Facebook, as well as Nextdoor. We also do random urban wildlife specific posts. If we do notice that we're getting an increase in calls of one species over another, we'll throw that out on either Facebook or Instagram. Last year, we had 51 urban wildlife posts on our Facebook and Instagram, and that had over 400,000 impressions. And that's excluding the What's in Your Backyard for the most part. So we do have a new social media. I said it a couple times, but it is Nextdoor. We've been utilizing this quite a bit, especially since the beginning of the pandemic, to kind of communicate with some of our constituents. Nextdoor is an awesome platform because it opens us up to a bunch of people that we would maybe never encounter during our traditional social media interactions with Facebook and Instagram. So in January, from January to December 2020, we posted on Nextdoor a total of 150 times, and we got over 5 million impressions, over 9,000 replies, and over 12,000 thanks. So on Nextdoor, last year specifically, we were posting all of our virtual learning opportunities, all of our What's in Your Backyard posts, as well as random content for things like living with bears, living with coyotes, and bobcats. In 2020, speaking of black bears, we posted 16 times and we had over 90,000 impressions or views for our posts on black bears. And we posted about 21 times on living with coyotes and garnered about 15,000 impressions. But we certainly have not stopped using Nextdoor. So far this year, from January 1st until September 20th, we've done 87 posts and we've had over 1 million impressions. And our topics for these posts have ranged. We've talked about fledgling birds and baby animals, living with bears, coyotes, foxes. We just did a post about wildfires and wildlife and what to do in that life that we are currently living right now. And we also have done information posts about aquatic invasive species, specifically the zebra mussel when those little moss balls came out at Petco. We've posted about 8 times for black bears and had over 11,000 views, and 8 times about coyotes with over 4,000 views, which these numbers will likely go up, especially during the fall and winter months. Finally, we have created a lot of PSAs. So we were going to share a few of them with you. I'm going to stop sharing my screen though for a second and reshare because I don't think I shared my computer audio. Awesome. So this first one is a PSA that we put out down in Southern Nevada for living with coyotes. Next up, we have one about living with birds and specifically baby birds or young birds. And this one is specific to Southern Nevada, but we also have one for Northern Nevada as well. There we go. And then finally, we have a PSA from Northern Nevada, and this deals with specifically bears and garbage.
Securing your trash inside your garage or house is not really secure at all. Bears will break into a garage or home to get trash. This can cost thousands of dollars in damage. Keep your home safe by investing in a bear box or wildlife-resistant container. Also, make sure to store trash 25 feet from any structure and put garbage out on the morning of pickup. This will help keep your family, your home, and our bears safe. Do your part to keep Nevada wild and go to NDOW.org for more information. Securing your
So those are just a few of our PSAs that we've had going out in the past 2 years or so. We also do a lot of publications that we've created to give out to the public. So see, some of these are some of our pocket cards that Lauren created. Information on help I found a baby bird, what a fledgling is, what not to do around waterfowl, like feeding them bread, as well as some information on living with coyotes. And we're consistently creating new publications for the public to consume. Anytime we get a hot topic issue or something that we notice coming up a lot, we try and create some of those resources so that we can give the public something so that they have something to take home and reference back to in the future. And with that, I'm going to give it back over to Lauren, and she's going to go over some of our call data.
Thank you. So a huge part of determining where our education efforts go is determined by the data that we collect on a day-to-day basis, much of which does come from the phone calls that we receive from individuals within the community. So before we dig into the numbers, I just want to share some of the wild neighbors that folks have shared with us and sought out some of that assistance for. And these are just a few examples of the many when we do speak with people on a day-to-day basis that are seeking out some extra assistance. So given the importance of interaction with the public in our positions, COVID, as you can imagine, has really presented some challenges to us that we had to work through. We did continue to take calls from the public from the start, but we did have to change the way in which we responded to some of those calls with very limited in-person responses in order to be safe for ourselves and for the community. So this meant relying more heavily on social media to reach broader audiences or groups all at once. And with that did come some silver linings as a result. So we were able to explore those new ways to reach larger audiences and really expanded the way that we use social media, as Jess had shared in some of her stats with Nextdoor and other platforms. And with everyone kind of getting used to talking through a computer screen, you know, just like we're doing now, it really did open the doors for Jess and I to kind of combine regions and collaborate more with one another to kind of move forward in a direction together as a state. So even in the presence of a pandemic in the year 2020, we were still able to keep pretty open communication with the public. This graph shows the number of calls through the year with a total of 3,940. And roughly half or so of these calls accounted for are received directly by Jess and myself. And the remainder are urban wildlife related calls that are taken either by staff in our dispatch office or through our bear hotline or other resources. And any calls that they receive that ever require more in-depth education or guidance are always forwarded to us so that we can speak to those folks one-on-one and provide some of that to them. And as you can see from the graph here, our calls generally peak in the middle of the year from spring through fall, when we experience more of those encounters with bird activity, whether it's baby birds or aggressive nesting birds, and also just general young wildlife throughout our urban areas as well. And this is a breakdown of where most of our calls are coming from. So you can see the Reno and Vegas areas, they encompass more than 3/4 of total calls that we receive. And this includes a variety of species in all animal classes. The map shows a little bit of the color breakdown of some of those different animal classes seen there as well. And of those classes, birds and mammals in both regions throughout the state are definitely by far the most frequent occurrence, with mammals at 54% and birds at 40% of our total inquiry calls. So I do want to break that down a little bit further so you can kind of get an idea of what some of those species are within those classes. When it comes to birds, much of the calls that we receive occur during that spring nesting season, and encounters range from injured birds or young fledgling birds that might be mistaken for being injured, and waterfowl that are nesting and creating nuisance problems around some of the pool areas too. So we have a good amount of territorial parent birds that dive bomb people and pets in defense of nearby nests that can also be a cause for concern for the community as well. So we try to provide that kind of education as well to help prevent some of those conflicts from occurring too. And then when it comes to mammals, here's a bit of a breakdown for that. The more common mammal species that we address calls about are bears and coyotes. They're the most prevalent. And our efforts addressing conflicts surrounding these species typically include an overview, kind of like you saw with the PSAs of coyotes and bears, of ways to reduce or limit attractants, habitat, and going over hazing methods as well. So a way to discourage nuisance animals from making themselves too comfortable. And in that, we really focus our effort in explaining that wildlife prefers to live anywhere where the resources are high, so where that food, that water, that habitat is available, and where the threats are low. So if we're creating that environment in our neighborhoods, then we can be faced with those sort of rippled consequences that may come as a result. With coyotes in particular, it's especially important to discourage them from making themselves at home. They're very opportunistic animals and very good at finding habitat. But when that gets too close to home, then we're faced with concern for our small pets and our property. So the key is really just learning reliable methods of enjoying and living alongside wildlife while also keeping it wild. So that's really where our goals kind of lie in that regard. And then just to break down that inquiry type even further, and again, this is all the annual 2020 data that we're sharing right now. A majority of the inquiries that we receive from the public regard injured or presumably injured birds, with close seconds coming in about sightings and nuisance problems with mammals. And you can see by the colors there too that birds and mammals, again, are definitely the dominating species of concern or that folks have questions about. And that sums up most of the numbers that we have for 2020. And we just wanted to provide some more recent data for you just to show the entirety of August, so last month, as we have it, so we can compare that a little bit for y'all. So we did receive a total of 605 urban wildlife calls for the month. And you can see by the graph, it's pretty similar in regards to the species or animal classes that are that folks are reaching out about. And our top 5 featured species were bears at 142, raptors, so hawks, eagles, falcons at 77, coyotes, songbirds, and mule deer being the 5th this year. And so again, just to break that down even further, these proportions are pretty similar to the entirety of 2020 that we showed you, with a large portion of the bird calls being reflective of August, so the end of nesting season, in addition to waterfowl making themselves at home around your neighborhood pools and things of that sort. And then mammals, whether it be sightings or nuisance problems, are dominated by bears, coyotes, and mule deer, with coyotes definitely being the more reflective species here in the southern region. And all this data that we collect, it's not just so we can show numbers, but it actually has been really, really extremely effective as a tool for targeting education in our urban areas throughout Nevada. So with heat maps that are shown here being an especially important tool for determining areas with high concentrations of nuisance animal problems. The ones that are shown here display locations where coyote activity has been reported in the Vegas and Reno area. And from this, we can target certain neighborhoods that have increased activity or conflict, and use that information for marketing and outreach campaigns. This has been extremely helpful in Nextdoor when we can target specific neighborhoods for posts on living with coyotes or other animals that communities may be facing problems with. In Reno, there's more traditional media and TV advertisements that can be utilized to target these specific areas. And then in Las Vegas, where the market's a bit higher, we can use more over-the-top advertising like Roku streaming ads and things of that sort too. So many of our interactions with the public are aimed at empowering them with education and providing them with the tools and resources to really coexist with wildlife and contribute to the overall reduction in human-wildlife conflicts in the future. So that said, there's definitely situations that warrant field responses where we come out and we assist our wildlife rehabilitators with, say, the pickup of injured birds. And our ability to do that is definitely restrictive of the rehabber's capacity to manage an overwhelming amount of requests that they get to intake birds. But we also conduct site visits in the field as well, which are an important collaborative effort that we participate in with specific neighborhoods that might need assistance with nuisance wildlife problems, again, primarily coyotes in this situation. We help neighbors to identify attractants in their yards. We run through effective hazing methods, so different ways that they can scare and make these animals uncomfortable. And oftentimes collaborate with those HOAs as a part of those neighborhoods to host presentations that are available to the residents in a live webinar format or in person. So on a broader spectrum, and with a significant amount of assistance again from our AmeriCorps staff, we engage in some habitat improvement projects, and Jess did touch on this a little bit. It includes visits to urban ponds where we discourage the feeding of waterfowl. You know, that can have a myriad of effects on the landscape, the water quality. They can have an effect on the health of the birds, whether it's the spread of disease, malnutrition, a halt in migration. So this can be devastating to their survival, especially when temperatures rise and fall. So we really try to bring that messaging to some of our urban areas just to spread that knowledge, and so people understand, you know, where our actions are stemming from as well. We've also taken part in cleanups in some of our urban areas so we can promote cleaner spaces and remove some of those unnatural attractants to wildlife in the surrounding areas too. So I will pass it back to Jess. She'd like to conclude with some of our aspirations for the future of our program.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you. So this program is still growing and we want it to grow even more. So we do have some goals for us for the upcoming years that we're trying to focus on. The first thing is we want to start an urban wildlife high school program that targets biology, environmental science, and journalism classes. Right now, the view is that we'll have 2 in-person lessons with them, and then hopefully have an extension lesson that would include some sort of project where they get to create a PSA or an article about an animal that lives in their neighborhoods. So we're working on that right now. We're also working to update all of our urban wildlife brochures and handouts. Another big long-term goal is to create a Living with Wildlife handbook to give out to realtors for new homeowners in the area, or even people who just live in the area and need a little bit more information on living with animals. So it would be a little booklet that has information on all the top animals that you might encounter in your backyard and ways to kind of learn to live with them. We want to connect with community partners so that they can interact with homeowners as well to spread our messaging. So maybe having like a representative in each neighborhood that homeowners can come to and ask for advice along with us. And we're really trying to build more useful resources on our new website for Living with Wildlife. So that's a project that we're currently working on to make sure that we have as much information on there that people can access whenever they Google living with whatever. We'd also like to grow our volunteer program, have people out in the community going door to door, spreading information about how to live with wildlife, as well as giving thank yous to people that we notice are doing a great job. we kind of started that already, but we really want to grow that into a full-blown volunteer program for the future. And then finally, we really want to explore citizen science opportunities for urban wildlife. Specifically thinking of the website, we'd love to create an opportunity for the public to be able to log their sightings or log their questions into our website so that we can create a map of all of those inquiries that come in, as well as just give some information right away. If we're not available to talk to them, if they put in an inquiry, hopefully they'll be able to get an email or directed to a specific site where some of their answers might be given without having to reach out to us over the phone or something like that. So a lot of things that we want to do with the program, and we're slowly working on them. But with that, that is our contact information, and we're available for any questions if you have any.
Great presentation. I love all the public education. That's my thing. Do we have any questions for either Lauren or Jess? No? Yes. Commissioner Keel.
Yeah, thank you, Sharon. Not so much a question, but I just want to recognize each of you for your efforts. This program is extremely important to the department, and we see various times throughout the year, people criticizing the department for maybe, not promoting bear awareness or that. And, this presentation clearly shows all the work that you guys are doing and the amount of people that you're reaching. And that's the real fact there. You guys are doing a great job, and thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that.
I didn't realize it had gotten so extensive. I love the baby birds and the education around fledglings, because I for one have been one of those that have worried about birds. They fall the nest, and you're told different things growing up. Don't pick them up, pick them up. So I appreciate the education of the public around that. Dr. Wasley?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to thank Jess and Lauren, and to call them rock stars would be selling them short. The goals and the aspirational goals and the future, that's their initiative and their energy and their vision that they're taking on their own, seeing where those needs are. So I'm super appreciative of the program and all that you have done. And this is one of the areas that took a huge hit during the economic downturn in 2007, 2008. The agency lost funding, general fund funding, to deal with some of the urban wildlife issues. And as the economy turned around and areas continued to grow, the need was never greater. And we went before the legislature and asked for general fund dollars to build this program and develop this program. And the legislature has been gracious in providing general fund dollars. So we're building this program, not with sportsman, revenues, not tag and license sales dollars, but true, general fund dollars. And so it's important to acknowledge that, recognize that. And it's another really, really good example of how this isn't the agency, playing God, as some have asserted. And it's another really good example how we can't just sit back and this fantasy of letting nature, leave it alone and it'll be just fine, because there's a huge educational component, a huge need for intervention and interaction, and that's exactly what Jess and Lauren are building here. And so thank you guys for being willing to put this together. You did an awesome job. I know this was something that Commissioner Hubbs had put on our agenda. And it's unfortunate that she wasn't here today to see this, but I'm still glad that the rest of the commission and those others participating today were. So thank you both very much. And thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank
you.
Vice Chair Cavilla.
Yeah, I just want to commend you guys. That was a great presentation today and for everything you guys do. Just a quick question on the website. Are we going to have, I'm getting a bad echo, but are we going to have a portion of that goes to the Living with Wildlife? Are we going to have a landing page on there with some of this information that you guys have on the new?
Yeah. Thank you for the question. Absolutely. We're currently working on the sections, but the way it's going to be broken up is people will be able to kind of hover over an animal, and then they'll be able to click into that and get more information on how to exactly live with that animal. So we're working on the pages right now, but it should have all the information that anyone should ever need to be able to live with wildlife. Lauren, do you want to add to that?
Yeah, no, that's great. We're definitely going to be addressing a lot of the common issues or concerns that folks come up with, whether it be baby birds, coyote nuisance problems, and all of that. So each species will kind of have a reflection of some of those concerns or conflicts that arise from them. And we'll offer some education and information in that regard.
Yeah, and then just the fledgling thing's a big one, because I had a neighbor a couple years ago that had one come out of a tree, and it took a lot of, I don't know what you'd say, but he really wanted to do something with that bird, and I told him to leave it alone. It took a lot of arm twisting for him to realize that. But yeah, that is I've seen that firsthand. Yep.
Yeah, it's interesting because we want so much to help, and in some of those situations, it really is best to let nature be nature. It's so situational. So we're hoping to have some of that information to create or fix up some of that gray area that folks have in that regard.
I have one more comment. In my Facebook memories the other day, it popped up the reminder for people to pull their fruit from their fruit trees. And I just wondered, are you doing that again? I know there was a partnership of some sort with an organization that maybe took in some of the fruit if people had too much. I think it was more around the bear activity, and we have a lot of that around my house. So I was just curious.
Yeah, so I've been doing quite a few posts on Nextdoor regarding just general bear, like trash attractants, fruit attractants, all that. And Reno Gleaning Project might be what you're talking about. Yeah, so they'll come out and glean all that fruit and then donate it to the food bank, which is an awesome program. So yeah, I'm actually going to be working on another post for the beginning of next week about all that.
Oh, great. Okay, thanks. I do follow Nextdoor, but not as closely as I probably should. So, all right. Any other questions or comments? Thank you so much. This was a great presentation.
Yeah, thanks for having us.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Moving along, we're going to, I see Commissioner Allenberg's back with us. Yay. Okay. 6J, update on the governor's executive order, wildlife staff specialist Mark Freese. The department will give a presentation on the governor's recently issued executive order creating the habitat conservation framework.
Madam Chair, game time substitution. I think Mark Freese's heart rate just went up again, but Habitat Division Administrator Alan Janae, who had previously had a trip scheduled, is actually here with us, as we saw in the department activity report. So he's going to provide this. So just a substitution there. Thank you.
Okay. Poor Mark. He's getting his cardio worked out.
Yep. So again, good morning, Chairwoman East and members of the commission. I wanted to give you an update on the recently signed Executive Order 2021-18. Give me 1 second. Hopefully everybody can see that. Yes? No?
I don't see anything yet.
Okay, let me try.
No, I'm seeing heads saying no.
Share screen. There we go.
There we go.
Got it. Okay. There we go. Okay, everybody can see it now? All right, thank you. So I wanted to give you an overview of the recently signed Executive Order 2021-18, the Nevada Habitat Conservation Framework. This was signed by Governor Steve Sisolak on August 23rd of this year. This framework is something that has been, conversations have been occurring for some time. We have been discussing with conservation partners about opportunities to try to strengthen or protections or consideration of migratory corridors within the state of Nevada. As we started those conversations, it was about trying to build it solely the protections around these corridors. As we discussed that, it was, in Nevada, we have so many other habitat issues in this state, and it really didn't seem worth the lift to try to just protect the corridors when there was so much work that was needed on each end, connecting summer habitats to winter habitats. So at that time, we took and expanded it to the sagebrush ecosystem was the initial attempt. And that was similar to the sagebrush conservation initiative that I presented to the commission back in January of 2020. At the end of the executive order, as things moved along and things were added and considered, the EO scope was broadened basically to the framework that it is now, as is Nevada's habitat conservation framework, to afford opportunities across all habitats in consideration of one of the products that are within this is the wildlife connectivity plan. So thinking about this, here's a visual of what the executive order looks like. It is a rather lengthy order with all of the whereases within it, but the executive order recognizes the decreases in Nevada's native habitats due to risks and threats such as climate change, development, wildfire invasives, fragmentation, and conversion. Additionally, identifies what we have talked about many times here in this venue as the over 895 wildlife species across the 70.7 million acres of Nevada. Again, highlighting the fact of the loss of sagebrush communities, thinking about lands and their associated habitats that support communities and economies, not only recreation, but the traditional uses such as mining and grazing, and the plight of Nevada's wild places, and encourages the additive collaborative efforts to get on the ground conservation and try to get some uplift more than what we have seen in the past. The habitat conservation framework, as I mentioned before, will consider all of Nevada's or has the ability to consider all of Nevada's habitats, but we'll start with two initial products that are called out within the order, which is that sagebrush habitat plan and the migratory corridors through a wildlife connectivity plan. So looking at that Nevada habitat conservation framework, more explicitly, the habitat conservation framework will provide for habitat conservation, restoration, rehabilitation, and protection in a coordinated and inclusive manner across land ownerships and in partnership with federal land management agencies, other state and local agencies, stakeholders, and local entities. I'll just call it the HCF, as the Habitat Conservation Framework will be led by NDOW, working with partners on the following goals: conserving and propagating diverse and productive wildlife habitats, addressing the priority threats to key habitats such as wildfire, annual invasive grass cycles, and conifer encroachment, and then maintaining connectivity of habitats and corridors. As I mentioned, there are two initial products that are to be developed by December 31st of 2023. The first is the Sagebrush Habitat Plan. Again, in that spirit of collaborative work, it's to be developed with counties, federal and state agencies, and other stakeholders to include identification of the primary threats and challenges to Nevada's sagebrush biome, to identify priority landscapes for actions, and associated resource values, sites, potentials, and feasibility. Identify and prioritize strategies and actions to enhance, restore, maintain priority habitats for all species dependent upon the habitat and that for their life cycles. And then be informed by the best available science and reference the relevant cooperative management plans in priority habitats. The other product that is called out specifically within the executive order is the development of the Wildlife Connectivity Plan. And as I mentioned, this was kind of the primary focus in the initial conversations that was trying to protect these migratory corridors. The Wildlife Connectivity Plan will identify and conserve migratory corridors of wild ungulates and other key species. It will identify and delineate migration corridors supported by existing and ongoing scientific research, and identify habitat definitions, conservation recommendations, and best management practices or measures. And so we did, this does afford the ability to consider other species beyond those that were called out within the Secretarial Order 3362, which was the big game species. It does allow us the opportunity to continue to work on bighorn sheep or other species that we may see a need to work with Department of Transportation to have safe passage across roadways. One of the key pieces of this connectivity plan will be the follow-up and execution of a memorandum of understanding with Nevada Department of Transportation upon the completion of the Wildlife Connectivity Plan that they will be involved in. Keep fighting the pictures on my screen, the faces. The MOU will identify opportunities to protect, to restore habitats and migratory corridors in new and existing NDOT policies, regulatory permitting process, and planning processes. It will identify key wildlife habitat, wildlife migration corridors, and highway intersections, identifying and implementing strategies to avoid, minimize, and mitigate wildlife collisions, and prioritizing areas of implementation for wildlife crossings or other highway features to improve permeability for wildlife while maintaining user or highway user safety. Finally, thinking about this EO, the EO was created with the understanding that no one entity has the capacity or resources to individually change the trend of loss or conversion across our wild landscapes. This is really evident in the work in the sagebrush community and the sagebrush habitats of this state. Is despite, all of BLM's activities, all of NDOW's, the Sagebrush Ecosystem Council, is that any one of us cannot get there by ourselves. We need to go there together, try to plan it out, try to prioritize. And that's what the spirit of this executive order was about, was trying to bring some cohesiveness and some attention to this and take another attempt at trying to reverse this trend. The EO does not dictate direction of resources of any agency or associated boards beyond NDOW or NDOT. So basically, because the EO calls out for the development of these plans by NDOW, we were agreeable to that. That does, have a consequence, but we wanted that. NDOT additionally as well, they wanted to be part of that planning process for a connectivity plan and developing an MOU to formalize those, measures. So it places no burden beyond those two agencies. The intent is to compile knowledge, strategies, and techniques of all partners and all available science to implementing conservation actions across Nevada's wildlands. And this EO will build upon past actions and plans to conserve, restore, and rehabilitate our habitats through collaborative evaluation of existing ecological threats, opportunities, and prioritize to maximize our collective efforts to better deliver effective on-the-ground conservation. So that's the final slide that I have. I will stop sharing my screen and I'll stand for any questions the commission may have.
Thank you, Mr. Janae. Does anyone have questions or comments for Alan? About this? Vice Chair Cavilla?
I guess I do. And I guess I understand this is supposedly a collaborative effort. We have received, I think Lincoln County wasn't happy about this. We received a letter from them. I see the Carson Cab had a little bit of concern as well, but the Sagebrush Ecosystem Council, the previous entity we had, is that still going to be involved within this? The program you guys are, I mean, that was some of the concern Lincoln County had, that, you know, they were, I don't know, better words for it. They were kind of getting kicked to the curb. I don't know. But is that Sagebrush Council still going to be involved within this, putting all this together?
Yes, Commissioner Cavilla. Yeah, that's a good question. And we've received some, comments, concerns from Lincoln County. Sagebrush Ecosystem Council is involved. They will be involved in the future. We've actually had coordinating conversations. We actually met with them for a day and a half to try to contemplate, how do we, make sure that we're going there together. They're revising their strategic plan for sage grouse through the Sagebrush Ecosystem Council. We're going down this path of, this broader, more encompassing piece, that's more inclusive of more wildlife species than what they're looking at. But as I said, is each of us have our own authorities within, doing work across Nevada's landscape, but we often work together and we build upon each other. And that's the sole intent of, or one of the big intents of this EO is recognizing that we've all got to do it together. And Tony often uses the line of it, rising tides raise all boats. And that's what this was intended to do, was try to draw some public focus on this issue of declining habitats across the state and impacts, and trying to reverse that trend and trying to bring some focus to it, some collaboration and some cooperation to try to do more on the ground. And so it's very hopeful that, we're going, like I say, I've had conversations with Sagebrush Ecosystem Council. The Sagebrush Ecosystem Technical Team will be presenting to the Sagebrush Ecosystem Council next week at their Friday meeting, discussing with them. But yeah, it's intended to go there together. There's a lot of work here to be done. There's nothing exclusive about it. They all need to be doing this work.
And Madam Chair, if I might also try to address Commissioner Cavilla's questions or some of the concerns maybe that have come out of Lincoln County. I think the way that we need to look at this is this effort is complementary, not competitive. The notion that anybody is being kicked to the curb, there's nowhere in this executive order, anywhere in the language that's indicative of that as a desired outcome. Everything in this executive order speaks to the need to work together, to collaborate. There's references to the Department of Transportation, which currently isn't engaged or involved with the Sagebrush Ecosystem Program in a formal way, if at all, where we have a lot of opportunities to work with Department of Transportation, and we have a successful history in overpasses and underpasses in that habitat connectivity plan that Alan's referencing. The reality is that none of us is as strong or good as all of us. And the age-old adage that if you want to go fast, go alone, you want to go far, go together is really evident here. The area that the Sagebrush Ecosystem Program has focused most of their capacity on is in offsetting the impacts of anthropogenic disturbance. And they've developed a state-of-the-art mitigation program through the conservation credit system. And that has done a great job of chronicling the impacts from anthropogenic disturbance, mainly through developments on the landscape. Well, that in and of itself, we know that the threats, whether fire, invasives, threats to biodiversity, climate change, drought, wild horses and burros, addressing these threats, it's going to take all of us. And what this executive order really does is it highlights the importance of the challenge, and it formalizes the need to collaborate, coordinate, and there's certainly a song beneath the words here. There's some politics and personalities that have maybe facilitated or fostered some of those perceptions of being kicked to the curb, but that is no way, shape, or form the intent of this. This is about better together and a true, broad, diverse, inclusive stakeholder effort to address the needs for Nevada's habitat and the species that depend on them.
And I do appreciate that, Tony, now, and I read it that way. I just wanted you guys to address what we saw there, so I do appreciate that.
Thank you. Commissioner Barnes, did you have a comment? Go ahead.
Thank you. Those of us in the livestock industry, there were some concerns there, and I just bring this up because in my other capacity, I've already visited with Alan and with Tony, but just want to emphasize, that as we go along, the importance of working with the private landowners and the permittees out there on the landscape as well, because, we are stakeholders, and we've talked about the other agencies, but just to emphasize the importance of working with the private landowners out there too, as well as we proceed.
No, I appreciate that, Commissioner Barnes. And there is a particular section that, is spells out in there there is nothing in this EO that dictates any consequence to private landowners. Just hopes that, as this information and this, prioritization and knowledge comes to bear with strategies, is that, where they see, a link or an advantage in using this to their, benefit, consider wildlife or wild habitats, that they could use that. But absolutely, I mean, that's the biggest thing about this is we haven't been prescriptive in what this is going to be, what this is going to look like. We want to try to build it with the team, the collaborators that come to the table, and we work with a whole bunch of different groups, private landowner associations, different, Nevada cattlemen's, a bunch of different entities that we want to bring into this so that everybody's heard. And again, try to link this communication so that folks know where each other's at. And if it's useful to you, you can use it.
Will the NGOs be included as well, Alan, in some of these conversations? Yeah,
absolutely. There was, as mentioned in the introduction, is there were many NGOs that were instrumental in building this and thinking about this concept, and so they will continue to be involved. It's going to be for a lot of people involved.
And Madam Chair, if I might also offer, it was really the idea, the origin, the genesis of this was the NGO community, and there was a coalition of NGOs that I hate to start listing them because I know I'll leave somebody out, but between Trout Unlimited, Nevada Bighorn Unlimited, the Theodore Roosevelt Conservation Partnership, Pew Charitable Trust, Conservation League, and National Wildlife Federation, so and others, and the Nevada based organizations. So that was the genesis of the idea. That was the energy that really made it happen and pushed it across the finish line. So it was within a broad partnership with the NGO community. And to Alan's point, they will remain strong allies and partners in implementation.
Any other comments or questions? All right. Thank you, Mr. Janae.
I think Commissioner Almberg had one.
Oh, I'm sorry. There you are. Sorry. Commissioner Almberg.
Yeah, just a comment. I guess we're all familiar with the impact to the habitat with fire losses, but for me, it was really good to hear that the collaboration between NDOW and NDOW. I think going down the road here, what you see, and as actually presented in the living with wildlife, the wildlife are seeking greener pastures. And in times of drought, a lot of times those greener pastures aren't necessarily just between summer range and winter range. It's actually coming down to agricultural fields. And I think we'll hear a little bit more about that with the landowner when we discuss the landowner compensation tax, but the reliance on those fields are important. And with increased traffic, at least in our area, our traffic the charts of what it has in the past, and to see the impact to our local populations getting run over on the highways it's significant. So I'm really looking forward to the cooperative effort between NDOW and NDOT, because a lot of those may not show up on NDOT's radar because it doesn't get reported, but there's a lot of wildlife that's getting hit out there on the highway. And I think time is there. It's super important to get it addressed.
You bet. Thank you for that comment, Commissioner Allenberg. I agree. I think it'll be, we have good relationships, and a lot of this was built off of past conversations. I mean, throughout my career, this has been recycled conversations of, prioritization and where needs are met or where needs need to be met. And that's what this was based off of, is bringing a lot of that. And it's got a whole lot of, other people's consideration and other entities, background in this, and NDOT being one. We've got great relationships right now, but we want to try to memorialize what works. And so I think that's part of that intent. But to your point, there's other pieces that we can be considering, and this is a nice activity to think about those. So this is a good thing. Thank you very much. Thanks for the opportunity to present.
Thank you, Alan. All right, we're going to move on. Just so you all know, my intention is to get through our fishing regulations and then take a lunch break because we've been at this since 8. So we'll do that, and then we'll return this afternoon for the rest of our agenda. So agenda item 7, commission regulation for possible action adoption, public comment allowed. Commission Regulation 21-15 fishing seasons and regulations for January 1, 2022 through December 31, 2023. Fisheries Division Administrator Chris Crookshanks for possible action. The commission will establish fishing seasons, bag, and possession limits for the period of January 20, 2022 through December 31, 2023. Mr. Crookshanks.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners. For the record, Chris Crookshanks, Fisheries Division Administrator. The department is proposing a regulation change prohibiting harvest of trout in the Snake Range High Lakes in the Snake Mountain Range of White Pine County within Great Basin National Park. In addition, fishing regulations at these waters will be changed to allow for fishing only with artificial lures with single barbless hooks. You have a memorandum there, which represents a synopsis of department recommendations for Commission Regulation 21-15, including county-specific recommendations for fishing seasons and regulations, including descriptions and rationale for those changes. Of note, there are no changes proposed for waters in the following counties: Carson City, Churchill, Douglas, Humboldt, Lyon, Mineral, Pershing, Story, Washoe, Elko, Eureka, Lander, Clark, Esmeralda, Lincoln, and Nye. And specifically for White Pine County, all regulations in White Pine County are proposed to remain the same with the exception of the following. And you can see the changes are delineated in red strikeout text. The department recommends commission approval of the proposed changes to Commission Regulation 21-15 after consideration of public and commission input.
Okay, any questions for Mr. Crookshanks? Fairly straightforward. No? Okay. So seeing none, we'll take it out to public comment. Do we have any public comment regarding our fishing seasons and bag limits? Raise your hand if you wish to speak on this agenda item. No? Wow. Okay, we'll bring it back to the commission. Any other comments, thoughts, motion? You guys are quiet today. Commissioner McNinch and then Commissioner Keel.
Okay, we can take Commissioner Keel first if you'd like.
Are you proposing a motion?
I'll propose a motion.
Let me
Ms.
check with,
Jensen. Okay, all
let me
right.
check with Commissioner Keel to see if he had a question or comment.
He gave the thumbs up.
He's good. Okay, go ahead,
Okay.
Commissioner Lynch.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. I'll make a motion to approve Commission Regulation 21-15, fishing seasons and regulations for January 1, 2022 through December 31, 2023, as presented by the department.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner McNinch. Do I have a second? Commissioner Keel. So we have a motion and a second to approve the Commission Regulation 21-15 fishing seasons and regulations for January 1, 2022 through December 31, 2023 as presented. All in favor, raise your hand. Okay, motion carries 9-0. Thank you. All right, with that, I thought this might go a little longer, so I think we'll still take a break because our regulations are going to take some time this afternoon. So why don't we come back? Let's take a 45-minute break. Let's come back at 12:15. Thank you. Okay, if we could come back. Running a few minutes late, but okay. Okay, looks like we have everyone. Commissioner Perini needed a few extra minutes, so he'll join us as soon as he can. Okay, we're moving on to Commission General Regulations, Adoption / Public Comment Allowed, agenda item number 8. And we'll start with 8A, Commission General Regulation 488, Landowner Compensation Tags, LCB file number R083-19. Game Division Administrator Mike Scott for possible action. The Commission will consider adopting changes to Chapter 502 of the Nevada Administrative Code. This regulation would provide direction for allocating landowner deer and antelope compensation tags if owner applicants cumulatively qualify for compensation tags in excess of the statutory limit. This regulation was considered during a workshop in September of 2019. Mr. Scott.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the commission. For the record, Mike Scott. So the Landowner Comp Tag Committee, one of their tasks was to come up with a solution if the number of deer or antelope compensation tags exceeded the 2.5% statutory limit. So there's two scenarios that could happen. One is if just the number of tags exceeds the statutory limit of 2.5%. In that instance, what we would propose to do is to give each qualifying landowner their first tag that they qualify for. So every landowner who qualified would receive at least one tag. For the remaining tags, every landowner that qualifies for more than one tag, we would run those tags through a spreadsheet equation, and we would use an incrementally increased number for the qualifying number. So in other words, if 50 deer or 50 antelope is what qualifies them for one tag, for each subsequent tag, we would increase that number by, we could do it by a percentage or a half a deer or more, until we would reduce the number down below 2.5% or equal to 2.5%. So that's the first scenario. The second scenario would be if for each qualifying landowner for their first tag, if that number would exceed the statutory limit. In that instance, what we would do is we would use the same equation, but we would use it for all landowners. So there might be landowners who normally would have qualified for one tag, but those could be in the ones that were reduced. So I'm not sure if I'm explaining that correctly. It's pretty complicated, and we've had some issues with the language that has come back from LCB. We proposed language from the Landowner Comp Tag Committee. When it came back from LCB, it was changed. We corrected it and sent it back, and then they sent back additional language, and it's changed too. And both of those are not adequate for what we need. So I'm happy to try to answer any questions. Kaylee has been involved in this. There's a little bit of frustration with the language changes because they've made it so it's not workable and not going to follow the intent of the Landowner Comp Tag Committee. But I'll leave it there, and then I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, questions for Mr. Scott or Ms. Musso? This is a really confusing regulation. Commissioner McNinch?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mhm.
The language we have in front of us, is that the department's preferred language, or is that stuff that came back from LCB? Maybe I
Correct me
didn't
if I'm
hear you.
wrong, Commissioner McNinch, thanks for the question. Correct me if I'm wrong, Kaylee, but I believe that's the language that was our proposal.
Yeah.
But that's not what is proposed by LCB for the third change, I guess.
Yeah, and that makes sense because it made sense to me when I read it, and you kind of reinforced that, my understanding of it with your comments just now. So I'm not sure what they're trying to fix, but okay. The other question I had, and maybe Tom, were you going to address Pete's letter? Okay, I'm going to let you do that then.
Commissioner Barnes? You want to?
Okay, I guess there's a couple things. One obviously was Pete Morai's letter, but the other was a question for Mike and I don't know who else. The stuff that came back from LCB, I mean, that's not what we're looking at today. So I guess procedurally, do we if we vote on what's in front of us today, I mean, can we do that, or are we supposed to be looking at what LCB sent us? I'm a little bit confused about procedurally what we do, or if we want to do what the department has here, do we have to I guess kick it down the road or go back to committee, or how do we handle that? So I guess that's my first question, and then I'll address Pete's letter after that this is answered.
Thank you, Commissioner Barnes. Kaylee Musso for the record. So we do have three options we can move forward with. The first one is that we can move forward with the version in front of you. I called down to LCB multiple times, and they did confirm that since this commission has already had a workshop on this regulation, any changes that we make to their versions or they make to our versions are germane, as long as it sticks to landowner compensation tags. So they are fine with us adopting whatever version of this we want to adopt, so to say. If you guys want to move forward with that and are comfortable with that this meeting, we do run up against the 2-year deadline this weekend. So if it is not adopted today, then we can ask for an extension through Ledge Commission. That would mean that Director Wassley would have to appear before Ledge Commission and explain why this regulation was not adopted within the 2-year timeframe, which I think would be fairly easy to do, being that it was on them and not us. And then the third option is that we could just start over with the regulation. We'd resubmit it to LCB. It would get a new R number, and then we would start the process over. So it'd have to have a workshop, and then it can move to another adoption after that.
Okay. Thank you. I guess that we'll have more discussion on that later. Now, I guess to address Pete Morai's letter, I think most of the commissioners, at least in the email, looked like everybody was copied on that. But the gist of it was he was wanting to count, and kind of due to the timing, like he said, the animals don't know when they're supposed to be counted, and so they were just outside the cultivated field and couldn't get a count. And so he actually had documentation of the antelope being in there and the numbers to qualify for a tag, but just kind of the way everything was, they weren't able to get a count. And so he was just wanting, I guess, us to take this up, to figure out how we could remedy the situation, because it's like we've always talked about before, it's a tolerance program, and we feed a lot of these animals on our private land. So I guess that was the gist of his letter. And when he saw this regulation, he didn't think that it addressed that. And so I guess that's why he brought it forward. And after considering this, the issue. I thought, this might be something that we need to go back to the committee with to talk about just a little bit more. Because when we originally started talking about this in the committee, we were trying to come up with a way to help the guys that are counting to be consistent in what they do. And that was kind of what we were after when we started talking about this. And so, like I say, this issue may be something that we have to take back to the committee to see if there's some way we can handle it. There may not be, I don't know, but it might be worth going back and take another look to help the counters out. I mean, these guys they have a lot to do in a short period of time. Everybody wants to count on the same day. So they have a lot of stuff that they have to handle too. So I guess those are just my thoughts on that. It's almost two separate issues we're talking about. So I don't know how Madam Chair wants to break this down, but it's out there now.
Thank you. Any other comments or thoughts? Commissioner Keel.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. And Kaylee, maybe procedurally, you can help me out a bit more on this. So the number one goal when we had this in committee was to try to address that 2.5% cap. Where are we at in the program as far as hitting that? Like, if this doesn't get passed today, are we in danger of running against that statutory limit either this year or say next year? I'm not super familiar of when those counts and when the tags get issued to the landowners, but are we procedurally in a hurry to get that done? Because to me, that portion of the noted changes in this regulation are fine. It is some of the other languages which Pete referenced in his letter that I think we do need more work on.
Thank you, Commissioner Keel. I would actually defer that conversation to Game Division Administrator Mike Scott, because I am not aware of where we are at as far as the statutory limit goes.
Thanks, Kaylee. Commissioner Keel, we're not in danger of exceeding that cap at this point. We're pretty well below it at this point, but a dry year, numbers can be up and things can change in a hurry. But at this point, we're not in danger of exceeding the cap.
Okay, thanks for that. And maybe just to follow up, going back and trying to rethink through some of those committee meetings that I can't remember. Somebody in the department had questioned, really helpful thing would be to give the department more flexibility in working with these landowners. And to me, some of the language in here is less, or it's actually more restrictive, I think. And, I know we want to avoid gray areas as much as possible, but I don't know, just some of my comments thus far, but.
Okay, thanks, Commissioner Keel. Vice Chair Cavilla.
I got a couple of questions. The 2.5% cap, that's in NRS, correct? That's where that comes from.
Commissioner Cavilla, Mike Scott for the record. Yes, that's correct.
Yeah. So, we just never had anything in place prior, from what I recall, because I do remember, I wasn't on that committee, but I remember this coming to the commission. There was a fair bit of discussion to get to this point, and that's where you hate. I don't know. Do you just want to scrap it? I also understand the other issue. I mean, I have an uncle in White Pine County that has had some. I didn't get Pete's letter too. I would hope somebody could forward me that. I didn't get it, but or I missed it. But I know that there is an issue there, but I don't know if those are two completely separate issues from what we're trying to do here today with this one. And then as far as it goes with the counting, yeah, I don't know if that's something we want to tackle today. Those are just my thoughts.
Commissioner Cavilla, Mike Scott for the record. So the previous number was 1.5%, and that was in place for decades. And I want to say in 2017, we would have exceeded that number. And the legislature actually stepped in and increased this number from 1.5% to 2.5% and took the pressure off of us having to reduce or take tags away from some of the landowners that had qualified for them. So that's where that came from. With regard to the counting animals that are not on the private lands, we have landowners that will request a count. We will go out and count, and then they will, a week later, they will go, hey, I got 50 more animals or 100 more animals, so I want another count. And so we're limited on the amount of time that we can go out and conduct those counts for people. And I believe our landowner comp tag biologists have been pretty clear. The direction that we have always provided is that you got to show us the animals on your property, and that makes it black and white. And so that's the direction that we've provided. Now, having done these counts in the past, there was nights that I used to be out counting animals, and for example, we would get to 45 deer on somebody's property, and it would be 9 o'clock at night, and this landowner would say, hey, listen, I got 10 bucks that are going to come in here at 1 o'clock in the morning, so you can sit here and stay here with me until those come in. And I would kind of go, well, I believe it because I've seen those animals before, and we are not seeing all the animals on the property. There's very little chance that we are going to be there to give the number one highest count every year. It's really hard to do. So, I believe our biologists are pretty reasonable. If there are animals that are clearly either just left or coming in or something like that, I think we're pretty reasonable about the counts that we provide. But, we got to be really careful about conducting those counts, because if we tell somebody, well, yeah, those animals are outstanding off of your property, but I'll give them to you. All it takes is for that landowner to be talking to one of his neighbors and go, hey, they let me count some that are not on my property, so I don't know why they wouldn't let you count. So it gets into a big problem. So that's why we've said they got to be on the property, and we're pretty open about when we can conduct those counts. We let the landowner select the time and date, and then we show up, and so that's been the history of the direction that we've provided with this, because it is so sensitive. And if you let one person count animals that are not specifically on their property, then everybody, you got to treat everybody the same. And so that's kind of a challenge for us. So just that's how we do it. And if I would say that needs to go back to the committee and discuss that with the committee before we make any changes to that policy.
Yeah, and to back up, I guess, like I referenced my uncle, he wasn't complaining about the department. He has mentioned you guys are really good to work with. He just mentioned it's a bummer because some days you'll go out there and the day you call you guys to come out and the deer aren't in the field that day, right? And it's just, and it's been like that for a long time. He has nothing to, and he says you guys work with them. But I think kind of what it sounds like what Pete said is I've heard that as well. But I also agree it's, how many options you to give them to count that could open a huge can of worms with all the landowners within the state also. I get that part as well. So.
Any other comments or questions? Commissioner Allenberg?
Yeah, I guess for me, there's two separate things here. The language that's in front of us, I think it does describe exactly what, we kicked this football around for a very long time, wanting something in place in case this happens. Mike feels comfortable with it, but I'm pretty conservative myself, but I just as soon have something in place that addresses that sooner than later, being how long it took us to get to here with the drought and the dependence on on private lands, I just see this going up and it could, I see at least in my own area here, the use on ag lands are just seems to be increasing rather rapidly. So I do like the language that's in front of us. I think it accomplishes our goal. As far as the second about changes to the landowner program and what Mr. Morai brought up is, that's all a real phenomenon. The animals seem to, it's their survival instinct. They seem to know when they're being watched and pressured and may or may not be there the day that they're, so I think it's worthy of discussion, but I don't know that it has to happen at this point in time. That can go back to the committee. So when we discussed this, there's all kinds of issues that could potentially make it better, or, and so I think we always need to work on trying to make it as good as possible. But for myself, answering the first, I like the language. I think it addresses the cap, what we do when we reach the cap.
Okay, Commissioner McNinch, and then Commissioner Keel.
You, Madam Chair. Yeah, I agree with Commissioner Almberg. This was a real mess when it hit. If the legislature had not been in session and had they not had the will to help us out, there would have been a lot of tension between landowners and sportsmen. It is a tolerance program and it's worked well, but there was certainly a need, and we were very lucky that the timing worked out for us. And I do agree with Commissioner Almberg on the second part here. What former Commissioner Morai is proposing is video proof of the count shown by the landowner. So the concept would be, hey, we're not trying to count everything that's sitting outside of the fences. We're just saying that, if we have NDOW there and there's 50 deer, but we take video of 150 deer, we'd just like the consideration of that. And I think that's a conversation we can continue to have if we push this thing through today. It doesn't preclude us from having those conversations as we move on. And timing wise, if we stop the whole thing today, then we're working it out into the future. If we split it up to address Pete's concerns and have those conversations, it's 6 1, half a dozen the other. But at least if we take action on this today, we'll have the foundation in place in case something happens in the interim. So,
okay, Commissioner Keel.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. And Commissioner McNinch referenced the video, and I was going to bring up that question, and this is something we can likely handle in the committee, so I don't want to spend a lot of time on that here, but kind of Mike's thoughts on that. I just wanted to thank Mike for his description of how they handle it, how they're treating people fair, why we've drawn a line in the sand as far as the deer have to be on your property, so we don't, there isn't that gray area. So thank you for your description on that process.
Commissioner Barnes.
Thanks, Madam Chairman. Commissioner Almberg, was right that when we sat down, this was one of the big issues that we had to tackle as this committee, and it took us a while to come up with this. And as it sits in front of us, like I say, it's what we want. It's what the committee agreed upon, and so I think we could go ahead and proceed with this, and then these other issues, the committee meets and considers them to see if we can make this better, if there's something we can do, because I think you can always make something better and get the right people in the room to discuss this and see what we come up with, and then keep adding to it if that's possible.
Okay. Anyone else have comments, questions? Okay, seeing none, this is an action item, so we'll go ahead and take it out for public comment. Those wishing to speak, please raise your hand. Mr. Dixon.
Hello there, Chair East and commissioners. the question that was brought up at my advisory board meeting, and I kind of swung from the hip. As our mule deer population continues to decline and we stay under a drought, the amount of usage on cultivated land is going to go up. And so do we have a calculation from the Department of Wildlife that says if our deer herd estimated population gets to this level, call it 70,000, we're going to basically, based on current usage or maybe accelerated usage, we're going to start losing the ability, the 2.5, that we're going to have to throw into account this degradation of tags over 2.5% because we're going to get there. And do we know what that number is in deer herd? How critical are we at getting to that de minimis deer herd where we're going to have to be forced into doing this? We may not be there now, but it may be in 2, 3, 4, 5 years if we continue on this decline that we're there. That was a question. I didn't have an answer. I thought it was between 60 and 70,000 that we would basically be knocking up against that 2.5% door if we just maintained existing usage of agricultural land. Thank you. That's my only question. Appreciate it.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Dixon. Anyone else wishing to speak in public comment? Just raise your hand in the chat box down there at the bottom. Okay, I don't see any. Going once, going twice. Okay, doesn't look like we have anyone else. So I'll bring it back to the commission for further comment. Mr. Scott, could you comment on Mr. Dixon's statement or question?
Madam Chair, members of the commission, yeah, Mike Scott. We haven't calculated that out ourselves to know where we're gonna be at or when that threshold would be crossed. But at that point, the tool that we have is a spreadsheet equation that would simply go through and start removing tags. First, it would remove tags from people who have additional tags, more than one tag. It would remove landowners, and the way it works is the multiplier or the number of deer required would be 50 for the first tag, but it might be 50.5 for the second tag. And where that's going to reduce people is it's going to reduce the person who has 100 deer, because they would need to have 100.5 in order to get 2 tags. So it's those people that just barely make it to subsequent tags that would be reduced first. But the person who has 140 deer wouldn't be in danger of losing a tag. So those would be the first tags to be lost. Now, I think we're a long ways away from having to use the second part of that tool, which is to reduce people who if the total number of tags given to individual landowners would exceed the 2.5% cap. We would use the same tool, but I don't know that we're going to get there. But as far as answering Mr. Dixon's questions, it could be at 60,000 deer or 70,000 deer, whatever number that is, but we would use this tool to reduce those tags, and that's the purpose of it.
Okay. I just got a chat from Pete Morai, and he's trying to connect with us. He wanted to talk during public comment, but he's on his phone. I don't know that we can allow him in on his phone. Can we, Kaylee? Oh, there he is. Technical difficulties. Hi, Pete. Thank you for joining us. I'm just going to state that because of the technical difficulties, we'll go back out to public comment. Go ahead.
Okay, can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. Pete Morai for the record. And first of all, I want to apologize to Commissioner Cavilla if I missed you, because the plan was as I was going to try to make sure that everybody was in the loop. And so anyway, the comments that I have, I think from what Mike mentioned pertaining to my letter was that it kind of reinforces the fact that they do their best to try to set up these times. And if the animals aren't there, then the landowner calls them back again, like say the next day, they may not have the time to come back. This is why the video or any of the technology that I'm talking about, I don't care how you word it. I think all of you, I think it was fairly clear on what I meant in my comments, but that reinforces the fact that if some type of evidence, proof was displayed by the landowner, it would help in the fact that the counter wouldn't have to come back again, and there's proof that the animals are on the property. And I'm not sure that, the thing is, I don't think you can write a regulation that is perfect. You can't run a program that is perfect. All you can do is take a good stab at it, in my view. And so however you guys want to handle it, I'm comfortable. I believe in this commission and that you guys have an open mind and you look at things and very seriously try to make the best decision with what you have to work with at the time. The only thing is, if you guys decide to pass this today, I would appreciate that if you don't drop the ball and leave it as is, if you leave the language the way it was presented, or at least the copy that I saw. And I'm not positive that the copy that I saw was the final one that you guys got. So thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you, Pete. Okay, because we opened it up for the technical difficulties, I'll go ahead. Is there any other public comment on this agenda item? Just raise your hand. Okay, I don't see anybody. Thank you. All right, I'll bring it back to the commission. Do I have any suggestions? Where do we want to go? We have some options. Vice Chair Caviglia?
I mean, for me, and I said it before, and it sounds like there's a couple others on the same page. I think they're two separate issues, and we just ask that the landowner compensation tag committee, does maybe makes that an agenda item to look at Pete's concern. But I know a lot of work went into this, and I hate to. We all know what happens when you start from scratch again, So I'd like to see it go through today. Those are just my thoughts.
Okay.
The way everybody wants to vote, but at least get voted on today.
Okay. Looks like there's some agreement to that. Any other comments? Do I have Commissioner Allenberg?
Yeah, just a question for clarification. Was there posted in our material or support material another version other than what we have in front of us? What we have in front of us says NDOW changes to LCB version right on the regs. So is there another one that we could potentially get the public get confused with out there?
I don't believe so. I'm seeing Ms. Musso shake her head no. So I think this is the version that was posted to the website and sent out as our material. Okay. She's stating yes. So it must be the version that Mr. Moore I saw. Okay, do I have a motion? Commissioner Keel.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Maybe just one quick question. Do we have to accept this in its entirety to not get this through, or can we accept, say, Section 3 and beyond and leave the language in Section 2 as it is? By doing that, would that have to come back to the commission, or?
Kaylee Musso for the record. Thank you, Commissioner Keel. You can adopt any version of this regulation as long as it remains germane to the topic. So The way LCB described it to me is, as long as we're not changing anything that doesn't have to deal with landowner compensation tags, we're good to make any changes to the regulation and adopt it.
Okay, thank you. So I think my preference would be to accept section 3 and beyond, and then handle the verbiage in section 2 and other things as we've noted at the committee, but that's just where I'm at the moment.
Okay. Vice Chair Caviglia.
I guess I would want to know, I would want to look back at what section 2 currently states then, if that's what we're going to do. You know, I don't have it in front of me. I'm looking at the revised version, I guess, but.
Right. Ms. Musso, can you pull up what the current, okay, thank you. She can share that on her screen with us.
Let me share my screen with you guys. So this is NAC 502.426.
Might need to read that to us, Kaylee. I can't even see it.
Sorry, I'm going to try to zoom in a little bit.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so section 2 says an owner applicant is eligible for the issuance of 1 damage compensation tag for deer for each 50 deer that cause damage to his or her property, and 1 damage compensation tag for antelope for each 50 antelope that cause damage to his or her property. The only thing that I do want to note to you guys is that if LCB does find section 3 in conflict with section 2, then there may be an issue there. But if Game Division or Administrator Scott doesn't think that those two would be conflicting, if we were to adopt the changes in section 3, then I'm okay with that. I just don't want to give my personal opinion on that because I'm not familiar enough with the program.
Okay. Mr. Scott, do you have an opinion?
Madam Chair, members of the commission, I don't believe there's a conflict. As you can see in section 2, the damage compensation tags for deer and for antelope, it specifically says cause damage to his or her property. So that's where the being on the property is so important. But with regard to being in conflict with section 3, I don't believe there's a conflict, but I didn't look at it in that light. So I can't say 100%, but I don't believe there's a conflict.
Okay. Vice Chair Caviglia.
I just, the only concern I have is I do see we've added the word count in multiple spots in section 3. You know, and that is my only concern regarding like what Kaylee just said, is we have added count, right? Counted, it's in multiple spots, just going through it really quickly. So that's my only concern, that would LCB, and I don't know, Kaylee might know, would LCB have an issue with that if we pull the counted out up above in section 2?
I don't believe so. Maybe Deputy Attorney General Burkett has an opinion on that.
You're gonna have to restate the question, sorry.
I'll try to be eloquent about it. So in section 3, the language that we're proposing, they reference the word count or counted numerous times in that new language. In section 2, we're talking about not approving that section, but in the proposed language, we've added counted, that word specifically, into the new language. That the word counted is not in the old language. And I'm just wanting to make sure that that's not going to be a hang up between the two different sections there. Because like, as Kaylee mentioned it, LCB wouldn't have a hang up with that.
Yeah, I don't think I'm going to be much help for you there. You know what's peculiar to me is that you're working on a draft that is an NDOW draft, but the LCB sent back a different draft that they wanted you to review. Is that correct, Kaylee?
Yes, they've sent multiple drafts and they know that we noticed the changes, our changes to their draft, and they're okay with that.
And maybe for the commission's edification, what was the basis for the LCB's changes to your draft? Can you share with the commission how they changed it and where they changed it?
Yes, I can actually share my screen and show those changes. And I've gone back and, sorry, Kaylee moves it for the record. I've gone back and forth with them a couple of times. And it seems, the confusion just seems to be that they're wording it in more legal terms, I guess, than we proposed. Our language was way more simple than what they sent back, but I can show you guys their version of section 3. So this is how they came back with section 3. We would need to add a few different words to make it a little bit more clear. For example, when it says that we can incrementally, we had to add the word incrementally increase the number of deer required to be counted on the property of an eligible applicant during a damage count in order to qualify for one damage compensation tag. I think that the drafter didn't necessarily understand what the committee was wanting. This is a fairly complex issue and the drafters are not usually familiar with wildlife issues. So I think that he kind of just missed the mark on it. But another thing I wanted to point out to Commissioner Kavilia is that at the end, we did use a damage count definition. So if you're going to take the word count out of section 3, then you might want to address 12 as well, unless you're okay with that definition still.
The version I have doesn't have section 12. Looking at it.
Yeah, it ends at 11, which is a new 10.
Yeah, this is Mike Scott for the record. That's because this is LCB's revised version of our version. And in their initial version, they did not, they wanted to use whole numbers, which what that would do is when you applied that equation, you would reduce more tags out of that than landowners that would qualify. So in other words, what we're trying to do by having the incrementally increase is to drop that number under 2.5% or equal to 2.5%, but not way under. So the way they worded it, it would take more tags away than was necessary. So that was where we did not feel that was with the spirit of or the intent that the Landowner Comp Tag Committee had expressed their desire.
Vice Chair Kavilia.
I'm sorry to be a pest.
You're
Kaylee, if we were to pull the language in section 2 out today, I don't really think it would change anything on how we're doing operating currently, but to change section 2, we would start, that would be a whole new process, right? If we approve 3, but still it'd be the same with Pete's concerns, that'd be a whole new process to try to address that, correct?
Correct.
Dag Burkett, do you still have concerns or?
I'm going to apologize and say I'm still not clear on the entirety of the statute, something I've not reviewed until right now. But I think that if you removed 2, you're okay, but I'm not going to make any guarantees.
Commissioner Olmberg and then Commissioner Keel.
Yeah, I was just wondering if we couldn't address Commissioner Keel's concern with eliminate this by just directing the committee to put it on there as an item for discussion on the committee's table there about using video or current technology to help supplement the count. So that it doesn't get, the ball doesn't get dropped, but it continues to try to work on it, but leave this intact as presented.
Okay, Commissioner Keel.
Yeah, and thanks, Commissioner Olmberg. That's exactly where I was going to go with this. Is my reference to section 2 wasn't necessarily, to throw it completely out today. It was more to note that I think we got some work and some improvement to do on that. So I would totally support handling that at the committee level and moving forward with this as presented today.
Okay. Anyone else? Commissioner Barnes?
Yes, I just want to echo what everybody else said. I think I would be comfortable supporting this today. But we need to go back to the committee to discuss this issue, because I think Commissioner Cavilla, when he was talking about referring to counted, as you look down through this regulation, like in section 3, we've used counted enough that I think it needs to be in section 2, or I think he's right, we would be in conflict. And even when you look at the statute and how it's supposed to be, how you're supposed to be issued these tags, it's based on a count. I mean, at some point that it needs to be counted anyway. It's just how the count is done. And I think that's the next issue we need to address. So we may have to add a section or another part in section 2 later, as long as if we approve this, as long as we can come back and say a year or 8 months or whenever we come back, that we can add to this other section.
Okay. And Kaylee, that would be okay?
Yes, Kaylee Musa, for the record, I believe so, Chairwoman East.
Okay. Okay, do we have a motion then, unless there's further comment? Vice Chair Cavilla?
All right, I'll make a motion to approve CGR 488 landowner compensation tags, LCB file number R083-19 as presented to the commission today.
Okay, I have a motion. Do I have a second? Okay, second by Commissioner Olmberg. Or is that a question? That's a question.
I'll second it for the sake of discussion. I would like to add into the motion to put this on the agenda of the next, or the committee, so it doesn't drop the ball, that we address going over the count process.
Is a motion?
I don't have a problem adding that.
Okay. Okay, so everyone clear on the motion? All right, so we have a motion by Vice Chair Cavilla, a second by Commissioner Olmberg to approve the CGR 488 landowner compensation tag LCB file number R083-19 with the note that the landowner comp committee will review section 2 of the current regulation. Did I get that accurate? Okay, all in favor, raise your hand. Opposed? Motion carries 9-0. Great work. Okay. Moving on to 8B, Commission General Regulation 489 NAC 503.172 Shed Antler Season R082-19. Chief Game Warden Mike Maynard for possible action. The Board of Wildlife Commissioners will consider adopting changes to NAC 501 and NAC 503 to change the demerits for violation of the shed antler closure, increase the demerits for a violation of that regulation, and require an online class in order to collect or possess shed antlers in the field. This regulation was brought as a petition by Elko Cab in August 2019 and was considered during a workshop in September 2019 and August of 2021. Chief Maynard.
Thank you, Chairman East. I'm actually going to start this regulation since we are in the same situation with this one as we were the landowners. We have three options again today. We can adopt it with any changes you guys want to make that are germane to shed antlers. We could ask for an extension through Ledge Commission. Again, that would require Director Wassley to appear before Ledge Commission and explain why this wasn't adopted within the 2-year time frame. There is a risk of them not approving that extension, but then that leads us to the third option, which is just to start over on the regulation. And most of you will notice it is the same regulation that was noticed last commission meeting. There was a lot of discussion last commission meeting and no real direction from the cabs. And so it is the same as you guys saw last month. But we are available for questions.
Okay. Questions on shed antlers? No. Okay. Does Commissioner McNinch?
Sorry, Madam Chair. I had kind of shared with you that I'd had a conversation with one of the commissioners from Utah. I don't know if now's the time to throw that out there. Okay, all right. So at our previous commission meetings, presented that there were a couple of states that were interested in talking about coordinating season dates and kind of a big lift type of a thing to coordinate, how states are handling shed antlers. But the interest was there. At the last commission meeting, there was still a desire by our commission to look into that. So I did reach out to the chairman of the Utah Resource Board and had a conversation with him and just to get a feel for what Utah is thinking. And Kevin had reminded me that there was an effort at the Commissioners Committee during the Waffle meeting that there would be an effort from him and a commissioner from Wyoming to kind of initiate a conversation, kind of the same concept, just trying to continue these conversations and see if there's a path forward. While those efforts didn't necessarily bear any fruit at this point, it was kind of hard to get the ball rolling and get responses back from folks. He did mention that he knows that Wyoming is interested, and while Wyoming might be far removed from us, he thought that there was still a great opportunity to have those conversations. He believes that Utah has a new director. He believes that, well, he said he doesn't believe, he knows that the new director for Utah is interested in these kind of collaborations. And it's really not intended to push us one way or the other today. We're late in the game on this. If we feel like we need to take action, we should. But there's still recognition that there's still a desire, at least from Utah, to do something. And we do share some interest on, obviously, from that eastern boundary. He knows that their sportsmen, their folks over there are impacting us, and he's very open to having those conversations, talking about reciprocal agreements and whatever the case might be. So I'm not sure where that leaves us directly, but I think that there's some room to move forward with this if we felt the need to, if we liked where it's at with the certification program, and we felt like we wanted to move forward and put something in place similar to the landowner compensation tag program. There'd still be opportunity to talk down the road. What our action today, if it would not take away from those desires and any collaborative efforts down the road. I just wanted to update that they're still very interested. They think that it could happen. They think that it could be productive, and Kevin was even optimistic that other states would follow suit if we were able to do something.
Thank you, Commissioner McNinch. I think that would be like fantastic. That would be the best thing we could hope for with this regulation, considering what's going on with our states around us. Commissioner Barnes.
Thanks, Madam Chairman, and thanks, Commissioner McNinch, for bringing that up, because as I look at this regulation, I've been in support of a shed hunting regulation. It's just, and I don't want anybody to think that I'm opposed to shed hunting, because I think it's a great recreational opportunity for families to get out, be able to spend time together. But unfortunately, a lot of this has turned into a business now. And that's what we have to deal with. And it's putting pressure on our resource, animals, ground, whatever. And I think when you have a regulation, the enforcement, you got to have some teeth in it to help enforce that regulation, or it doesn't do any good. And so I'm really not opposed to the demerit points, but I almost feel like we're discriminating against our Nevada residents, because they're the ones that are getting penalized the most. Our neighbors from the east can come in, they get caught, they pay a fine. It's just the cost of doing business. And I feel that maybe we're discriminating against, like say, our own residents. And I would like to see if is there anything we could do. And I guess I asked the question to Deputy Maynard, is that is there something we can do to the out-of-state residents to make the penalty a little stiffer for them, to help deter them instead of just our own residents?
Chief Maynard.
Through you, Madam Chair, Chief Mike Maynard for the record. Well, if they violate an existing statute or regulation, we can cite them like we would anyone else.
Well, I think the concern is that we're citing them, but they're just going to keep coming back. There's not the teeth in it for our out-of-state people that there is for the in-state. Is that?
This is the argument that Mike Maynard for the record again. This is the argument on just about any law we have, not just wildlife laws and voting laws, but laws statewide. Is where do you put in a sliding scale? Do you put in draconian punishments to prevent repeat offenders? There is only so much we can do with it at the level it's at. It's not going to get above $500 for the bail amount. It's going to be there to do more than that would be, as I understand it, beyond the scope of the statutory authority we have currently. So it is a problem, and there are various examples of non-residents taking advantage of the fact that they are not administratively under the state's authority. And that occurs in a lot of different ways. There have been significant changes to the law to where traffic violations are now not misdemeanors, they're infractions, they're civil offenses. So there's all sorts of things that exist in law that prohibit us from putting heavier penalties on folks. And I believe is where we're sitting right now. We're pretty much up against it unless there's a statutory change. The AG may want to weigh in on that as well, but it's a misdemeanor under Title 45 is where it sits. So beyond that, to go any more punitive on non-residents would, in my understanding, take a statutory change. You may wish to check with the Senior Deputy Attorney General on that point.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Musso, if we can't make changes to this today, correct?
As long as they remain germane to shed antler correction or collection. It is my understanding that LCB is okay with us making changes.
Okay, so if we were to change, for instance, the demerits, we could do that. Okay. Okay. Does anyone else have comments or questions? Vice Chair Cavilla?
I guess I've got a couple. I have first one for Kaylee. Procedurally, this whole process started with a petition that we accepted. So if we don't vote on this today, do we automatically have to start all over? Is that how that's going to work? Because we wouldn't have resolved the petition.
Yes, just sorry, Kaylee Musso for the record. Just for the petitioner's sake, I think we would need to send them a letter explaining why it wasn't adopted after you guys initiated rulemaking procedures. But I think that you could just direct the department to start over again if you chose not to adopt it today. And we could explain that in the letter also.
And then I guess just some comments for me. I mean, I think what we have here written today, I've got all sorts of correspondence regarding this shed antler thing. People want it to disappear completely. I don't know if that's ever going to happen now that that box has been opened, but I think this is better than where we're at currently. I've said it before, I do see a benefit to having that class, because then we will get some numbers on people, right? If you'll get some data on how many people are going out and doing it. I think that would be beneficial, I believe. And then I do have a question for law enforcement or Kaylee, or as far as the demerit system goes, let's say we have a repeat offense, right? So in Nevada, if with I think where we're at on some of those, it's 9 demerits. If they did it twice, they would be ineligible for X amount of period in Nevada for a hunting license. With the wildlife, the interstate compact, if we revoke their license here, is there potential that in other states their resident license would get revoked out of state as well? Just a question.
Chief Game Warden Mike Maynard, through you, Madam Chair. It's going to depend on the similarity. Do they have a similar offense in their state? So the violators compact, in a nutshell, it's fairly expansive, and they make changes to it occasionally that we have to consider. But typically, it has to be something that would be an offense in their state as well, potentially, for them to recognize the revocation in ours. It has to, they had a shed antler law or something like that was similar, but that would be entirely dependent upon the state you're talking about.
Thank you. That's all I got.
Okay, thank you. Zach Burkett, did you have any comment?
Well, I was just going to say, I think Mike is right. And I remember we talked about this the last time we discussed with Commissioner Cavilla. And I think we got some heads up from Captain Kramer on that issue. And I think Mike's dead on. Unless there's a statute in that state, Utah, for example, here, we're not going to be able to use that to restrict their privileges in Utah. I was thinking, though, for the prior question, are there other statutes in Nevada that would apply for individuals criminal statutes that apply for individuals who are engaging in shed collections outside of the restriction? And I was looking, I know that I was wondering, and Mike, maybe you could help us if there's a harassment of wildlife criminal statute. I see there's one about dogs running at large and harassing wildlife, but I wondered if, cumulatively, if they catch somebody doing this multiple times, if there's other sorts of criminal statute that could apply based on the idea that you're affecting the animal's ability to recuperate or survive, I guess, the winter. Just my thoughts.
Your permission, Madam Chair, Mike Maynard. I would say that it depends on the circumstances. is it a possibility? Yes. Have we had instances and stories of people pursuing animals and doing unethical behavior and potentially illegal behavior and harassing them to attempt to get sheds? Yes. That would probably be the crux of what we would go off of if that opportunity existed. It may not in every circumstance, and it would be something that would have to be individually articulated depending on that unique set of circumstances, in my opinion, to get there. There's always a possibility of other violations in my experience. People who commit one type of crime are usually not limited to that area of crime. They typically violate other laws in the process in one way, shape, or form. But that would be my take on it.
Other comments or questions? Commissioner Rogers?
Yes, thanks, Madam Chair. Yeah, I think much like many of the CGRs, I mean, clearly not perfect. I think we're heading in the right direction on some of these. But I would concur with what Commissioner Barnes said. As I look at some of this stuff, it just seems like, there's issues across the board, but, is it really a deterrent for some of those non-residents who it's not a recreation family activity, it's a business, and a nominal fee is just part of the cost of doing business, much like the cost of putting gas in their car and four-wheelers to drive to Nevada. Hey, getting a fine of $100 or $500 or whatever is part of the deal. So anyway, my point is, I think that we're heading in the right direction with this, and I would support it, but certainly something hopefully that we can continue to work on going forward to, put some teeth into some things to maybe make some deterrents. And I don't know whether it's at this commission level or otherwise, but until there's a meaningful deterrent and penalty, I just don't know if we get the desired result we're looking for.
Got it. Okay. Other comments or questions before we go out for public comment? Okay, seeing none, we'll go out for public comment on our shed antler regulation. Mr. Dixon.
Thank you, Chair East and the commission. A question that I had is, and I'm sorry I had to step away for about 10 minutes. I had to pick up a phone call for work. And this is looking at kind of following in of this is a regulation we're going to continue to modify over the years to try to give it, as just pointed out by Commissioner Rogers, a little more teeth in some areas. Are we looking at, I don't know what the word is, but basically having our surrounding states where a majority of these shed collectors come from, if like here we get demerit points, that those demerit points would be given in that state? So, because most of the people that collect sheds also have hunting and fishing licenses, maybe not in this state, but they may have them in other states. And so could we impact their ability to get a hunting or fishing license in their home state by reciprocity? I guess that's what it's called, maybe, or something, in giving points out. And that's something not for now, but it's something to look at in the future. If we continue to see violation issues, it may be something we could look at. That was the only thought we had from Clark County, but I really wasn't sure. We did agree that we should adopt what we have here and then continue to change it in time as necessary. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dixon. Do we have any other public comment? Mr. McVickers.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Our cab, this was the only agenda item we were opposed to. The language, the dates, we've talked about dates, we've talked about non-resident issues. We are in favor of the shed class, just to get the numbers, but that is where we stood with this agenda item. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Flowers?
Yes, Rex Flowers for the record.
I had two small issues. The 9 demerit points for taking sheds during the closed season. In your next agenda item, you're going to talk about demerits again and clean up language there. And the commercial take of crayfish without proper licensing, demerits is 6 points. Now, I know it's not a bighorn sheep. It's still poaching. And it's 6 points. But we're going to take a cast off from an animal and charge 9 demerits for that. And that seems a little out of whack. The other problem is further down in this regulation, you got to go way down. It says section 2. Under 1B, it says that you have to take the class for the license between January 1 and April 30th in order to participate between May 1 and June 30th. Now, every other license that we have, you can buy at any time throughout the year. I don't understand why we would not allow people. I could understand January 1 being the initial start date. I could understand June 30th being the last day you could take the class. But as with myself, if I decide I want to go up to Wild Horse and go fishing in May and say, well, God, I ought to grab me a license. So if I see sheds, I can pick them up. I can't pick them up because I'm not going to decide to go up to Wild Horse till maybe May or June. And I won't be able to qualify to do that. So I think that is wrong. I would say that you could buy that, you could take that class from January 1 to June 30th. It's online. It isn't putting anybody out. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Flowers. Do we have any other public comment? Karen. Can you unmute, Karen?
There, so sorry. I only just zoned into this. And so the comment that I'm going to make, sorry, it's Karen Boger for the record, and thanks for this opportunity, Chair East and Commissioners. I have had, as has my Backcountry Hunters and Anglers organization, had concern about this issue for a long time, and given some deep involvement in White Pine County years ago, which has been kind of ground zero for some of this issue. So what I'm going to suggest right now has to do for the future and maybe some things that we can think about. And that's the fact that it seems to me the primary issues are the large collections, primarily for commercial purposes, and also for the amount of vehicles that go off route across sensitive territory at a sensitive time of the year when it's really wet. So it seems to me that some sort of partnership with the feds, and I know the state versus fed thing is pretty potent out there in the rural counties, but for this cause, I think it could be good because the destruction of habitat in the spring can be something that the feds could monitor, but also on public lands, there is a fee for gathering stuff that's out there. And once the sheds are off an animal, they're no longer wildlife, right? So for instance, rock hounding, there is a fee for a certain degree of rock hounding. And so maybe that is also a consideration for those who gather in great numbers. And also just being maybe even together, working together to decrease off-route travel. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. Any other public comment? Just raise your hand. Okay, we'll bring it back to the commission for questions, comments, discussion, motion. Vice Chair Cavilla?
I do see, Rex's concern there within the language. That I think if we are going to go forward, we need to tweak that. Because if a guy wanted to buy a fishing license and go out fishing the next day, he can. You don't want to make that ahead of time. So I definitely think we do need to adjust that if we are going to proceed with that, that language.
Okay. Comments or questions? Commissioner McNinch?
Thank you, Madam Chair. That was going to be my comment as well. I see Rex's point, and if I understand why it's written the way that it is, so we probably have to include something in there that kind of stating the obvious, that before you can go out, because if somebody says, "Oh, hey, I want to go out and collect sheds on June 1," the way it's written, they'd be kind of aced out of that if they still needed to get a certificate. But at the same time, you want to make sure that somebody's not holding out until the end of hoping to finish up their last round, clear into June. That you want to make sure that they get it before they go out anyway.
Right.
For if the season is actually open the way that we have the reg written.
Okay. I'm still really struggling with the 9 demerit points. I'll just throw it out there. I'd like to see that dropped from the to 6 for January 1 to April 30. And if we needed to increase it down the road, we could, but I just really struggle with that one. And also the class being limited to a time frame. Commissioner Cavilla?
What is it? 12 demerits is when you lose your hunting license. Is that correct? I think when we discussed this before, because I think there's a little bit of falsehood that we also don't have Nevada residents out doing the same thing. There's a lot of Utah residents. There's Nevada residents out doing it as well. There's no question about it. So I think when we had these discussions before, the 9 demerits were to put more teeth in it to make it bite a little harder. Those were our previous discussions before when this was originally discussed. So.
And I'll go with whatever you guys do. I'm just having some heartburn on that. Commissioner Barnes and then Commissioner Allenberg.
Thanks, Madam Chairman. I too can go along with the regulation. I think I'm going to agree with Rex's suggestion that they should be allowed to take the test. That just makes sense. Although, like Commissioner McNinch stated, we need to make sure that's in the language someplace. And I was actually gonna make a motion, but when he threw the language thing out, it wasn't ready for that one. And as far as the so maybe, well, if I talk long enough, maybe Commissioner McNinch could come up with the language that we're gonna need for the motion. So I'll just keep talking, Dave, until you kind of give me a nod, and then we'll go from there. Now, anyway, and then as far as the demerits are concerned, I can see that, yeah, the penalty is fairly stiff, but if you don't want to, lose a chance of not getting the license, then don't do it. That's the whole point of the demerits, is that, yeah, maybe the penalty's stiff, but just don't do it. And then you don't have to worry about it. So I guess those are my thoughts.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Allenberg.
Yeah, I was just kind of disappointed. I was hoping to hear from the Elko Cab, who brought this petition on. And I know that they had some reservations with the success of where we're at with the shed regulations, without their ability to have something cooperative with our neighbors. So I don't know. White Pine didn't support it the way it was written, and I think a lot of theirs was the demerits, that it's really harsh. I think that what Commissioner Barnes had mentioned, it's very, very hard on our residents and not so hard on our non-residents. So it's very discriminating, and so I wouldn't be opposed to reducing those demerits. So yes, there's still teeth, but maybe the, you know, the impact to our residents isn't quite as severe as it, because right now with the non-residents without licenses, they're essentially, the demerits mean nothing to them.
Okay, Commissioner McNinch, did you come up with some language?
No, I'm not Jeremy Drew, guys. Jeremy's really good at this stuff, but I am trying to think a way through it. You know, changing the January 1 to April 30, make that June 30 is easy, but you know, we need to make it clear that if during the season, May 1 to June 30th, if you get your certificate after May 1, you have to have your certificate before you go out. I mean, you can't do it. You can't go out, you know, May 15th and get your certificate June 15th, you know. Got to have it beforehand. I mean, it's implied in the regs. Kaylee, are you going to bail me out a little bit?
I think
Yeah.
she wants to help you.
Thank you guys. Kaylee Musso for the record. It does say that they have to have in his or her possession a certificate issued by the department or an agent as proof that they took the class. So I think even if we change the date, it still is very clear they have to have the certificate in possession while they're out in the field. And there's no way to have the certificate in possession if you haven't taken the course. So I think we're covered either way.
Just a function of changing April 30th to June 30th if we're going to go that route. Okay, good. Thank you.
Commissioner Barnes?
The only thing I was just going to mention what Kaylee mentioned, because I just read that and underlined it. It's right there in the first line of that section. So I saw it's there. So we're good. That was all.
Okay, thank you. Any other wordsmithing? No? Commissioner McNinch?
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, I guess I'm good either way. I want a regulation that has bite on this because it's a big deal. We've got drought, we've got animals that are, you know, they're trying to get along, habitat conditions. I mean, we talk about landscape, you know, addressing habitat issues on a landscape scale. This is, you know, I mean, sagebrush is, you know, it's really on the edge. You know, it's very vulnerable. That's where most of this stuff's occurring. And so I understand the 9 demerit points. I'm not opposed to going to 6, I guess. You know, really, you know, the good actors they're gonna do the right thing. You know, this is just how it works. The folks that are compliant with laws, have that conscience, they're gonna do what needs to be done. Even if you put it at 3 or even 1 demerit, if we even have 1 demerit. But those folks that are pushing the edge, you know, the ones that go cache all the shed antlers and bushes and stuff like that, they're not likely to change whether we're at 6 or 9, probably. I don't think that we're going to have a deterrent for them. So I guess I'm not overly concerned about dropping it to 6. I'd like it to at least look really punishing, you know, because it's a big deal. But at the same time, if we need to go to 6, if somebody does it twice, they're done. You know, they can get away with another 3-pointer or something and still have their license. I don't really like that idea. If we get repeat people, I just as soon have them worked out of the system sooner than later, to be honest with you. That's just my regulatory side coming out from my career. But so I guess I'm okay with 6 if we need to go there to get something done.
Okay. Any other comments? Vice Chair Cavilla?
I guess I'm reading through here and I have a question. Is there the possibility that we just get rid of that whole part of the whole part that says as proof that any time from January to January 30th inclusive? Because the next part of that paragraph is of the current, if we just say of the current calendar year, right? That they have that license of that calendar year, and just get rid of that. And then you wouldn't have dates on there that could potentially create confusion. Would that be a possibility?
Haley, do you understand the question?
Yes, Kaylee Musso for the record. So correct me if I'm wrong, but we're just changing the language to say that they could take the course at any time in the of the current calendar year.
Correct. I mean, in reality, after June 30th, that wouldn't matter. But if you just said of the current calendar year, you wouldn't have some, I don't know, you wouldn't even have any dates in there that could potentially create confusion, right? Because it would fall within that calendar year after January 1st, right, of every year.
Yes, that's an easy change.
That's a nice thought, Tommy.
Commissioner Barnes, are you looking to speak? No? Okay. Anyone else? Yes, Vice Chair Caviglia. You might have to just start talking because it's hard to look for all of you.
I guess one more thing, and because having been from White Pine County, I hear a lot about this, and this is a tough one. And I think this might be one of those ones that's going to keep evolving, because I think in relation to the history of the department, this is relatively new stuff. But the shed antler thing from 20 years ago to 10 years ago to now, it's way different animal. So this might be just an evolving regulation. And I understand the guy's frustrations. I get it. And I've said it multiple times. I used to shed hunt a lot, but I like what we're doing today. And if we need to bring up more later, I would definitely be open to it too. I think this is going to be an evolving deal. That's my last comment. I'll shut up now.
You don't have to shut up. Thank you. Anybody else? Someone want to make a motion? Vice Chair Caviglia.
I guess I won't shut up. I'm going to take a stab at it.
Okay.
Okay, let's see. Let me get my. I'm gonna make the motion to approve the regulation changes NAC 503.172 shed antler season and NAC 501.200 demerits as presented. I'm going to propose to keep the 9 demerits in there, and then I'm going to propose on section 503.172 1B1 that we are going to delete the portion that says as proof at any time from January 1st to April 30th inclusive. And then on section 2, we're going to remove that same verbiage from that section as well. And everything else would remain as presented. And hopefully that made sense.
I think it does. Commissioner Barnes, are you seconding the motion? Okay. I'm hoping I don't have to repeat that. Okay, Kaylee says no. So, okay, so we have a motion to approve CGR 489 NAC 503.172 shed antler season R082-19, proposed by Vice Chair Caviglia, seconded by Commissioner Barnes as noted. Everyone clear on the motion? Okay, all in favor, raise your hand. And opposed, motion carries 9-0. Thank you everyone for all of the hard work. It's been a long time coming. Okay, we're going to move on to agenda item 8C. Commission General Regulation 494-NAC 501 Regulation Simplification LCB file number R163-20. Management Analyst Kaylee Musso for possible action. The Commission will consider adopting changes to NAC 501 recommended by the Regulation Simplification Committee. This regulation was considered during a workshop at the September 2020 meeting. Musso.
Thank you, Chairwoman East. Again, this regulation is up for adoption. It was up for a workshop this meeting last year. This came out of previous Commissioner Chairman Johnson's request that the department get a head start on our 10-year regulation simplification review. And that 10-year review would have taken place in 2022. So he really wasn't that far ahead with how long it's taking to get regulations back from LCD. So again, this is mostly a cleanup effort, hence the term simplification effort. This first section 1, it really is cleanup. We do keep all technical review comments and comments on federal actions as records, but they're not in the form of a book. So we took that out, and then we would make it available upon request. In the demerits section, there are a fair number of demerits we're removing that are exempt by NRS 501.1812. I did go over that in the workshop. But this first one, the unlawfully possessing live wildlife that is classified as prohibited, that's already addressed in 501.1812. So that's being removed from this regulation. The next demerit change regarding a validated tag, we are updating to allow for an electronic tag validation in the future. So we had to add language to allow for that. The next demerit point that we are addressing is we are just taking the commercial taking of crayfish out of the miscellaneous section of demerits and moving it into the permits selection, since it deals with the crayfish permit. So that's why you're seeing it removed from the miscellaneous section. And then under licenses, we are removing those two demerits from this section because those are addressed by NRS 501.1812 as well, which is again clarified in number 2 shown below. And then on the last page, we just wanted to clarify that we get federal grants from other entities than the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and Department of Interior. So we took those terms out and just said any federal grants.
Hey, fairly straightforward. Any questions for Ms. Musso? Vice Chair Caviglia? No? Okay. All right. Gotta have some fun. It's a long day. All right. Seeing none, we'll go out for public. Oh, Ms. Commissioner Weiss? No. Okay. We'll go out for public comment. Any public comment on CGR 494? Mr. Flowers?
Good afternoon, Rex Flowers for the record. Commercial taking of crayfish except in accordance with the permit issued pursuant to NAC 503.540. I think that instead of being 6 demerits should be 9 demerits. If we're gonna put teeth on shed hunting, we need to put teeth on illegal trade of crayfish. And this specifically says commercial. So that is an illegal trade. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Flowers. Other public comment? Okay, I don't see any. Going once, twice, raise your hand. Okay, we'll bring it back to the commission. Does Chief Maynard, is he still with us? Where did he go?
We can move him back in.
Okay, maybe he could. I'd just like to ask him about this, moving this 6 to 9 on the crayfish. Chief Maynard, do you have, I don't know if you heard the comment by Mr. Flowers, but he requested that we consider moving the demerits for the commercial taking of crayfish from 6 to 9. Do you have any comment on that?
Through you, Madam Chair, Chief Game Warden Mike Maynard for the record. That's entirely within your purview. It's crayfish. So as far as making it a 9 demerit. I don't know that that would be consistent with equivalent 9 demerits, but that's as long as that's within the prerogative of the commission, I support your decision.
Okay. Thank you. Ms. Taylor, can you respond to that? Is that?
Thank you, Chairman East, Kaylee Musso for the record. I would agree with Chief Maynard's statement. It is in your purview, but as I look at the rest of the regulation, possessing a raptor without a permit is also 6 demerits. Selling live bait without a permit is 6 demerits. And so it seems fairly consistent with the rest of the demerits in that permit section. But again, it is in your purview to change that.
Where did this change come from?
Well, the fisheries, I believe it was the previous fisheries division administrator that he felt it fit more in line with the permit section of demerits rather than the miscellaneous portion. And that was the sole reason for moving it, is just that the word permit is used in that classification. And so we put it in the permit section.
So it's always been 6?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So that's nothing new. Okay. I just wanted to clarify. Okay. Other comments, questions?
Mrs. Chair, Ron Prinny.
Yes, Commissioner Perini.
I just wanted to say it should be 6, I think, because if he goes to another month or 2 months or whatever, and he does the same thing, then obviously that's going to be a problem for him. They have 9, it's going to be more than that. So why don't you just do 6? I think it'd be easier. I really do.
Okay, thank you for your comment. Anyone else? Okay, do we have a motion to approve? I'll make a motion to approve CGR 494 NAC 501 as presented by the department. Do I have a second? I have a second by Commissioner McNinch. All in favor, raise your hand. Okay, motion carries 9-0. Thank you. Okay, it's 2 o'clock. Let's take a quick break and we'll come back for bonus point only. Let's come back at 2:10.
Mrs. Chair, are you there?
Yes, Mr. Prini. Oh,
Sorry. Would you please call me?
yes.
Thank you.
Mhm. Okay, I can have everybody come back. Finish up. Mr. Perini's handling another affair. All right, we're going to move on to 9A. Commission General Regulations Workshop Public Comment Allowed. 9A is Commission General Regulation 499. Bonus point only, application period, Management Analyst Megan Manfredi for possible action. The commission will review draft language amending NAC 502 chapters that would decouple the hunt application periods from the 7-day bonus point only application period and create a separate period for bonus point only purchases that would facilitate a more timely draw process and provide increased opportunity for bonus point purchase. The change also defines what awarded means to a successful draw applicant. Ms. Manfredi.
Thank you, Chairwoman and members of the commission. Megan Manfredi for the record. So every draw, the department's validation team reviews a handful of test draws as well as the actual draw to ensure its fairness and that business rules are being followed. So with the advance in technology and the efficiency of the team, validation of the draws have consistently been completed quickly and effectively. So for many of the department's draws, a 7-day bonus point only period follows the close of the hunt application period. So the purchase of bonus points during this 7-day span is a data set directly tied into the validation process. And validation of the final draw cannot begin until the close of this bonus point only period, which is in a sense delaying the conduction of the final draw and releasing the results to the public. So the department recently proposed to the Tag Allocation and Application Hunt Committee the option of removing that 7-day bonus point only period and allowing for the ability to establish a separate bonus point only period, which would facilitate a timelier draw process and the release of results to the public while providing the public an increased opportunity for bonus point purchase. And so let me give you an example of what I mean by increased opportunity. So currently bonus points offered for purchase in an application period are directly tied to the tags being offered in that same period. The decoupling of the two would allow the department to offer the ability to purchase a bonus point for any species, regardless of the type of tags being offered in that same period. So this is specifically relevant to the second draw as it removes that limitation. And we would be able to offer a purchase of a bonus point for all species during that time. The committee approved this option, which brings me here today presenting to you all. And a few things I would like to clarify. Bonus points will still be offered for purchase to an applicant in any big game draw and be awarded to any unsuccessful applicant of that draw. Only one bonus point will be awarded to a customer per species, subspecies, or sex of species per valid hunting license. Neither of those will change. So application and bonus point period timelines will be presented to the commission for approval as annually done in the January's meeting within the big game application deadlines commission regulation. So in addition, the department has included language that would close a loophole around failed payments for tag fees that follow the applicant's success in a draw. So we have currently worked with LCB as to best close this loophole as it specifically relates to how bonus points are utilized in the draw for party hunts. And so the department proposed the definition of awarded as shown in your support materials, but after discussion with LCB, the way the language will look has changed a bit. And I apologize that the new language was not included in the support materials, but it was agreed upon just yesterday. Let me share that with you guys in the chat and to the public. All right, there you go. Okay, so this new language that I'm sharing will replace the definition of awarded as shown in your support materials and will state, for the purposes of NAC 502.310 to 502.42905, inclusive, a tag is awarded or successfully drawn at the time of the drawing of an applicant's name, the purchase of an official tag, or the offer, grant, assignment, or any similar action as determined by the Department of an official tag. So in the addition of this language will ensure that people cannot deny or refuse payment of a successfully drawn tag in any form with the intent of applying again the following year with their return bonus points that they utilized during the current year's application period. The department does remind customers before the draw is conducted to update their payment methods, as well as notify them of failed payments by daily emails and periodic text messages for 7 days after the draw, and receives pretty good public response to the notifications. Most people want their tags. And so this is just a way to prevent the select few from an additional advantage, specifically when applying as a party. And so since this is a workshop, I would just like to assure the commission that this updated language and any other changes that may come from the workshop will be included and provided to the commission and public at a later meeting and at the time if and you choose to move forward with an additional workshop or an adoption. And so with that, I'll answer any questions you guys might have.
Chairwoman East, you're on mute.
Sorry. Wow. Okay. Any questions for Ms. Manfredi? Comments? Vice Chair Caviglia?
I guess to keep it up with the spirit of today, I got another question. We still, if somebody wants to apply during the regular application period and say they want to apply for everything across the board, but not antelope, at that time, they could still submit a bonus point application for antelope, right? It's not going to change any of that.
Nope.
Okay, I just want to confirm that.
Okay. Other comments? Questions? Okay, seeing none, we'll go out for public comment. Any public comment on CGR 499, the bonus point only application period? Mr. Dixon.
Keeping in tune with Tommy today, I always have to say so. At our CAB meeting, we had several members of the public that were concerned that if we change to having a bonus point only system that runs longer so we can do the draw sooner or something like that, that it's going to get confusing for people. And so they ask, and I would just request is that NDOW do some sort of a public education or when you're applying for things, there's a little notice box that comes up that explains that things are different because there's a lot of people. It took us a long time to get everybody electronic or almost everybody electronic. And the fact of the matter is we have an electronic system we've used for a few years and it's working and people are getting used to it. Now we're going to make a change to it. It's for the better, but even good changes can be problematic for some people. So the request is that NDOW do everything in their power to make sure that they do public education of what they're doing and make sure all the anybody who's applying for tags understands the new process. So they don't get confused. That's all.
All right, thank you, Dixon. You bet. Any other public comment? Okay, seeing none, we'll come back to the commission. I had a similar, I had a similar concern about the confusion of the dates, but it sounds like they're going to do multiple emails, texts like they do with us now before the application period ends. So that helped me understand that part of it. Other comments? Do we want to move forward with this? Yes, I'm not seeing anybody move. Okay, I move to approve moving forward to regulation with CGR 499 bonus point only application period. Do I have a second? Have a second? Oh, comment?
I'll second it.
Okay. Second from Commissioner Olmert. Any further discussion? Commissioner McNinch.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this happened to me the last meeting. So I'd hate to take action if we weren't really in a position to take action. It's labeled as a workshop, so I didn't know if we even needed to. I don't know. I just want to make sure that we don't box ourselves in on something procedural. So I defer to Dag Burkett, but if he could clarify, if he does, I'll be in support of your motion. If we don't need to, then we'll try to keep it clean anyway.
Okay.
I don't have the agenda in front of me, sorry. What does it say?
It's workshop. Commission General Regulation 499, bonus point only, application period, management analyst Megan Manfredi for possible action. So
Yeah,
possible action told me that I should make a motion to.
Yeah. My apologies. I was looking up above at the workshop terminology. So we'll let Craig, you tell me. I'm good.
oh, yeah. Yeah, we're good. We're good to go. She can make a motion.
Okay. So we have a motion by myself and a second by Commissioner Almberg to move this along to regulation public hearing. Do I have everyone in favor? Raise your hand. Okay, motion carries 9-0. Okay. That finishes our regulations. Moving on to agenda item number 10, Coalition for Healthy Lands, Chairwoman East for possible action. The Coalition for Healthy Nevada Lands has asked the commission to sign on to the U.S. Department of the Interior Secretary, Deborah Haaland. The commission may discuss and vote to take relevant action. So you all received a copy of the letter from the Nevada Coalition for Healthy Lands, a letter to Secretary Haaland asking us to sign on to this. It's been signed on by a number of other organizations and entities. They've asked us to either sign on, create our own letter, or we could do both. So I wanted to bring it to all of you to see what you think. This is to support their request to put some parameters around wild horses and burros. And it would be my pleasure to work with the department to create our own letter, but I also feel like we should probably sign on to their letter. I think having both just puts a little bit more strength to it, but I'm willing to entertain comments or questions.
Mrs. Chair, this is Ron Perney.
Yes, Mr. Perini.
On both of them would be great. I
On
think,
both.
and I've read all that stuff. I think what they're doing is exactly what we should be doing. And that's what I think we should do both.
Okay. Thank you. Any other comments? Commissioner Almberg.
Yeah, I would echo Commissioner Perini's comments.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay. Commissioner McNinch?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll just go on record as agreeing with Commissioner Almberg and Commissioner Perini. I think it's the right direction. And again, I appreciate the work and effort that the coalition has put into this. And we just hope that it gains some traction and we have a path forward.
Right. Agreed. Anyone else? Vice Chair Cavilla?
I'm just going to state, I agree with everyone else as well.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Barnes?
Thanks, Madam Chairman. I'm just going to agree and throw my support that way. You know, we're starting to gather some horses right now, but there are some funding issues to continue on, and so I think the more support that we can do, the better off we're going to be. As dry as Nevada is, there's been probably more damage done this year than in the past. So it's a real issue, and I just think it's something we need to move forward with.
Okay, thank you. Okay, any other comment? Otherwise, I'm going to take it out for public comment. And I did get a note from Ms. Stetson that she had to leave, but maybe someone else from the committee could jump on to public comment, or the coalition, I apologize. Okay, public comment. Mr. Volz.
Are you able to hear me now?
Yes, thank you. Go
Great.
ahead.
Yes, thank you. For the record, Fred Volt.
Uh-oh, you're back on mute. Mr. Volz, you're muted. We can't hear you. Okay, let's move on to Mr. Burris, and we'll come back to Mr. Volz. Oh, Mr. Burris, go ahead.
Perfect. Thank you, Chairman and the commissioners for letting me speak today. So I am in full support of the commission's support of this letter, and I think you should be signatory on this letter. I also think it would be advantageous to submit a letter separate. I also would encourage any wildlife NGOs to also be signatory on this letter. I know as the youth programs director for Wildlife Habitat Improvement Nevada, we will be signing signatory on this letter as well. I appreciate your support.
You bet. Thank you, Mr. Burris. Let's go back to Mr. Volz.
Are you able to hear me now, Chair?
We can. You muted after you said your name. So
It
yeah.
automatically did it. My apologies.
Okay.
I had unmuted it. It went back. So for the record, Fred Volz. The subtext of the proposed coalition letter has little to do with humane treatment for wild horses and burros. Instead, the coalition members seek to eliminate competition for food and water sources so that the animals they target for recreational killing will be sufficiently numerous and healthy for NDOW licensees. There are several problems and glaring factual omissions in the submitted letter. First, the USDA's 2020 statistics show that Nevada has almost 12 times the cattle, sheep, and hogs destroying the landscape and consuming large amounts of scarce water to irrigate 500 square miles of hay and alfalfa fields for feed, versus the BLM's suspect guesstimates of the number of mobile wild horses and burros. While the Coates study is cited to over-dramatize the impact on sage grouse from wild horses and burros, there isn't even a footnote about the far greater impact of free-roaming cattle, roaming mostly free range on leased BLM land, which is public land, to do an unchronicled amount of damage to fragile flora and fauna and guzzling limited surface water. The far greater impact of cattle has been completely ignored by the authors when they fail to propose decreasing the number of cattle on the fragile Nevada landscape. Second, in reviewing the 2021 BLM roundup tactics and results, multiple horses have been fatally injured when chased by helicopters and running for their lives in fear. A flawed adoption program has given money to alleged adopters only to see imprisoned horses sent off to slaughter in another jurisdiction. There are too few private pasture homes for these horses who only seek their freedom, just as humans want for themselves. If horses are found to be malnourished, blind, incurring broken legs because of the BLM helicopter chases, or suffering from some other disease, the BLM just kills them all. Would we do this with human beings in similar circumstances? Of course not. Humane fertility control significantly increased from current levels would be a far more productive and less expensive process than underperforming helicopter roundups. Then place the horses and burros in overcrowded pens without any ability to even find shelter from the weather. If the BLM was not recklessly operating massive horse prisons, it could save the money it otherwise wastes incarcerating innocent animals who have committed no crime but to exist. This letter does not deserve endorsement by the commission because it is disrespectful and detrimental to wild horses and burros, whose protection is part of your unambiguous statutory responsibility for well-being of all Nevada wildlife species as integral parts of the ecosystem. And I would ask that my comments be added verbatim. Thank you, Chairwoman.
Thank you, Mr. Volz. We'll move on with Mr. McVickers.
Hello.
Hello.
Thank you, Madam Chair from the commission. Our cab was in support of the commission supporting this letter, and we were going to support and write our own letter as well for the issues. And growing up in this area and with these horses and the issues that we have seen, you know, the livestock grazing has been reduced since I was a kid, and there's a lot less sheep and cattle. But the horses have definitely been a big problem. And with the mule deer enhancement programs, I believe we're going to see a lot of push that the horses are affecting our mule deer. So this goes hand in hand with what we're all after, I believe. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McVickers. Karen, I believe that's Karen Boger.
There, okay, finally, my unmute button was jumping around. Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners, for this opportunity to speak, although I'm a little bit speechless because I was not prepared at all to speak to you. So this is very much shooting from the hip, but we really, our Coalition for Healthy Nevada Lands is very appreciative of you considering signing on to our letter. We feel it would just really broaden our hope for making this a very wide, broad amalgam of entities and organizations so that Congress understands this is coming from a widespread call for humane, what we call humane action, which is to reduce our populations of horses and burros to where the habitat can support them, as well as other things that live out there. We saw this as an opportunity because we have a brand new Secretary of the Interior, and we thought it very important that we Nevadans bring this issue to her attention, because here in Nevada, we are, as I want to say, ground zero for wild horses and burros, and for better or worse. And at this moment, since we are the driest state in the nation, and the population of those animals is in some cases 400% over what it was estimated that the habitat can support. And so it's a very dire situation for our lands and for our wildlife and those horses and burros themselves. And we recognize that you as wildlife commissioners know that it's habitat, habitat, habitat. That is number one. And that we cannot expect wildlife, horses, sheep, cows to exist on a bare plot of land. And so it's all about conserving, protecting, restoring habitat so that those key creatures can survive in health out there. Also, it's about following the act, the law, and those who really know the history of how this came about and the years of collaboration and consensus that it took to get to this act was very broad, just like the broad demonstration of organizations that we're hoping to establish. And it very much follows the Multiple Use Sustained Yield Act, I think, while many people are grateful that horses and burros are now, burros are part of the multiple use.
Oops, sorry, Karen. Thank you for your comments.
Okay.
Bye-bye. Rebecca Stetson. Next up.
There we go.
Hi.
Good afternoon. Rebecca Stetson for the record, Chairwoman of the Coalition for Healthy Nevada Lands and President of the Nevada Wildlife Federation. First of all, I wanted to say congratulations to Director Wasley for being named the President of the Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies on behalf of both the Nevada Wildlife Federation and the Coalition for Healthy Nevada Lands. We're super stoked to have you in that position. And in regards to the sign on to this letter, we would greatly appreciate the commission signing on to the letter or sending their own letter in support of our letter. Essentially, based on the comments that were previously had, specifically from Fred Volz, we don't have an ideal solution to the overpopulation of horses and burros. But what I can say is I find it to be much more inhumane to have animals dying of dehydration and starvation on the range than to actually doing something. And I think that a lot of folks who are anti any type of management should take a real hard look at what that means and what humanity of an animal actually is. Because I've seen things starve to death and die of dehydration. And like I said, our options are not ideal, but we're doing something to try to manage the issue, and we're actively trying to manage for better solutions. And that's part of this letter, is getting more money into Nevada for management. In regards to cows, also, cows are not on the range 100% of the time. Cows are managed. There's lots of tools in the tool shed to manage cows. For horses, we have very few options at this point, and they're on the range 100% of the time and are completely unmanaged outside of when we do gathers. The law does mandate through the Wild Horse and Burro Act that we manage for a thriving ecological balance. There is a component there where we have to do something as opposed to doing nothing. Thank you all, and I'm happy to answer any questions when the time comes.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Stetson. Mr. Dixon.
Unmuted. Thank you, Chair East and Commissioners. The Clark County CAB did vote unanimously to have the commission sign on to this letter or write a letter of their own in support of the content here. We also wanted to make sure that NDOW was fully engaged in the process outlined in the letter to Secretary Helland, and that they endeavor to take the most effective actions possible to achieve these goals. We had a lot of, when I say the most effective actions to achieve these goals, Director Wasley on the phone here at the commission, we had a lot of discussion of what those should be in my thing, and we came down with a more generic set of wording there to leave you the greatest options to participate however you could. We also, as a CAB right now, are waiting to get a look from our district attorney down here of the legality of Clark County as a CAB submitting our own letter of support for this. And we're waiting to come back. I heard from Judy Karen that Washoe is not allowed, county is not allowed to do that. And when I went back to the DA with that comment, she wanted to look into it more, even though she initially said that I could write a letter as a CAB. So we're there. And I wanted to say something about horses on the range. The last roundup they did in Southern Nevada in the Spring Mountains, 98% of the horses they removed from the range had to be euthanized because they were so emaciated and starved and malnourished. And so during a 20-year drought, especially in Southern Nevada, where we don't have horses and sheep in large numbers other than some out of Bunkerville, roaming on the range here, especially in the Spring Mountains, I will say that the horses are suffering greatly because we are not managing them the way we could. And to me, I was heartbroken to see that many animals have to be euthanized, because I love seeing the animals on the range, all animals, but I like to see them managed on the range. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dixon. And Therese Campbell.
Hi, sorry. Thank you, commissioners and everybody. Therese Campbell for the record. I just wanted to kind of echo really quickly Paul Dixon's remarks, and I feel very encouraged that this is something that like NGOs and also government entities can all at least somewhat agree on. It's not a perfect proposal, but I definitely believe that it is a great first step, especially in these days where so many issues are so polarized. I really want to see, I think Nevada could set a great example for other states just by so many different entities signing on to this letter. And I also wanted to emphasize and agree with Mr. Dixon's points that, and other people making the point that Nevada is in a unique situation with these feral animals, which is that we are not only the driest state, but we also have the most feral, the biggest number of feral burros and horses in the boundaries of our state. So during this, because we have this 20-year drought going on and we were already really dry, then we just have, I think, a more of a crisis going on, a crisis with the feral animals who are suffering, a crisis with the wildlife that is suffering because of the feral animals, crisis with the habitat because it's being degraded, and a crisis with humans that are suffering in a way because our lands are being degraded. So I just want to encourage and support the NBWCs signing on to this, and also if you could consider perhaps drafting a letter and having the CABs sign it, or NBWC signing it too, and just emphasizing to Secretary Haaland the sort of the crisis situation that Nevada is in here because of our unique combination of factors that is making this very necessary for some kind of action to be initiated. Thank you.
Thank you, Therese. Do we have any other public comment on agenda item number 10? Okay, seeing none, I'll bring it back to the commission. It was suggested that we write our own letter, giving us a little bit more strength, but we also, it sounds like everyone would agree that we could sign on to the letter that's been proposed. And so we would be joining, just for the record, I'm going to read in the organizations that we would be joining: the Nevada Wildlife Federation, NBU Fallon and Reno chapters, Trout Unlimited, Friends of Nevada Wilderness, BHA, the Backcountry Hunters and Anglers, Utah, Nevada, Arizona, Idaho, Colorado, Oregon, California, and Montana chapters, Coalition for Nevada's Wildlife, Nevada chapter of the Wildlife Society, Nevada Waterfowl Association, and the Sagebrush Ecosystem Council. So with that, any further discussion, comments? Commissioner McNinch?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I would like to add a couple more quick comments after hearing public comments. So this letter that was that's being proposed for us to sign on, developed by the Coalition for Healthy Nevada Lands, fits very nicely, and its basis is a document referred to as the Path Forward for Management of BLM's Wild Horses and Burros, which contains a four-tiered approach to dealing as in a proposal to deal with the wild horse problem. Those approaches, those tiers, are gathers and removals alongside population growth suppression strategies, public-private partnerships, and adoptions. The document goes into a little bit of detail on the thought processes, but more to my point, and more importantly, I want to read into the record some, not all, of the signatories to that path forward. It's really important because we talk about creating diverse coalitions to further agendas and further progression on this stuff. And I wanted in the record that this is a very unique oddfellow coalition here. So ASPCA, American Farm Bureau Federation, Society for Range Management, Humane Society Legislative Fund, Public Lands Council, Return to Freedom Wild Horse Conservation, National Horse and Burro Rangeland Management Coalition, Humane Society of the United States, National Cattlemen's Beef Association, American Mustang Foundation. There's a handful of other entities, government entities that are included in there. But my point is that this isn't just some one particular group trying to push some kind of an agenda to protect something, or they're legitimately trying to do something. And there's a broad coalition, and more than just backing what the coalition has done. It's founded on documents that have been supported by diverse interests. I'm all in on this. We have to do something. I just traveled to Las Vegas this week. I saw some herds of, the burros. They're tough as nails, but you can see the wear and tear in them. They're tough. They're the toughest thing out there in my mind. The horses, you can just see them. They just look tired. They just look like they've had enough. And it's hard to see. It's tough. Something has to be done. I'm all in on the letter. I'm all in on drafting our own. So when you're ready for a motion, I'll be glad to make one.
Everybody ready for a motion? Looks like we're ready.
All right, Madam Chair, then I'll make a motion that we sign on to the Coalition for Healthy Nevada Lands, the letter that they drafted to Secretary of the Interior, Deborah Haaland, and that we authorize you or ask you to, as Madam Chair, work with the department to draft a letter specific for the Nevada Board of Wildlife Commissioners that reads in a similar fashion, supporting their efforts.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner McNinch and a second by Commissioner Barnes to sign on to the letter from the Coalition for Nevada Healthy Lands and submit our own. So I will work with the department to do that. All in favor of the motion, raise your hand. And motion carries 9-0. Thank you. Okay. Moving on, agenda item number 11, wildlife contest, Commissioner McNinch informational. Commissioner McNinch will present to the commission for consideration and discussion at a future meeting various regulatory approaches and strategies used to address concerns surrounding wildlife contests. And I just want to state that this is just an informational item. We'll only be listening to Dave for a few minutes, and then we'll take some direction to the department after that. So, Commissioner McNinch.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Boy, the angst, I've been on this commission a long time, but as the days worn on, I've had anxiety about even talking about this today. I know everybody's worn, and hasn't been a horribly long day. It's been very productive, but I recognize the impact that these conversations have had on everybody on this commission, people in the public. I get it. I understand. It's very difficult. It's very polarized. But I'm really having a hard time letting it go. So I appreciate you guys humoring me for now. And with that, back in March, I brought forward concerns regarding these calling contests. I offended folks with my terminology and gave the perception that I was trying to push something through at that point in time. Basically, I did read some language into the record, kind of as a method of showing people what my thought process was, what my approach was, trying to be transparent. And so I reframed the conversation. I backed off. I said, hey, wait a minute. That wasn't my intent to offend. It wasn't my intent to, label people. It wasn't my intent to rush something through. It's not, you can't rush anything through this process anyway. We all know that, but the perception is. So I tried to reframe the conversation, and I tried to reframe it by referring to these contests as a calling contest, trying to have a little respect in that fashion. Tried to remove the language off the table so that we could see if we could get the various interest groups to discuss, provide input to the concept of addressing the problem. And what it really resulted in was everybody naturally developing their talking points, In June, we tried to further advance the conversation by facilitating a process for interest to express what their specific issues were, with a banner, without one. The intent being to try to move the conversation off of specific talking points, trying to open up about what's really bothering us, try to create some self-reflection, so that we can all see through our biases, work with our biases, whatever the case might be, but to try to engage in a conversation that might bear fruit. Again, rather than focusing on talking points. We had limited to no success. I didn't leave the meeting very encouraged, but we proceeded to the August meeting. We tried another approach by asking questions intended to create reflection, try to create a retrospect, trying to get people to really think. Ironically, while we were talking about those questions, people were, I believe, hindsight now, continued to fine tune their talking points and create others to address the what they perceived as, being taken down a particular pathway. So the defense mechanisms kicked in. We lost the opportunity to have a forum to reflect and have meaningful discussions. So that's 3 meetings that we've tried to create a conversation. It just hasn't evolved that way. It just hasn't gone there. The sides remain polarized. Everybody's, we've all readily gone back into our corners, and so we throw out the idea of finding middle ground at the last meeting, and you guys humored me once again by saying, yeah, let's see what that looks like. So after the meeting, I did have some ideas. I did have some conversations with folks on both sides of the issue. And I'll tell you straight up, all of them reached out to me, and which I was very appreciative of that. I appreciated people calling me, contacting me to have these conversations. In some respects, it was kind of a, hey, here we are. What do you mean by middle ground? What does that even mean? What do you, and so I was kind of challenging them, because I don't know 100%. I've got ideas. I know where I stand on the issue, barring other suggestions, I guess. We all have our defaults. So I started to challenge, and I got the impression in some of the conversations that really the idea would be, if they were to talk to people with a different interest, that they really wanted to just talk at them, not with them, not have the conversation. So I felt that there was a little bit of that. I did, however, have a couple of folks, one from each side of the issue, agree to talk. They wanted to talk to each other, so put them in contact with each other. They did have 2 or 3 hours worth of conversation, and by both accounts, they felt that each other was quite respectful. They appreciated that each other was willing to discuss and talk. One of them had asked, is it too late to do anything? Is it too late to propose meaningful changes? And then I told them, I shared my thoughts with them, and I told them, hey, look, it's really, really late in the game at this point. But if a really diverse group of people came forward with a solution that everybody was behind, then I would certainly be open to listening to what they had to say, whatever that might be, and certainly consider it. At the end of the day, both parties agreed that there was just too much of a gap. They just couldn't quite close the gap on all the issues, all the concerns that they each had. So I'm here to report that there really is, we have not been able to find middle ground. I do have people continuing to call me and ask questions. So I think people are thinking about it. They're trying to process it still. I did have one member of the public suggested a resolution. So I'm gonna throw that out there. There were conversations about developing regulations to regulate these contests. So those are basically the conversations. I think the one thing that I'm most concerned about at this point in time is, what's the next step? And I hear you guys loud and clear. It's time to do something. It's time to move this thing one direction or the other. I'm very, very, very concerned that if we don't take up some action, take up some language, move forward with some action on the table, if we just decided to not talk about this anymore, it's going to have long-term serious ramifications for this commission, cabs maybe, I don't know, but I think that our abilities, Director Wassley kind of mentioned it at the last meeting. He's more succinct and certainly articulates things a little bit better than I do, but I do believe that that our ability to make decisions on not just these types of issues, but other issues will be challenged, if not modified or revised. I think that the makeup of this commission's on the line, and I think that it's time to, if we don't consider some language, that those are even more likely. Regardless of what our decision would be, I think the fact that we talk about it and take a stance and take a position and have it on the record, representing our various interest groups has value. So with that in mind, Madam Chair, I am going to ask that that the department bring back some language for us at the November meeting that we can discuss and talk about. And it's very, and I would propose language similar to what Arizona has proposed. And I'll read it into the record. It's very straightforward. It just basically says, a person shall not by any means participate in, organize, promote, or solicit participation in a contest where a participant uses or intends to use any device or implement to capture or kill predatory animals or fur-bearing animals as defined under statute. For the purposes of this subsection, contest means a competition among participants where participants must register or record entry and pay a fee, and prizes or cash are awarded to winning or successful participants. That's basically it. And I would ask that we bring that forward. So that language, and I'm going to read this. This is what I read in March. The language, the intent, to try to make it clear, because the cabs have had some misunderstanding of what I had proposed originally. The intent, my intent is not to preclude calling or hunting coyotes. It's not to preclude someone from protecting their livestock, family, pets, etc., from coyotes. It's not intended to preclude family, friends, and or others from congregating in groups to hunt coyotes. It is not intended to preclude trapping or shooting coyotes for their pelts. It's not intended to preclude someone from doing their part to remove coyotes for conservation or disease prevention or control, if that is what they believe they are doing or contributing to. It is not intended to preclude anyone from promoting, organizing, conducting, or participating in other events intended to raise money for conservation or celebrate camaraderie. It is not intended to preclude taking of any fur-bearing mammal in accordance with applicable requirements. And it's not intended to preclude promoting, organizing, conducting, or participating in other wildlife contests, such as big buck contests, chucker contests, fishing derbies, or any other contest that does not include killing of coyotes or other unprotected or fur-bearing mammals, as I just read with the statute. So that's what I'm pushing for. I do have some other comments. I don't know if you want to open this up for a little bit of conversation or not, but I do, before we finish up, I do have a little bit more that I'd like to say.
Okay, so this is just an informational item, so we cannot deliberate on this item, but what we can do is discuss a little bit. And we won't be taking public comment on this item. This is an informational item only. So please keep your comments to that, and feel free to move ahead, Commissioner McNinch, and I'm sure the DAG will stop us if we get off kilter here.
Okay, so basically it would be my intent, with having read my intent into the record here, for the department to draft some language in a form that can be brought back to us so that we can talk about it. And whether we adopt any language exactly the way it's presented or modified, or choose not to take any action, choose to decline, whatever the case might be. The whole idea is to have something on the table. I think that the whole reason I brought this forward, petition was imminent. We're going down this pathway. I feel bad that it's progressed to the extent that it has, to the point that it has, to where we've where it's continued to polarize. And again, I'm going to save some comments here in a moment. But I think the worst thing that we could do as a commission is to, the whole reason we're in place is to deal with these difficult issues. And if we decline, as has been suggested by, by some of our cabs, it's on the record. There's no getting around it. I think that it would be very damaging in a shorter, sooner than later. And I think that we just can't go down that path. I think we have to take action to either proceed or put an end to the conversation. It needs to be on the record with language on the table.
Okay. And I would agree with Commissioner McNinch on many of his points. Some of the phone calls and posts that I've seen in the last couple of months have been less than favorable toward us. However, I do know that if we don't address some of these tough issues, they'll be addressed for us. And some feel that that's the way it should be. But I feel like we should have this conversation. And if we have to go to the legislature to defend ourselves, we can do that. So I would like to ask Dave to work with the department to come back with a regulation, language for a regulation at our next meeting, and we can deliberate from there, our pros, cons, wants, needs, desires, etc. So is there any other comment on this agenda item? Okay. Seeing none, are you finished, Mr. McNinch?
No, I've got one more thing that I'd like to say, Madam Chair. So as we move forward, I want my fellow commissioners to know, I know what I've said it before, but I'm going to reiterate it. I know what this has done to everybody. I realize that. I don't know that it could have been avoided. It went down the way that it did. I wish things were, I wish there were easier paths. I don't know. I think we got several more issues out there that are headed our way. I know we do. I'm not going to mince words. So this is just one of several that are going to be heading our way. And I know how difficult it is. I want you guys to know I've said it over. I respect you guys. I hate to feel like we're being put at odds with each other. I look at it as, it is what it is. We've got a decision to make, just like all the other things. Put it on the table and we'll go from there. In the meantime, we've got a public comment period coming up right after this, and at the end of our meeting. And I want to say something real quick to the public. I want everybody to know, I take your public comments serious. I hear what you're saying. I listen to what you're saying, and I completely respect and support that it's a statutory requirement that you be allowed your public comment. And I've always been very willing to listen and very open to what people have said. But as we have gone through this process, the public comments, the social media posts, the letters, the emails, they've been aggressive. I can understand attacking our thinking, our processes, our actions, our inactions, the comments that we make on the record. I get all that. That's all part of the game. But when it starts turning personal, I think you need to understand that right now it's to inflame, to use misleading statements, to label people you disagree with to label them, the name calling, the inflammatory comments, references, the innuendos, all those things, whether you intend them to be to stoke a fire or not, it is, and it does. It's irresponsible and it's getting dangerous. It's dangerous and it needs to stop. It needs to stop. There's no need for it. We hear you, we listen to you, but it's time to get responsible, and it's time to knock off the rhetoric here. There are people listening that do not process information the same way. Not all of us process information the same way. There are a lot of people out there watching this, listening. And this isn't a game. It's not a joke. People take this stuff in a way different way than you might be intending, and you need to know that. So I'm asking the public, please be responsible, and please quit the stoking of the fires. You know what I'm saying what I'm saying by that. So I'm going to leave it at that, Madam Chair.
Great. Thank you, Commissioner McNinch. Any comments or questions? Okay, we're going to move on. Agenda item number 12, future commission meetings and commission committee assignments, Secretary Wasley and Chairwoman East for possible action. The next commission meeting is scheduled for November 5 and 6, 2021. The commission will review and discuss potential agenda items for that meeting. The commission may change the date, time, and meeting location at this time. The chairman may designate and adjust committee assignments and/or dissolve committees as necessary at this time. Any anticipated committee meetings that may occur prior to the next commission meeting may be discussed. So I'm going to run through a quick list of the committee assignments. I've made some changes. I believe they're being posted to the website in the next few days, but I just wanted to run through these. So for the APRP committee, I'm adding Commissioner Wise. For Finance Committee, Commissioner Rogers will chair that with Gil Yannick serving as vice chair. And I don't think I need to talk about the staff change. Public Lands Committee, Commissioner Barnes will continue to chair that. I'm adding Commissioner Wise. The Kirch Committee, Vice Chair Cavilla will serve on that with me. Wildlife Damage Management Committee, I'm adding Commissioner Wise. Wildlife Scholarship Recipient Selection Committee, Vice Chair Cavilla will serve as the alternate for that committee, and I'm adding prior recipient intern Jeremy Drew. And then the Landowner Compensation Tag Committee, I've asked Commissioner Keel to chair that with Commissioner Barnes and Rogers, and I'm adding former Chairman Brad Johnston to that committee. He's got a tremendous amount of knowledge and some of the issues that we dealt with today. So if you have any questions, you're welcome to reach out to me. I think I talked to most of you about this, that I made the changes to. So future commission meetings, Director Wasley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the next meeting is, as indicated in the agenda item, is scheduled for November 5th and 6th. According to our original schedule, that meeting was scheduled to occur in Reno, as this one was scheduled to occur in Las Vegas. At this point in time, I think it is probably an unfortunate reality that we will likely be in a virtual capacity once again. And so the location won't necessarily matter. I do have a list of items, and as we develop that agenda, we can determine whether we would need 2 days or 1. However, the list includes taking of raptors for falconry seasons and the quotas for that take. Those are typically set in even numbered years and then amended in odd numbered years. So if there's any amendment necessary, that would occur this year. Non-commercial collection seasons and limits for live and unprotected reptiles and amphibians, also set in even years and amended in odd years. And at this time, I don't know if either raptor take quotas or non-commercial collections seasons or limits will need those amendments. We'd also like to present the Kirch Award at that meeting. We will hear a status report on the predation management plan. We will have an APRP committee report, assuming that committee does in fact meet in advance of that, and then also a TAC committee report. we will once again hear the bonus point regulation for possible adoption. And then there's a couple items from the game division. We would like to bring forward the elk species management plan, the statewide management plan. And so the way that has worked is that in the mid 1990s, there was a statewide elk species management plan that was developed, and was the overarching guiding document that then the individual, geographically specific subplans were developed in adhering to the guidelines as set forth in that statewide plan. And that statewide plan has not been updated for some time, and there's been a desire to see some of the subplans updated. Prior to updating those subplans, it would be appropriate for us to evaluate that statewide plan. We get that statewide plan updated, then it would be an easier and more logical nexus to address any subplan needs. Another item from the game division would be a report on the mule deer enhancement program. So we get an update for the various mule deer enhancement groups around the state, where they are. And then lastly, the previous agenda item, the department will work with Commissioner McNitch to make sure that we have some draft language to bring forward as a straw dog for which the commission to engage upon and deliberate. That concludes my list of potential agenda items, Madam Chair.
And I just there's a couple policies that made their way through committee yesterday, so I think they'll be on our November meeting. I don't foresee any other committees meeting before then, but I really don't know that the landowner comp committee would meet before then. So that may wait till next year. So that's what I had as well. And I'm excited that we're going to be able to present the Kirch Award. Finally.
Yes, better late than never.
Okay. All right. I don't think there's any action items. So unless do we need to take action on the committee assignments? I don't think so. No. Okay.
I don't believe so either. That's your prerogative as chair to make those assignments.
Okay. All right. Moving on to agenda item number 13, public comment period. Public comment will be limited to 3 minutes. No action can be taken by the commission at this time. Any item requiring commission action may be scheduled on a future commission agenda. So if you wish to speak, I need to go up. All right, Mr. Dixon. Oh, cabs first. Yeah, cabs first, please. Mr. Dixon, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair East. I had one comment that I forgot to do under earlier cab comments, and that is there's a mistake in the in our Big Game Nevada hunt regulations and seasons book on page 51. And that mistake is, and the way that I know it's a mistake is because 2 NDOW officers showed up at a guy's house because he had not punched his tag correctly. And if you read the NAC, let me flip over here, which is NAC 502-390, it says, except otherwise provided at NAC 502-42-905, when a person reaches any wildlife which a person has killed, he must validate his or her tag or permit immediately by clearly punching out the spaces necessary to properly identify the physical description of the animal's sex, antler points, and date of kill and everything else. If you read the hunt application book or the hunt big game book, it says when a person harvests an animal, they must validate the tag clearly by notching or marking out. And by putting in marking out, the person had used a pen and marked out their tag and did not punch it out. And there was a little confusion until people realized that the hunt book was not correct in saying marking out. It should say punch out or remove, because that is in the NAC. So what I was told by Lieutenant Walther down here is that we will be, NDOW will be evaluating all tags, but they will not be issuing any citations as long as it's either clearly marked or punched this year, but that we should decide whether we're going to change the NAC to clearly marked or punched, or we're going to change the hunt book for next year is my only comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dixon. Other cab comment? I have a hand raised, but I don't know who this person is. So it's just a couple of numbers.
It's Joe Blakeslee.
Hi, Joel.
Hi, Tiffany. Can I speak?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay. I just wanted to make some comments about a dissertation that I just heard about where the word preclude was used about 20 times in a row. And what I would like to say is that what's being proposed here is exactly that. That is going to preclude trying to do away with everything that we hold here. So think about what was said about this is not designed to preclude this, and this is not designed to preclude that, designed to preclude something else. People that are putting forth this thing on their contests, that's exactly it. Preclude about everything. I'll leave you with it.
Thank you, Mr. Blakeslee. Do we have any other public comment? Mr. Pollock.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman East. I was intending to comment on the hunting competition proposed language and all of the meetings. My name is Bryce Pollock. For the record, I'm a third-generation native Nevadan. Wildlife conservation and hunting rights are legacy issues for me. My grandfather worked with the state as a biologist for 27 years. My dad was the Elko chairman chapter for the Mule Deer Foundation for 10 years. I've been contributing to conservation for as long as I've been alive, but I don't say that to brag. I just say it to draw a clear line between the reality and the picture that the hunting band groups have painted around these hunting competitions. As a participant in a coyote competition this last spring, I would offer an alternative and reality-based narrative. The competition takes place in a small rural community. It is not open to outside competitors. All teams are community members and families. I was on a team and spent the day with my brother. In total, we had 13 coyotes harvested between 100 people. It doesn't sound like a lot, but it's really not about the number. This is a community and a family event. Many pairs consist of a parent introducing their child to the outdoors. The event also ends with a banquet that generates revenue for a nonprofit conservation group. Spending a day practicing predator management with your family and enjoying a meal in a small community is not the senseless and barbaric activities that anti-hunting groups will lead you to believe they are. Further, the proceeds from this competition, the group has completed the following projects. We've added holding tanks to increase the capacity of 2 big game guzzlers, repaired the collapsed rain collection tarps for a big game guzzler and a small game chucker guzzler. And they've removed pinyon juniper encroachment around springs to restore grasslands and brush habitats. I do not see a statewide ban of an activity that my family has been participating in for generations as a compromise. But thank you for your time and consideration on this matter.
Thank you, Mr. Pollock. Do we have any other public comment? Okay. I don't see any other public comment. I want to thank you all for your hard work today, your time, your camaraderie, and I'll see you in November, if not before. This meeting is adjourned.